Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 11. The cat-faced old lady jumped into the table, and she stared at the zombies in front of them unbelievable. Li Zhanyuan took this opportunity to quickly spit out the dried fruit in his mouth, and couldn't help holding his forehead with both hands. The previous dried fruit was in his mouth, as if he was stuffed with an octagonal in the mouth and chewed. Now, he has found that he can't figure out the situation. The old lady of cat face was here for a birthday party. He could understand, and he also tried to use the rules here to confuse the barrier. But what happened to this inexplicable zombie? Here is a special environment like dream but not a dream. Shouldn't it be her home? Li Zhanyuan did not believe that it was too deserted by the old lady's life. She felt that it was not enough to ask a boys' drama class, and asked a zombie to help me. At this moment, Li Zhanyuan felt that he was stupid, like a class that ran down in the class. One question that the teacher was talking about listening to the mist in the clouds, but the teacher came to another sentence. Let's take a look at another question, it is a variant of this question, let's talk about it together. Li Zhanyuan felt that he was even more blank. However, what Li Zhanyuan didn't know was that the old lady who stood on the table with a dignified face was more confused than him, even fear. Because even if the other party was standing there, the evil spirits emitted from her body had already made her feel frightened. Between the nose of the zombie, there was constantly turning out of gas. He seemed to be curious to look at it. In the end, he fell his eyes on the old lady of the cat demon. Feeling that she was stared at by this huge thing, the old lady shook her body, her arms were slightly shrinking, her fingers were curled, and the whole person was slightly lying, as if she was expressing surrender. She was just a corpse monster not long. Suddenly, she would naturally fear that she would be afraid of this kind of hate, and she couldn't even have the courage to resist much. Why are you here? Where did I offend you? Nympho. Hey! Li Sanjiang, who was leading the zombie in the Forbidden City, scratched his head in doubt. He just took the team to turn around. The original team had 3 columns and 3 heads in the first row. But why is there both ends left now? Why does this zombie seem to have a missing head? Will the zombies be tired and lazy? Nympho! Roar! The zombie's arms stretched out together, jumped up, and rushed straight to the old lady. How could it care about the weakness of the old lady? Joke, why did it even appear here? Seeing this, the old lady could only jump up with her head, and her paw waved out. There was a fight between the two sides on the table, and finally the table was at the same time. Fortunately, Li Zhanyuan had left the table in advance and avoided the risk. He immediately ran to Qin Li. When he saw Qin Li still watching the fight, he immediately grabbed her hand. Still see, hiding quickly. He pulled Qin Li to the corner, and there was a desktop barrier in front of him to provide some sense of security. After drilling in and squatting, Li Zhanyuan observed the situation there through the gap. I saw the old lady sideways, relying on the flexibility of the cat to avoid the penetration of the zombie's 10 fingers, and then she pulled her claws on the right arm of the zombie. Wow! The zombie's clothes were torn apart, and the original black potholes were inside, and 5 finger marks appeared, and pus continued to overflow along the wound. But soon, the zombie's arms swept a sweep, like a heavy whip, pumping on the old lady. Bang! The old lady was drawn out, smashed on the wall, and after falling on the ground, she looked at her fingers and looked up at the wound on the zombie. Why, it's not as terrible as I feel. Nympho. Li Sanjiang, who was lying on the bed on the 2nd floor, a scratch appeared on his right arm, and blood flowed out. It hurts. Li Sanjiang, who was leading the zombie jumping in the dream, was so painful that he couldn't grasp it. He fell directly to the left. All the zombies behind him lay down on the left side, neatly. Li Sanjiang turned his head in doubt and looked at the 3 zombies in the first row behind. Who are you attacking, Lao Tzu? The 3 zombies did not answer, but also turned their heads back, and all the zombies in the rear turned around. Damn, is it hurting so much in this dream? Li Sanjiang could not bandage the wound, immediately got up, and continued to jump. He knew that he could not give this group of zombies a sober thinking time, even if he just took a while, this group of zombies could swarm over to tear himself. Come, continue to jump. Nympho! Roar! In the seat hall, the zombies jumped again at the old lady. The old lady did not go up this time, but her eyes swept around. The green glowing light in her eyes flickered. The papermen standing around the surrounding mansa rushed to the zombie. Some hugged zombie legs, some pulled zombie arms, and some jumped onto the zombie head. The zombies began to wave their arms, opened their mouths and bite, and each time they could tear several paper people into paper, but they couldn't hold the Thai Grando's house to open the paper factory. With the time to block the zombie in the paper man, the old lady began to move around. Finally, after a chance, I saw that she rushed to the zombie in front of the zombie. Essence! Wow! This time, most of the official uniforms in the back of the zombie were torn into cloth strips. Under the wounds printed by 10 claws, pus flowed out. Nympho! On the bed in the bedroom on the second floor, Li Sanjiang straightened his body, and then the cool mat under him gradually soaked with blood. Damn, it hurts! In the dream, Li Sanjiang just jumped up and screamed, and the whole person fell forward to the ground. Behind him, all the zombies jumped up collectively, and then fell to the ground neatly like frogs landing. Ah! Li Sanjiang felt that his back was so painful that he could hardly speak, but he couldn't see it, so he could only subconsciously stretch out his right hand to touch his back. All the zombies behind him supported their bodies with their left arms and raised their right arms diagonally. Li Sanjiang stretched his hand back and saw the blood on his hand, his eyes widened. This shouldn't be. It was so dangerous in the dream yesterday, and I could jump up and down to avoid the pursuit of these zombies and still be unharmed. Why did I think of a good way today, but it became more and more miserable. When he fell asleep today and found himself in a dream, and it was the same Forbidden City environment as last night, he immediately threw the orange cat off his legs and ran quickly to the central doorway. After the heavy sound of the door opening ended and the sound of bang, bang, bang came from inside, he forced himself to calm down, mustered up his courage, and was the first to jump after the team approached. In this way, he successfully became the leader. Originally such a clever plan, why didn't it bring good results? At this time, Li Sanjiang found that the zombies lying behind him were vaguely trying to get up, and the team began to mess up. He gritted his teeth, and his back hurt so much that he really couldn't get up. He could only stand on tiptoe, stretch his arms forward, and start crawling on the ground. The zombies in the first row at the back saw the leader move, so they followed, and the ones behind followed the ones in front, and soon the team that was originally loose and explosive became neat and uniform again. In the Forbidden City, a group of zombies wearing Qing Dynasty official robes were crawling like turtles following the guy in the front wearing torn white shorts. Li Sanjiang was cursing while crawling, feeling so aggrieved in his heart. This crawling was much more tiring than running. If he had known earlier, he might as well play hide and seek like yesterday. He was old, and in reality he was living a life of luxury with wine and meat. Anyway, he was too old to think about taking care of his body. He would just be buried when his lifespan was up. Now, running in his dreams was exercise. But now he really had to crawl. With injuries on his arms and back, he would not be able to beat the guys behind him if he dared to stand up and play hide and seek again. Little Yuanho, when will your luck turn for the better? Your great-grandfather, can't hold on any longer, ah! Li Sanjiang screamed again, turned his head, and found that his right arm, which was already injured, had 5 more holes, and blood was flowing out of the holes quickly. Now he couldn't crawl anymore, so he could only use his left side to touch the ground, his right arm hanging on his body, and his left arm constantly pulling forward on the ground, while exerting force with his legs. All the zombies behind him also changed their movements and began to crawl tactically. In the hall, the zombie was angry, because the old woman's 5 fingers had just pierced his right arm, leaving a deep bloody hole. It was originally a proud existence, but it was defeated again and again in such a place. How could it not be extremely angry? The old woman stepped back again, pulling away, and at the same time ordered the paper cats and dogs to pounce on them and continue to entangle the zombies. She looked down at her nails again. After several sneak attacks, the natural fear in her heart had disappeared. No matter how terrible something is, as long as it can hurt it, as long as it can bleed, and can be killed, it will not be so naturally fearful. Li Zuiyuan, who was hiding in the corner, frowned slightly. It seemed that this inexplicably appearing zombie was no match for the old lady. What should he do next? He turned his head to look at Qin Li beside him. She was actually half lowering her head, as if she had no interest in what was happening outside and was still in a daze. For a moment, Li Zuiyuan felt a little envious. He squeezed Qin Li's hand, and Qin Li raised her head and looked at him. After the group of servants outside the door come in, we will find an opportunity to rush out. Run as far as you can, and never stop. Do you understand? At the beginning of the banquet, Li Zuiyuan wanted to run out from the gate, but a group of servants stood outside, setting off firecrackers and blocking the road, so he couldn't get out. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 book, 1 forum, 1 6, 1 9. But according to the current situation, the old lady is obviously using paper figures to delay and consume zombies. When the paper figures inside are almost consumed, the group outside will definitely be called in. At that time, just run away. He doesn't believe that this dream has no limits. As for the choice of running to the 2nd floor, Li Zuiyuan directly denied it. Although the stairs have appeared again, what can he do if he runs to the 2nd floor? Jump off the building? Qin Li looked at Li Zuiyuan and didn't speak. Do you understand? Qin Li lowered her head. Okay, just assume that she understands. Just as Li Zuiyuan turned around and planned to continue observing the situation in front, he happened to meet the eyes of the cat-faced old lady looking here. Li Zuiyuan was startled, and the cat-faced old lady smiled at him. Roar! The zombie roared again, attracting the cat-faced old lady's eyes back from Li Zuiyuan. Hee hee! It's useless for you to shout again. I really thought you were something extraordinary. It turns out that you only have these 2 tricks, hey! The old lady stared at her eyes, and she saw a strong black chi on the zombie wound, which was evil. After the paper people wrapped around it were stained with these evil spirits, they all immersed black, lost people one by one, and collectively changed back to shattered paper and wood chips. At this time, the group of families outside also rushed in. The zombies turned around, opened their mouths, and a lot of dark fogs were sprayed in their mouths. The paper men around and farther fell to the ground before rushing forward. For a while, the entire seat hall became much empty. The zombies raised their arms again and leaped to the old lady. At this time, it was surrounded by corpses and vias. The old lady without paper people can only meet. Li Zhanyuan grabbed Qin Li's hand. That's it, run. He and Qin Li drilled out of the corner and rushed to the door. On the side of the ear, the scream of the old lady came, and then saw the zombies sneak of the old lady's neck falling in front, just to be blocked in the door. The evil spirits on the zombie were lingering on the old lady, and it felt like a burning feeling. The old lady could still be a sneak attack before, and now she is painful when she approaches. Li Zhanyuan had to stop, and Qin Li stopped. The zombies that had pressed the old lady underneath, turned their heads, and looked at the 2 children. It shows a greedy look in its turbid eyes. It can detect these 2 people who are not paper people, exuding seductive blood. It opened his mouth instinctively, spit out the dark mist in his mouth, and poured over. Li Zhanyuan immediately pulled Qin Li and ran back, but the dark mist came quickly, and soon forced the two of them into the roots of the wall. Qin Li began to tremble, Li Zhanyuan perceived, pinching her hand hard. At this time, what he could give is only this pale and useless comfort. Roar! Suddenly, the zombie came out, and Li Zhanyuan almost approached the black mist nearby and began to recycle quickly. The sight of the front suddenly became clear. The 10 fingers of the old lady had pierced the zombie's neck. Ha 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 ha! Fuck you, kill you, kill you! The old lady was revealed. The hairs on her body were sluggish, and her skin was scorched black, but the whole person was mad. The zombie screaming crazy, his arms kept stabbing, and stabbed on the old lady one after another, but the old lady inserted his neck and not let go. Nympho! Fuck, he! Li Sanjiang covered his neck pain in pain. What hurts and is even more painful is that he can no longer breathe, and he can find a way to endure pain and bleeding, but this kind of suffocation continues, he feels that he will definitely get angry. Behind him, all zombies were holding their necks. But after this posture lasted for a long time, a zombie put down his hand, and the next was the second and third heads. Gradually, a zombie began to stand up, his eyes turned from blank to fierce, looking at Li Sanjiang. Li Sanjiang was still holding his neck, and his complexion gradually turned green. He is now a bit unable to rush to tear himself up, because this can at least give himself a happy one, saving himself to suffocate until he suffocate. Nympho! In the seat hall, the angry zombie raised his arms again, smashing his head at the old lady. The old lady who was going to fight with the zombies before was simply letting go at this time. The whole person kicked up at the belly of the zombie, and his body slipped out smoothly. Bang! The nails of the zombie pierced the ground, and it turned out to be stuck for a while, turning into a straight posture of push-ups. The old lady of the cat stood up. Her body was shaking, her body was dark, and her beard was burned to her face. It can be seen that her state differences now. However, at this time, she could still be distracted, turning her head to look at Li Zhanyuan and Qin Li standing against the wall. Fine, hey, grandma can't beat it. In her call, with the coldness of the seepage, her eyes were all resentment. Like Li Zhanyuan's first seeing her in Quick Eyes dream, she was lying on Niu Fu's back and looked at herself with such eyes. Roar! The zombies finally pulled their fingers out of the ground, and after half a circle of their bodies, they stood upright. Although it is very embarrassed, the clothes are rotten, and the pus is overflowing, but this fierce is still there, not the old lady of the cat demon. The zombie rushed to the old lady again. At this time, the old lady, on the side, did not go to the zombie, but slipped in the direction of Li Zhanyuan. Seeing this, the zombies also looked up immediately and continued to rush to the old lady. Li Zhanyuan couldn't understand why the old lady would rather put her entire back to the zombies, and to get herself first. Is it necessary to pull 2 more backs before death? Xie. The old lady stopped in front of Li Zhanyuan, and the smiling smile on her face became more and more rich. I saw that she completely ignored the about to approach her zombie, but instead stretched out the pair of claws that had already been curled up, and a faint strange luster was lingering on the paws. Li Zhanyuan only felt that his body began to float, because he grabbed Qin Li's hand, and even took Qin Li. This feeling, Li Zhan is no stranger, he has also had a dream before. This is a prelude to wake up from his dream. At this moment, Li Zhuiyuan felt that his vision began to blur, and the old lady's appearance in front of him became less real, but he could still hear the old lady's last voice in his ears. My little boy. Grandma will send you off first. Chapter 12. Li Zhanyuan raised his head, watching the desk, table lamp in front of him, and the 5th volume of Jianghu Zhilu who had just turned a few pages. Yes, he fell asleep, but he knew that this was not a dream. He didn't understand why at the last moment, the old lady chose to put it out. He didn't want to use the word rescue, because it was also her who pulled herself into this birthday party. Perhaps it is difficult to describe her with a simple labeling of pure goodness and evil. Just as she herself is a combination of people and cats, it is a complicated contradiction. Li Zhanyuan closed his eyes, and his fingers held his temples on both sides and rubbed slowly. When he was in school in Beijing, he always felt that he was walking on a one-way lane, and the traffic flow was dense, as long as you walked down the road. After returning to his hometown, he found that although his hometown was very narrow, he often had potholes, and there were not many cars and people. However, this kind of field road in the rice fields often caught himself into the confusion of choice. He could feel that he returned to his hometown, especially in these days since he encountered the little yellow warbler. He is working hard to observe, try to figure out more carefully, talk more carefully, and deal with the existence of non-human. Really not easy, because there is no fault tolerance. In short, it is increasingly not like a 10-year-old child now. How simple was a child before? Suddenly, Li Zhanyuan opened his eyes, and his eyes were shocked. Why is there such an idea? What is how simple to be a child in the past? He is obviously a child. He began to feel panic, fear, and hugged himself unconsciously. At this moment, he appeared in his mind that it turned out that when he was a kid, he peeked at his mother's picture every morning after getting up in the mirror. Mom took a deep breath in the mirror, trying to suppress something again and again, as if it would break out. Li Zhanyuan got up and walked to the wardrobe. There was a mirror in the middle of the cabinet door. He looked at himself in the mirror, and suddenly felt a little strange. Raise your hand, touch the mirror, and touch your face in the mirror. He began to doubt what kind of person was under this dough. He didn't dare to continue thinking about it anymore. He turned around and kept breathing deeply. In his heart, he told himself that he was Li Fangyuan. He was 10 years old this year. Sanjiang. Finally, he returned to peace, and his face was innocent on his face. Previously, he felt a kind of terror, and this horror was not inferior to the moment when the old lady was found in the kitchen. Because he has a vague feeling, if he does not stop that thought and let him continue to diverge, it is likely that he will show deep disgust when he watched himself in the mirror. Fortunately, he curbed it in time, just like the mother who had a gentle smile after taking a deep breath at the mirror. Call. Li Zhanyuan shrugged, looked at the time, and at 3:30 in the morning. Is it sleeping or not sleeping? I don't feel sleepy without sleep, but it feels better than before I used to sleep. Is my consciousness away from the body, so that the body can be completely devoted to the rest without any thoughts? Li Zhanyuan pushed the door and walked out. The evening wind of this point, with coolness, also wrapped in some early morning rain, the rain dew was moist. Downstairs, it was quiet, or in other words, I have never made trouble. But now he doesn't dare to go downstairs alone, and the sense of reasonable security will always be unaware of the fear of unknown. At this time, Tai Yi's bedroom window flashed one by one. Although there were no 3 long and 3 short-term standards for help, Li Zhanyuan immediately pushed the bedroom door in. On the bedroom bed, Li Sanjiang was bloody on his body, and his left hand kept holding the lamp on the bedside. His neck was very painful, and he couldn't say anything. He was afraid that no one could see it, and he was even more afraid that the lamp was pulled off by himself or the switch was stuck. Fortunately, he saw Li Zhanyuan, who pushed the door. Xiao Yuanho! Li Sanjiang shouted without weakness, reached out, and then saw the great-grandson standing at the door running out without hesitation. Well, he knew that the child was going to shout, but how to say? Xiao Yuanho didn't run to the bedside and asked anxiously to ask for interactive communication, or it still made him a little empty. He had just arrived at his mouth. Lao Ye is okay, Xiao Yuanho, don't cry. Before he said it, he swallowed back, a little panicked. Li Zhanyuan ran downstairs and ignored the fear of the first floor. The lights on the first floor were closed, but through the moonlight, he could see the area on the east side of this, full of paper people. Yes, these paper people are still there, and Li Zhanyuan even saw the fat master placed on the wall at a glance. Most of the paper people are customized in accordance with the traditional customization, but on this basis, in order to meet the diversified market call, some specials will be made separately according to the needs of the host. For example, if a owner is worried that his relatives will not eat well below, you will burn a chef. There are also some old men who go earlier. The old lady is worried about burning the young maid to go down. When she goes down, she will lose her position, so she will customize those old wives who look older than themselves. After running on the dam, Li Zhanyuan went directly to the west house, and he rang the door. "Aunt Lu, Uncle Qin, open the door, I'm Xiao Yuan, something happened to my great-grandfather." The door was opened. It was Uncle Qin standing at the door. Li Zhuiyuan saw Aunt Lu behind Uncle Qin sweeping the floor with a broom. "Xiao Yuan, what's wrong?" Uncle Qin asked. "My great-grandfather is injured and bleeding a lot. He needs to be sent to the clinic. I'll go. I can stop the bleeding and bandage it." Aunt Lu dropped the broom, took out a cloth bag from the cabinet, rushed out of the door, and Uncle Qin followed her. Li Zhuiyuan glanced at the scraps of paper swept into the dustpan, and then looked at the backs of Uncle Qin and Aunt Lu. "Don't they take off their clothes when they sleep at night?" Li Zhuiyuan glanced at the east room. She should have woken up too. However, Li Zhuiyuan did not go to the east room to knock on the door, but ran back. When he passed by the pile of paper people on the first floor again, he walked to the fat master, stretched out his hand, and touched it. With just a slight contact, the fat master fell apart and turned into a pile on the ground. This also caused a chain reaction. For a moment, all the paper figures began to collapse one after another, like a game of toy blocks. Soon, the east half of the first floor, which was originally crowded, became extremely empty, with only more scraps of paper and broken wood strips on the ground. Li Zhuiyuan was not afraid, nor was he surprised. He stepped on the scraps of paper calmly, ignoring the crisp click sound from his feet, came to the stairs, and went up to the second floor. When he returned to the bedroom, he saw Aunt Lu bandaging the grandfather. There was a faint smell of herbs in the air, a bit like tortoise jelly, which should be applied first. Uncle Qin changed the blood-stained quilt and mat, took out a clean one from the cabinet and laid it out, and then carried Li Sanjiang, who had bandaged the wound, up. Seeing Aunt Lu finishing packing the cloth bag, Li Zhuiyuan walked up and asked, "Aunt Lu, how is my great-grandfather? He has lost a lot of blood and his injuries are not light, but they are all external injuries. They have been treated. There is no need to send him to the clinic. Just rest and recuperate." Li Zhuiyuan looked at Li Sanjiang lying on the bed and found that the great-grandfather's face had regained a lot of color. Aunt Lu also looked at Li Sanjiang. In fact, she was also very surprised. The old man was obviously very old, but he had sufficient blood and qi. He looked old on the outside, but he was very healthy in his bones. Other old men and women of the same age might be sent away if they fell down accidentally. He had so many cuts on his body and so much blood, but he didn't seem to be injured. "Xiao Yuan, call us if you have anything," Uncle Qin said to Li Zhuiyuan. "Well, okay, thank Uncle Qin and Aunt Lu." Uncle Qin and Aunt Lu left. Li Zhuiyuan picked up the teacup, poured some hot water, and walked to Li Sanjiang's bed. Li Sanjiang leaned his head against the pillow, his right arm drooped in front of his chest, took the teacup with his left hand, and drank it in small sips. After drinking, Li Sanjiang sighed, "Little Yuanho, let's stop the fortune-changing ceremony from today." "Okay, Grandpa. Wait until Grandpa recovers, let's continue." "Yet." Li Zhuiyuan took the teacup and put it aside, "Actually, there's no need to continue, Grandpa. The little boy is ignorant, don't talk nonsense." Okay, I won't say anything. Li Zuiyuan took off his shoes, climbed onto the bed, came to Li Sanjiang's side, and sat with his back against the headboard. Go to sleep, little Yuanho, Grandpa is fine. Didn't Aunt Lu ask you how you got like this? I said I fell and got hurt. They believed it. Li Zuiyuan had a lot of questions in his mind, but he didn't know where to start, and it seemed that Li Sanjiang didn't intend to say it. After a long time, Li Zuiyuan said, Grandpa, how should I learn? If he was still ignorant of the first encounter with the little yellow warbler, then he really felt powerless about what happened tonight. When Li Sanjiang heard this, he thought that the boy finally got it and planned to study hard. He was secretly proud of himself. It seems that this lucky array is effective. Didn't you see that Xiao Yuanho has changed his personality? Okay, this is good. As long as the child is willing to study hard, it's worth it for me to shed some blood. However, Li Sanjiang was a scoundrel in his early years. Later, even if he went to Shanghai, he would deal with all kinds of people. In this life, he never studied well. At the beginning, he learned to read in order to read the gossip in Shanghai newspapers. However, he can still talk about the common principles. Little Yuanho, you must not aim too high. You still have to lay a solid foundation so that you can go further in the future. In other words, do I still have to continue reading Jiang Hu's Higyilu? I know, Grandpa. Well, if you know, you have to do it step by step, so that you can achieve success in the future. Don't learn from your grandpa. When he was young, he did everything in a haphazard way. When he got older, he regretted it. Grandpa, you are also very good. Li Zuiyuan looked at Li Sanjiang, whose body was covered with bandages, and had a guess in his heart, whether the zombie was related to Grandpa. First, Grandpa was the only one injured in the family, and second, the key bandage position of Grandpa was highly overlapped with the area where the zombie was attacked by the old lady. So, is this some kind of method used by Grandpa? Ha, your Grandpa has many powerful skills, so you must study hard, and you will definitely be better than your Grandpa in the future. Li Sanjiang was not talking about side jobs. He was proud of his ability to make a living and live comfortably. As for side jobs, he himself did not know whether he was in the business or not, so he simply ignored it. Well, I know. Li Zuiyuan believed that as long as he continued to read the book, he should be able to know what method the grandfather used today. At this time, Li Sanjiang snored. He was bleeding, tired, and fell asleep. Li Zuiyuan picked up the thin blanket next to him and gently covered the grandfather's stomach, and then closed his eyes. It seemed like he had taken another nap. When Li Zuiyuan woke up, it was dawn outside. He walked around Li Sanjiang, who was still sleeping, got out of bed, and went out to wash. While brushing his teeth, he habitually looked up at the east room. Behind the east room, there was a little girl sitting. The little girl was wearing a red skirt today, with her feet on the threshold. Next to her, Grandma Lu was combing her hair. Li Zuiyuan smiled, and his heart became brighter. He picked up the wash basin and went back to the house. When he left the terrace, Qin Li looked up. Lu Yumei took away the comb and asked, "Did Grandma hurt you?" Qin Li looked back, looked forward, and said nothing. Lu Yumei continued to comb her hair and said with a smile, "You played for a long time last night. Can you tell Grandma what fun you had?" Qin Li did not answer. On the dam, Aunt Lu began to put wooden stools and prepare breakfast. After washing up, Li Zuiyuan walked down the stairs and saw the empty first floor that had been cleaned. When he arrived at the dam, Aunt Lu smiled at him. "Xiao Yuan, it's time for breakfast." "Okay, Aunt Lu." Li Zuiyuan sat down. There was a bowl of white porridge and a salted duck egg on the wooden stool. "Why don't you eat and just stare blankly here?" Aunt Lu put down a bowl of fish jelly. "I was confused because of sleep." Young men are better, they eat well and sleep well. Aunt Lu walked away with a smile. Li Zuiyuan picked up the chopsticks silently. He remembered that at the closing banquet last night, the old lady with a cat face asked someone to call the host, the fat master went upstairs, and a few paper-maid grandmas ran out to call the things in the room. The grandfather was injured and bleeding, but they were like nothing happened. Li Zuiyuan picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of fish jelly and put it in his mouth. It melted in his mouth. Soybeans and chili were added to it. The taste was very fragrant. It was a perfect match for porridge. At this time, not far away, Grandma Lu took Qin Li's hand and came to the wooden bench. Qin Li sat down, and Grandma Lu squatted beside her and began to pray before the 3 meals every day. She didn't wear a bun today. Her soft hair was draped over her shoulders, matched with a red skirt, which made her look both smart and dignified. Thinking of her silly look in the dream last night, Li Zuiyuan couldn't help laughing out loud. Some people do have this special charm. They can do nothing and don't even need to speak. They just need to stand there and you will feel happy immediately if you look at them. Just like the exquisite vase that Li Zuiyuan saw in the cultural relics warehouse with his mother before. Qin Li turned his head and looked at Li Zuiyuan who was eating opposite him, as if he heard laughter. Lu Yumei, who was still in the process of persuading, also looked over with some doubts. Li Zuiyuan was slightly surprised. How come the interaction in the dream last night can be preserved in the daytime in reality? Li Zuiyuan pointed to the bowl of porridge in front of him and called her softly, "Eat." Qin Li lowered his head, picked up the chopsticks, and began to sort out various pickles and cut duck eggs, and then started to eat with porridge. Lu Yumei's eyes were wide open, as if she had seen a ghost. Qin Li ate faster than Li Zuiyuan. When Li Zuiyuan put down his chopsticks, Qin Li had already sat back on the threshold. Aunt Lu appeared quickly, and this time, she collected the dishes before Li Zuiyuan. "Thank you, Aunt Lu. Next time, put it here after eating, and I will collect it. You don't want to make your Aunt Lu lose her job, right?" "I know, Aunt Lu." "Xiao Yuan, come and make tea for Grandma." Lu Yumei called. She was sitting on a bamboo chair, and there was a set of tea sets on the coffee table next to her. Li Zuiyuan walked over, and during this process, Qin Li, who was sitting on the threshold, followed him with her eyes. Lu Yumei noticed it, and she raised her hand to signal Li Zuiyuan to stop. Li Zuiyuan stopped and looked at Qin Li. He began to retreat, and then Qin Li's eyes continued to follow him. Lu Yumei stared at Li Zuiyuan with a scrutinizing look. "Grandma, are you still making tea?" "Make tea." Li Zuiyuan walked over and started to make tea. Lu Yumei was paying attention to her granddaughter, who was looking over here. It had been a long time since she was able to be watched by her granddaughter, and she had to rely on the boy next to her. "Xiao Yuan." "Grandma." The two spoke at the same time and paused. Just when Lu Yumei was not going to give in and continue, she heard Li Zuiyuan speaking faster. "Grandma, why do you live with my great-grandfather?" Lu Yumei smiled, "Just to make a living." "But you don't lack a living, you are very rich. This set of tea sets, and the jade ring you said you would give me yesterday, you can already buy a house in Beijing." Then, Li Zuiyuan added, "But the antique market is not here yet, it will be more cost-effective to sell it 10 years later." The grandparents who love collecting in the family compound started to inquire about the news and collect old items in the alleys as early as 10 years ago, but they only collect them and do not sell them. They say that they are antiques from the prosperous times and will be sold or left to their descendants in a few years. "Xiao Yuan, you even know about antiques." Then, Lu Yumei sat up slightly and her face became serious. "Did your great-grandfather tell you? The antique business relies on the accumulation of vision and experience. How old is this child in front of her?" Lu Yumei doesn't believe that he can see it himself. Li Zuiyuan shook his head. Not to mention the collections that the grandparents in the family compound like to show off, he followed his mother to various museums in Beijing, and the most he saw were antiques. There are also many real treasures that are not exhibited to the public. Xiao Yuan, Grandma lives here because the air and climate here are good, which is good for Ali's illness. Oh, I know, Grandma, what did you just want to ask? Lu Yumei was a little surprised. Did this child believe it? She asked, why is Ali looking at you? Li Zuiyuan said shyly, maybe I looked at her too many times a few days ago, and she felt that she was at a disadvantage, so she wants to return it. Lu Yumei. Sure enough, the child didn't believe what she said just now. Grandma, have some tea. Yes. The old and the young drank tea, and the luster flowing in the tea soup was all about their hearts. After drinking tea, Li Zuiyuan was going to read a book. He went to the toilet behind the house first. When he passed by the east room, he greeted Qin Li, and Qin Li saluted him. Before entering the main house, he heard the hoarse shout of the grandfather from the first floor. What's going on? What's going on? Where is my paper cutting? Where is it? Li Zuiyuan was so angry that he almost jumped up when he saw the grandfather, and he kept stomping his feet after landing. Aunt Lu came over and said, it rained a little last night, and the rain came in, ruining everything. Li Sanjiang frowned, what? Li Zuiyuan said, Grandpa, can you get out of bed? Of course, I'm fine. No, now let's talk about the paper making, how did it work? Li Zuiyuan, Aunt Lu is right, the rain came in. This. Li Sanjiang opened his mouth, this. Aunt Lu said, Uncle, it's okay, Ali and I will stay up late to do it, it won't affect the delivery. This is about delivery, this material. Li Sanjiang was depressed, and felt that the loss of the paper making was more painful than his own whole. He has money, this house, these tables, chairs, dishes, this paper-making workshop. But he doesn't save money, and lives a carefree life. Suddenly, the goods in a warehouse are gone, and his money will become tight. Little Marquis Yuan, help Grandpa go to Blind Lu and ask her if she has figured out the date of Niu Fu's mother's death anniversary. If not, tell her to hurry up. Ah! Li Zuiyuan was stunned for a moment. Seeing that Aunt Lu had left to get the raw materials, he walked up to Li Sanjiang and said, Grandpa, you are in this state, and you still want to hold a death anniversary. Li Sanjiang said as a matter of course, that's why I have to go. Your health is not good now. If you encounter any danger in the Niu family. If you have no money to spend, what's the use of this body? Li Zuiyuan didn't know how to respond for a moment. Little Marquis Yuan, this is how I live. I've lived a miserable life for a long time, and I don't want to be tight on money. Be good and obedient, go and help me pass on the message. Also, I'll tell you that this time it's not just me and Blind Lu who are going. I've also invited someone to go with me. Hehe, I guess he'll be here tomorrow. That old guy and his kid are very powerful. Remember, don't tell Blind Lu about my current situation. She's timid and will probably retreat if she knows. Li Zuiyuan nodded and had to go to Lu Jingxia's house. Quiq's northern grandmother was sick and hospitalized, that is, Quiq's father's mother. Li Juxiang took Quiqi to the health center to visit her, so she was not at home. Lu Jingxia had already set up the bridge cord in the morning. When Li Zuiyuan came, she was having fun. After hearing Li Zuiyuan's message, Lu Jingxia shook off the ashes and said, the day after tomorrow, let's go to Niu Fu's house in Qigong the morning of the day after tomorrow. Li Zuiyuan, Grandma Lu, isn't it too soon? What's the hurry? Get things done earlier and collect money earlier, hehe. Besides, your great-grandfather is here, what's there to worry about? If you knew what your great-grandfather is like now, you wouldn't think so. Li Zuiyuan went home and reported the date to Li Sanjiang. Okay, Good, good. Li Sanjiang, who was lying on the rattan chair on the second floor terrace, clapped his legs happily and stretched out his hand to pull the rope on the wall next to him. At the top of the rope was a black wooden box nailed to the wall. First there was some snowflake sound, and after pulling it again, the sound of storytelling came out. Li Sanjiang closed his eyes, lit a cigarette, and listened to the book while smoking. Even though he was covered with scars, he still showed a kind of unrestrained and free spirit. As if noticing that Li Zuiyuan was still standing beside him, Li Sanjiang said, "Little Marquis Yuan, this is the life your great-grandfather chose. I do whatever job is dangerous. Why? Because this job is not tiring and lucrative. No mistakes in one poem, one post, one content, one book, one bar, take a look. This is your great-grandfather's life." Li Zuiyuan nodded. He took out the 5th volume of Records of Strange Things in Jianghu, walked to the southeast corner of the terrace, sat down, and began to study. As before, every time he turned the page, he looked up at the girl below. He found that the girl was looking up at him. Very good, feel more eye-catching. However, looking at it, Li Zhanyuan found that every time he looked up, he could meet the right look. Even Grandma Lu downstairs looked at the top of the granddaughter. This makes Li Zhanyuan look at Grandma Lu every time he wants to raise his eyes. This eye is strange. Therefore, after watching the 5th volume, Li Zhanyuan didn't look up again. After entering the house, took out the 6th volume, Li Zhanyuan sat down, looked up. Grandma Lu had already sat on the chair and looked at the newspaper, but Qin Li still kept looking up at her posture. She won't keep this look up, right? This made Li Zhanyuan feel some sense of guilt, and when reading a book, he was a little irritable and could not calm down. Grandma Lu, who read the newspaper downstairs, actually stared at the terrace with Yu Guang. Seeing the child from time to time, the frequency became more and more chaotic, and he couldn't help but laugh. This is a man. When you come and go freely, you can be upset once you have responsibility. But soon, Lu Yumei put down the newspaper in surprise, because she saw Li Zhanyuan running downstairs, smiled in front of herself, and then went straight to her granddaughter. "You." Before Lu Yumei said, she saw the boy bent down and wanted to take his granddaughter's hand. Danger! Lu Yumei knew how terrible reactions would her granddaughter be in contact with outsiders. The boy in front of him would be scratched by blood, that is, her grandma did not dare to have too much intimacy. Immediately, Lu Yumei stood up with a cricket. After seeing the boy holding his granddaughter's hand, he also stood up. "This is, what's the matter?" When her granddaughter stared at the boy in the morning, she also took a closer look at the kung fu of making tea to see if there was anything dirty on the boy's body that could attract her granddaughter. But this kind of interaction has exceeded Lu Yumei's understanding. Li Zhanyuan held Qin Li's hand, her hands were warm and soft. "You will be tired of raising your head like this, can you go to read with me?" Qin Li looked at Li Zhanyuan and didn't speak. "You agreed if you don't speak." Li Zhanyuan bent over and picked up Qin Li's bench sitting, and then pulled her towards the house. Lu Yumei did not stop it. On the contrary, after the initial shock, when she looked at the back of the young boy and girls, her eyes were immediately soaked by tears. She covered her mouth with her hands, for fear of crying. She even bit her back with her teeth to confirm that she was not dreaming. Bang! On the first floor, Aunt Lu, who was busy making the paperman, fell directly to the ground and flew all the ground. Fortunately, Li Sanjiang was on the second floor, otherwise he had a heartache and jumping. Chin. Uncle Qin, who was setting up the frame of the house, directly disconnected the beam of the paper room. They looked at each other and thought they were dazzling. What did they just see? A Li was held by outsiders and embarked on the stairs together? The two immediately left their hands and ran out to the dam. They didn't see Lu Yumei. The two came to Dongguyu again. When they saw Lu Yumei standing in front of the tablet, they said with joy and crying. Have you seen it? Have you seen it? Our family A Li, our family A Li. Nympho. Li Sanjiang listened to the radio book, humming the small tune, and sideways to take a tea tank just a sip of water, and saw Li Zhanyuan, who came out of the staircase and Qin Li's hands. Puff! The water in Li Sanjiang's mouth sprayed directly. Master, do you want me to add water to you? Seeing that Li Zhanyuan pulled Qin Li towards himself, Li Sanjiang immediately waved his hand. No, no, don't, you take her away, stay away from me. No, you too. Li Zhanyuan took Qin Li to the southeast corner and put down the bench. Sit. Qin Li sat down. Li Zhanyuan sat back to the vine chair, picked up the book, and just turned the page. He felt wrong, and he got up again. Stand up. Qin Li stood up. Li Zhanyuan moved her small bench, changed a higher bench from Sister Yingzi yesterday, and then placed on the side of her. Sit. Qin Li looked at the new bench and didn't sit. Li Zhanyuan was a little puzzled, but he immediately seemed to think of something, and wiped it on the bench with his cuffs. Sit, clean. Qin Li sat down. Li Zhanyuan put the book on the wooden bench again, and no longer lying down. The two were very close, and they were next to their heads. Qin Li's eyes have been on him, and he can also incorporate the girl's face into his own sight while reading. The girl's hair was blown up by the wind from time to time, hitting her face. The aroma on her body had been lingering on the tip of her nose. This feeling is strange. Reading the eyes and keeping the eyes at the same time. Li Zhanyuan felt that he found the highest efficiency of reading. In the distance, Li Sanjiang from the beginning to fear to worry about it. After watching it for a long time, it was confirmed that the girl was just sitting there and staring at her great-grandson to see if it would be dangerous. His eyes showed praise. This Xiao Yuanho is really different from his mother when he was a child. Li Lan's girl often received a love letter when she was in school. As a result, the girl's approach was to send all the love letters they received to the office of the principal's office. On that day, I don't know how many boys were invited by parents. The principal's room was the sound of a whip fan. Yes, very good. It seems that our family is more smart and more clever than his mother at that time, he. Li Sanjiang closed his eyes and started to listen to the book. Near noon, Li Zhanyuan felt a little urinating. He should drink tea with Grandma Lu in the morning. He asked Qin Li. Do you want to go to the toilet? Qin Li didn't speak. Then you sit here, I will come back when I go to the toilet. Qin Li did not respond. Li Zhanyuan got up, ran downstairs, and walked around the house. The huge vegetable fields behind the house could be marked. As soon as he stood, he heard the steps from behind him. When he turned around, he found that it was Qin Li. Essence. She followed. Forward. Li Zhanyuan could only betray the teachings of Panzi Liza's brothers, turned and opened the curtain, and walked into the toilet. Stand again, the curtain was opened, and she came in again. Li Zhanyuan had to bring her out of the toilet and said, I'm here for convenience. If you follow it, I'm not convenient, just stand here for me to come out, can you? Qin Li did not respond. Li Zhanyuan opened the curtain again to enter the toilet. After waiting for a while, he unbuttoned his trousers without hearing that the curtain was opened. There was a water tank next to the toilet. After picked up the scoop and washed his hands, Li Zhanyuan came out and saw Qin Li standing in the same place. Do you need to go to the toilet? Otherwise, you're going. Qin Li walked towards the toilet, opened the curtain, but she was caught. She stopped and looked back at Li Zhanyuan, her doubt. This kind of doubt is the same as when she was sitting in front of the dining table last night. Li Zhanyuan was a little worried. Would she go to the toilet by herself and see how she was taken care of by Grandma Lu on weekdays? All in all, he knows very little about Qin Li, only knowing, she looks good. Li Zhanyuan was about to go to Grandma Lu to ask, but as soon as he looked up at the aisle, he saw Lu Yumei's head. Grandma Lu. We will eat by ourselves, go to the toilet, and take a bath ourselves. We are the same as normal people. Okay. Li Zhanyuan nodded and let go of his hand. Qin Li walked into the toilet. Li Zhanyuan stayed in place, feeling Lu Yumei's hot eyes kept sweeping on him. Xiao Yuan. Grandma Lu. You take our family A Li and play with her. Okay, Grandma Lu. The sound of washing hands in the toilet, and then Qin Li came out, and she spread her hands in front of her. Grandma Lu hurriedly reminded, wipe your hands, wipe your hands. Oh. Li Zhanyuan stepped forward, took Qin Li's hand, and wiped it on his jacket. Okay, it's clean. Qin Li took back his hand. Li Zhanyuan led her back to the middle of the second floor, took a clean towel, and put it on her shoulders. Returned to the northeast corner of the terrace, Li Zhanyuan sat down to read the book. After Qin Li sat down, the beautiful face also entered his sight. Watch the 6th volume. Li Zhanyuan stretched his waist, then stood up, walked to the open place, and started to broadcast gymnastics nationwide. As soon as I finished it, I took out the 7th volume, and I heard that Aunt Lu shouted for lunch downstairs. Li Zhanyuan and Qin Li went down. Li Sanjiang was eaten separately from them, and this time was no exception. Qin Li was led by Grandma Lu. After Li Sanjiang settled, he took out the white wine bottle. Master, you are injured, you can't drink. Well, your grandfather, I am half cut into the soil, and I make a lot of money every time. Ignoring the persuasion from the great-grandson, Li Sanjiang poured himself a full glass. When he took a sip, he picked up chopsticks and prepared to clamp the dish, but saw that a figure suddenly came over, it was Qin Li. Later, Lu Yumei and Aunt Lu Hu followed. I'm sorry, we are ready over we, and when we are about to eat, A Li ran away from the table. Come, A Li, go back to dinner with Grandma, eat good meals before playing with Xiao Yuan. Qin Li stood there without being pulled, watching Li Zhanyuan. With Lu Yumei's pull, her eyelashes began to jump slightly, and her body began to tremble gradually. Lu Yumei could only release her hand and dare not pull it anymore. In addition to having an opinion on the 4 white-eyed wolves of the Li Vihan family, Li Sanjiang was not a stingy master. He waved his hand and said, let the girl eat here, add double chopsticks. Then thank you. Lu Yumei hurriedly thanked, I have trouble it for you. Li Sanjiang waved his hand, where is it, the two can play together, it is good, there is a playmate, saving lonely. Aunt Lu brought the tableware and small benches. Li Zhanyuan picked up the towel on his shoulder and helped her wipe the bench, sit down and eat together. Qin Li didn't move. Lu Yumei, A Li, you sit down and eat together. Qin Li still didn't sit, but she was facing Li Sanjiang sideways. Although she didn't look at it, the meaning was very clear. She doesn't want to eat with Li Sanjiang. Li Sanjiang is preparing to drink with the wine glass. When I look at this posture, I have a blank way. That. I'll go. Lu Yumei didn't say anything, but she was happy that her granddaughter was actually showing her emotions, not by going crazy. Li Zuiyuan didn't respond, and silently wiped the small stool again. Li Sanjiang smacked his lips, ha ha. Forget it, Ting Hao, divide the dishes for me, I'll sit there. Oh, okay, I'm sorry to trouble you, uncle. Aunt Lu immediately divided the dishes and set up a separate table for Li Sanjiang in another place. Qin Li finally sat down. Lu Yumei said to Li Zuiyuan with expectation, Xiao Yuan, let A Li eat. It was the same in the morning. Every time, she had to persuade him for a long time, but as a result, this boy said a word and her own A Li ate. Wait a moment. Li Zuiyuan stood up and ran to the kitchen. Qin Li also wanted to stand up, but saw Li Zuiyuan coming back with 4 small plates and a small bowl. Li Zuiyuan put the dishes into small plates and scooped soup into small bowls. Qin Li's eyes seemed to be brighter. Lu Yumei looked at this scene with a little curiosity. Li Zuiyuan, okay, let's eat. Qin Li picked up the chopsticks and started eating. She picked up a dish from a plate, took a bite of rice, and then picked up the dishes one by one. After picking up a row of plates, she took a sip of soup and repeated it. Lu Yumei was surprised that she felt that her granddaughter ate very easily this time, and even had a little bit of girlish joy. Can it be like this? Li Zuiyuan smiled, and the remaining dishes on the plate were all his, and he started eating. Thanks to his desk mate who was a severe obsessive-compulsive disorder patient, he naturally knew how to get along with people of the same kind. Qin Li ate very quickly. In the last round, all the dishes on the plate were picked up, the soup was also drunk in the last sip, and the rice was just eaten up. She put down her chopsticks. Li Zuiyuan picked up the towel, folded it, and helped her wipe the corners of her mouth and hands. The towel was large and could be divided into many functional areas. After dinner, Li Zuiyuan took Qin Li to the terrace to read again. He read faster and faster in this book, Records of Strange Things in Jianghu. By dusk, he had already read the 12th volume. He felt that this speed could be improved tomorrow. In a few days, he would be able to finish reading the introductory encyclopedia, and then he could go treasure hunting in the basement box again. During this time, when he drank water, he also gave Qin Li water. When he went to the toilet, he also took Qin Li to the toilet. He didn't eat snacks much, but he was afraid that she would be hungry, so he opened a few bags of snacks and shared them with her. After every time, he had to wipe her hands, and the towel became more and more dirty because he used it himself. Li Sanjiang grumbled with some dissatisfaction and asked why Yingzi didn't come to tutor him today. Li Zuiyuan thought that his sister should be digesting the questions he helped her solve yesterday at home. But Li Sanjiang thought that Yingzi felt that Li Zuiyuan was too difficult to tutor and was unwilling to come. For dinner, Li Sanjiang was still alone at the table. This time, Lu Yumei helped her granddaughter get the plates and divided the dishes in advance, but when Qin Li sat down, she did not take the chopsticks. Li Zuiyuan picked up her chopsticks and slightly adjusted the amount of food on each plate. Qin Li picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Lu Yumei, Ali, it was Grandma who neglected and did not control the amount. In fact, the old lady thought, "Humph, don't I remember how much you eat in one bite? This girl, it's intentional." But the old lady was not dissatisfied, only happy, because these are all good trends. She was not afraid of her temper, but she was afraid that she would be like before, completely closed herself like a piece of wood. That would be the real despair. Lu Yumei turned her head to look at Li Sanjiang who was sitting there alone drinking, and then looked at Li Zuiyuan in front of her, and sighed in her heart. After living here for so long, have you finally waited for good luck? After dinner, Li Zuiyuan didn't plan to read with a desk lamp at night. He read a little too much today and felt tired. He was going to go back to take a shower and go to bed. Looking at Qin Li who still wanted to follow him, he said seriously. Li, go back to wash up and go to bed. I also want to go to bed. Let's read together tomorrow, okay? Qin Li didn't say anything. Li Zuiyuan turned around and walked towards the stairs, then stopped and looked back. He found that she didn't follow him but followed Lu Yumei to the east room obediently. Only then did he feel relieved and went upstairs to take a shower. After taking a shower, Li Zuiyuan wanted to take out the dirty towel and scrub it well, but found that the towel that he had been hanging on his shoulder was gone. Did it fall somewhere? In the east room, watching her granddaughter lying on the bed after washing up, Lu Yumei was very relieved. With a smile on her face, she walked out of the inner bedroom and came to the place where the tablets were worshipped. She had a lot to say today, and wanted to talk to Ali's grandfather, Ali's grandparents, and Ali's parents. She had protected her for so long, and now she finally had hope of recovery. I believe they and their ancestors would be happy. After all, A Li was the only descendant of the Qin and Lu families. Sitting down in front of the tablet, Lu Yumei was about to start a conversation, but suddenly found that there seemed to be something wrong with the 6-layer tablet rack. Logically, no one would touch this place. There were only so many people in the room, and Qin Li and Lu Ting would never dare to touch this place when they cleaned the house. But what was wrong? Lu Yumei looked up and down carefully several times, and finally found the dark place under the lamp. That is, the tablet that originally belonged to Grandpa A Li, her husband, was in the middle of the 3rd layer of the tablets. It was gone. Instead, there was a dirty towel folded into a small square and placed there. Chapter 13. How do you look familiar with this towel? Lu Yumei recalled that this is not the one on the Li family's boy on his shoulders today. What is going on? Lu Yumei wanted to remove the towel, but when her hand was about to touch, she stopped. She turned her head to look at the house, at the door, standing with the girl. A Li, haven't you been lying down? Why did you get up again? The girl didn't speak. A Li, did you put this towel? The girl did not answer. Ali, this is the place where the card is placed, it is the most precious worship area. You can't put things casually. The towel should be put in where it should stay. Girl's eyelashes began to be beating. Let's put it, it's good to put it here, hey, it's good. The girl recovered calm. A Li, go to sleep. Grandma will not move it anymore. Grandma promises that you wake up tomorrow and you can see it here. The girl turned around. Lu Yumei sighed, and then a smile appeared on her face. She just noticed that when A Li was about to be angry this time, her eyelids jumped slightly, but her body did not tremble. This is also a progress. Over the years, they have been avoiding A Li's illness, not only because she will hurt herself and people around her, but also because of her illness, her condition will become more serious every time she gets sick. At present, the most important thing is the treatment of A Li's condition. Others are secondary. Lu Yumei finally found her husband behind her 2 brothers' tablets. In the end, I was wronged, and I lived with our brother for a while. Did you fight? At that time, the old thing was shamelessly pursuing himself, but he was packed by his own brothers. Even if he became married with him later, he and his brothers quarreled every time he drank. The difference is that before the marriage, the brothers found the fault to pick him up, and after the marriage, he treated his brothers with the same wine and shouted shamelessly. Come, hit me, you will kill me if you have the ability. If you kill your sister, you have to keep me widow. The brothers hated itching, and kept counting their eyes, and they let him cheat. In fact, in addition to the young things, the old things are really good to yourself. Gently wipe the tablet of the husband with a handkerchief. Old things, this is your granddaughter who wants you to let you put her something, you should be wronged. After speaking, Lu Yumei took the position of the tablet and leaned his husband and his father's tablet together. Talk to my dad more, the son-in-law is half a child. Although the dirty towel is a bit obvious in the center, Lu Yumei still has a joy in his tone. You, don't be angry with Ali, A Li will fall now like this, isn't it all you harmed? Who told you that you have died so well in those years, and the incense care is not left to the children and grandchildren? The little boy of this Li family is Li Zhanyuan. The name is very nice, and the person is also very interesting, that is, early wisdom is great. I saw a lot of smart baby, but like him, this life was still seen. The feeling of this baby gave me, except for the immorality that was unattractive, he was deliberately acting like a child. Unfortunately, such people often have no longer life. But maybe he is still here for Li Sanjiang, or Li Sanjiang's relatives, and Runfa should be much simpler than us. However, all of them don't matter. I just hope that he can help us cure the illness. Our Li, after eating too much, suffered too much guilty, this should not be what she deserved. You, Shen Zhang shouted for the new world when he died. This world is too big. My eyesight is shallow. I can't accommodate it. I can only look at her children and granddaughter. I just hope that she can laugh happily like her little girl, and speak generously. If you are in the sky. Speaking of which, Lu Yumei couldn't help but rolled his eyes at the tablet, his tone turned into anger and complained. You can leave some spiritual rules before you die, so why make my granddaughter become like this? Nympho. After taking a shower, Li Zhanyuan went to find a towel, rubbed it carefully with the soap, and hung it on the clothes rope. In front of Li Sanjiang's bedroom, he hesitated, and finally pushed the door to enter. On the bed, Li Sanjiang was holding his legs with smoke, humming Zioque in his mouth, and brewing with sleepiness. Master, I think about it, I still have to talk to you again. Oh? What happened, you say? Last night Niu Fu's mother came to our house. With the tables, chairs, chopsticks, and papermen on the first floor, a life banquet was held. It was very lively. I was pulled to participate. Li Sanjiang frowned slightly and leaned down subconsciously. You continue to say. At the end of the Shao banquet, a zombie appeared, and a mother-in-law was hit with Niu Fu's mother. Niu Fu couldn't beat him, and finally sent me away at the end. Did you send you away? Where did you send it? I wake up. Oh. Li Sanjiang nodded, thinking that he was chased by a group of zombies in his dream. He understood. He should have a dream of a zombie like himself. Have a dream, rest assured, nothing will happen tonight. If you do the transshipment ceremony tonight, you can sleep well. But, Grandpa. It's okay, don't go to my heart, I understand the Grandpa. Li Zhanyuan nodded, and sure enough, the Grandpa understood. Master, there is something, do you notice that Grandma Lu lives here for work? Of course I have noticed it long ago, haha. Li Zhanyuan nodded again, and sure enough, the Grandpa knew. Li Sanjiang laughed in his heart, this family helped himself to plant land again, and made paper for himself, and helped himself to send himself a table, chair, bowl, dish, and cleaning, but only a little bit like workers. Hey, this is not a problem with your mind? These years, this kind of long worker who has done less brains, is not easy to find, and you have to cherish it yourself. Is there anything else, Xiao Yuanho, go back to sleep if it's okay, I'm too sleepy. The last thing, in fact, every time I help Yingzi tutoring her homework, Sister Yingzi understands the general ability and learns slowly. Li Zhanyuan found that after he finished speaking, Li Sanjiang's lips were stubborn, and the face on both sides became more and more drums, and he seemed to be uncomfortable. After 10 seconds, finally. Ha 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 ha. Li Sanjiang laughed all the wounds, and he couldn't help but hold the cold, but he still couldn't help laughing and cursing. You have a small sliding head. If you don't want to learn, you can say it. You still find this kind of reasons. Is it a fool if you are a fool? Okay, don't get blind, go back and go to bed, Ming Er Yinghao must come over, you can play again, you can't avoid it. Master, good night. Li Zhanyuan did not argue, even if it was Tai Yat, it was not omnipotent and omnipotent. There were always some things that could not understand, which was normal. Back to his bedroom, laying into bed, covering the quilt, Li Zhanyuan closed his eyes and sleeping. This consciousness sleeps well and has no dream. When the sky was bright, Li Zhanyuan woke up, sat next to the bed for a while, and felt it, and found that the quality of sleep was far less than dreaming. Get out of the bed and pick up the wash basin, ready to wash, and as soon as I opened the door, I saw a girl standing at the door, Qin Li. Today, she combed her hairstyle, inserted a wooden pupa, her upper body was white, and her lower body was a black horse skirt, which looked delicate. Good-looking people have to match good-looking clothes in order to complement each other. Li Zhanyuan knows that Qin Li's daily clothes are not available in the store. One is that the new trendy clothes style of the popular foreign now. The design until the workmanship is fine. I am afraid that only the kind of inherited clothes workshop can be customized, and the price is expensive. However, looking at Grandma Liu's style of giving a set of 3-bedroom jade fingers in Jingli, she must have no shortage of money. The girl was on the ends of her hair, and Li Zhanyuan couldn't help but reached out and touched her hair, and felt a little wet vapor. Have you waited here for a long time? The girl didn't speak, she just looked at Li Zhanyuan. Next time I wait for me, I go to Dongguyu to call you to read a book together, so you don't have to stand here, okay? The light in the girl's eyes was a little dim. After that, I try to get up early as possible. If you are here, I haven't got up, so you can wait for the chair to wait in a chair. This door is not locked anyway. The brightness in the girl's eyes recovered again. Li Zhanyuan walked in front of the clothes rope, took off the towel that was washed last night. He walked in front of the bench yesterday, wiped it on it, and then put the towel on the wooden bench. Sit first, let me wash it first. Qin Li sat down. Li Zhanyuan went to wash. Qin Li, sitting on the bench, fell on the still clean towel. She reached out and grabbed it, but after thinking about it, she still retracted her hand. After brushing his teeth, he was rubbing his face, and as soon as he washed his face, he saw the Grandma Lu standing in front of him, which scared Li Zhanyuan. Xiao Yuan, hey, I'm sorry, it is troublesome to you. This is the first time that Li Zhanyuan saw Grandma Lu entered the main house and also went to the second floor. He wanted to come to Qin Li to get up and wait for him to wait. How long did Grandma Lu accompany him here? Grandma, I like to play with Ali. Then you are so fun, just call Grandma, I can do it. Grandma Lu smiled and groaned downstairs. Li Zhanyuan put the wash basin back into the house. It was too early at this moment. The sun hadn't risen. He didn't want to read a book. He stared at the room, and he picked up a small wooden box and walked out. Li, I teach you to play chess. Qin Li didn't speak, just staring at the small wooden box. Li Zhanyuan opened the small wooden box. When Tai Yet asked Qin Shu to buy snacks and school supplies for himself, Uncle Qin bought it together. It is a go. A chessboard is a semi-transparent oil leather paper printing, and the pawn is a plastic circle of ladybugs. In short, it is very small and humble. But the victory is cheap at low cost, and the stationery store in Xinan town will definitely not enter the regular Go suit. Who will buy it? I'll tell you the rules of Go first. Before Li Zhanyuan finished speaking, Li picked up a sunspot with his hands and put it on the chessboard. Li Zhanyuan no longer speaks, pinch by qi. After multiple consecutive hands, Li Zhanyuan confirmed that the girl would play Go. He couldn't help showing up and devoted himself to this game. The two were fast chess, and neither thought. Gradually, Li Zhanyuan began to feel unsuccessful, and finally, I lost. Li Zhuiyuan didn't let the opponent win. He really lost. Although he had never studied chess, he had a good brain and Go relied on this aspect. So he didn't compare himself with the national players. He was just a folk enthusiast. His chess skills were not bad. But the girl was obviously better. She must have studied it formally. She played not only fast but also very methodical. Li Zhuiyuan didn't feel any frustration. He knew that he learned things quickly, but he couldn't skip the learning process. In many fields, it's not enough to just have a good brain. It also requires a lot of accumulation and precipitation, and the support of the platform. Ali is really good. Are you still going to play? The girl pinched the chess piece with her fingertips and made a circle. She looked up at Li Zhuiyuan. It was obvious that she wanted to play again. Li Zuiyuan packed up the chessboard and found 4 pieces of cement from the west corner of the terrace to hold down the chess paper. The second round of the game began. The speed of the moves was still very fast. The more Li Zuiyuan moved, the more he couldn't help but curl his lips. He felt that the girl was giving him a move. He did not feel humiliated, but was very happy. Then, he began to deliberately make bad moves. This time, the girl's move speed began to slow down, and her brows gradually frowned. Li Zuiyuan could not bear to continue teasing him, and he still won. The girl looked up and looked at Li Zuiyuan. There was a faint trace of pouting at the corner of her mouth, which was not very obvious. She must be angry. But her eyelashes did not flutter, and her body did not tremble. Okay, I was wrong, I was wrong. Looking up, it was already dawn, and below, Aunt Liu's voice came to eat breakfast. Li Zuiyuan put away the chessboard and took Qin Li down to have breakfast. Very tacitly, the original single breakfast became a small table with 2 wooden stools. Li Zuiyuan divided the pickles into a small plate for the girl as usual. After the girl started eating, he pried the duck egg shell, peeled it, and ate it with chopsticks according to his habit. Suddenly, noticing that the girl next to him had stopped eating, Li Zuiyuan looked over and found that she was looking at the duck egg in his hand. "I'll open one for you? But it's not convenient to control the amount this way." Qin Li still stared at it. Li Zuiyuan could only crack a duck egg for her, carefully peeled a little of the shell, and handed it to her. Qin Li took it with both hands, held it in her arms, and lowered her head to look at the broken duck egg seriously. At this time, Li Sanjiang staggered downstairs. He looked at the double table of Xiao Yuanhou and the girl, and then at the family table of Lu Yumei, Qin Li, and Lu Ting, and walked silently to his own small table for the lonely elderly. Just as he was about to start eating, he saw a figure appearing on the small road in front of the dam. A dark-skinned boy about 14 or 15 years old was pushing a wheelbarrow with an old man sitting on it. The boy was only wearing a patched blue shorts, his upper body was bare, and on his feet were plastic liberation shoes that obviously didn't fit. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The old man was a bald man, his figure obviously shrunk due to his age. He was wearing a pair of plastic slippers and holding a hookah in his hand. Seeing this, Li Sanjiang put down his chopsticks helplessly and said, "Okay, the beggars are here." When the grandfather and grandson got on the dam, Li Sanjiang went up to greet them enthusiastically and said, "Oh, I knew you would come today, but I didn't expect you to come so early." The old man took a puff of cigarette and said, "I came here specially at dark. I can save a breakfast by coming to your place." "Ting Hao, is there any porridge in the pot?" Li Sanjiang asked. The old man snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "If I come to your place and drink porridge, then I have come here in vain. We want to eat solid food. Come on, come on, come on, Ting Hao, go cook." "Okay." Aunt Lu went to the kitchen to cook. "Little Yuanhou, come here." Li Sanjiang called Li Zuiyuan over and pointed at the old man and introduced him, "This is your old uncle Shan." "You're talking nonsense. Why should I be a generation younger than you?" "Okay, just call me Grandpa Shan." "Hello, Grandpa Shan." "Oh, good, a pretty boy, tender, so good." Li Sanjiang smiled and touched Li Zuiyuan's head, saying, "Little Yuanhou." "Grandpa." The old man blushed immediately after hearing this, and said angrily, "You are so good, Li Sanjiang, you are still deliberately taking advantage of me." "Oh, I'm too lazy to take advantage of you, aren't you about the same age as my grandfather, Han Ho?" Li Zuiyuan was a little surprised, that is, this old man is so much younger than his grandfather, but it seems that his grandfather is younger than him. In the distance, Lu Yumei, who was drinking porridge, put down her bowl and chopsticks and took up a handkerchief to cover her nose. The old man had a stench of corpse in the water, which was really disgusting. Looking at his appearance, he looks like a corpse collector. On the other hand, Li Sanjiang, he eats well, lives well, and is well fed. He is an exception among exceptions. To put it bluntly, who would choose to be a corpse collector if they have a decent family background and a legitimate business? This determines the economic status of corpse collectors in the village. Add to that the various taboos of corpse collectors, they rarely have a peaceful old age. Lu Yumei didn't plan to continue eating. She saw her granddaughter also left the table. Maybe Xiao Yuan was called over to recognize someone, but her granddaughter didn't go to the second floor to wait for her to read books with her, but went straight back to the east room. Lu Yumei walked back to the east room slowly with some curiosity. When she was about to cross the threshold and go in, she saw her granddaughter coming out again. Are you still going to find Xiao Yuan? The girl didn't speak, passed through the dam, went to the second floor, and sat in the northeast corner. Although he was pleased to change and improve the granddaughter, after the surprise gradually passed yesterday, Lu Yumei gradually began to panic acid. Obviously, she is a little girl who has worked hard to bring the big girl, but now there is only Xiao Yuan in the eyes. You have to lose the age of the two, and there is no concern in that way. But thinking about it, it was like this when I was a kid. Fortunately, this Xiao Yuan summer vacation will go back to Beijing after passing. But what if he was going to leave if his granddaughter's illness was not cured at that time? Entering the East House, Lu Yumei was ready to order a few aromatherapy to drive the flavor. By the way, he must be able to scan the table naturally. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Then she immediately looked back again. This. I saw that the position of the position where my father was placed, the tablet was gone, and it became a salted duck egg with scoop. Nympho. The old man's surname is Lu, called Lu Shan, a native of Ziding town, and a corpse in the village. The teenager was called Lu Runsheng and was picked up by Lu Shan by the river. Although he was adopted, after all, the age was too big, so he asked the teenager to call his grandpa. Xiao Yuan Ho, you, my grandfather, I and Uncle Yu, but that is a life friendship. Lu Shan sneered, oh, yeah, every time I go to danger involved in the danger, you spend money again. Hey, don't I believe in your ability? Besides, that job is nothing to you, I don't need to take me at all. The older you are, the thicker the skin. Some lives are more complicated. An ordinary corpse man is unsure, and he will call friends to do it together. Lu Shan is a mature partner Li Sanjiang. The relationship between the two was so good that Li Sanjiang would think of him as soon as he had dangerous work. For example, this time News Ming Xiao. Li Zhanyuan also felt it. Uncle Shan was very dissatisfied with his grandfather, but it was normal. Seeing that Grandpa Shan's grandson was wearing, they knew that their lives were more difficult, and their grandfathers were here. I am afraid that it would be the village chief. The daily food of the home is not as good as him. They are all right. Life is one day by day, and my heart will definitely be unbalanced. Aunt Lu came with the dishes. Time was tight. She had only time to stir-fry the two dishes, one was sausage fried garlic moss, and the other was eggplant roasted salt meat. The steamed rice is mounted in aluminum basin, which is hot. After seeing the meat, Runsheng started to swallow unconsciously. What surprised Li Zhanyuan was that Aunt Lu, who came up with the vegetables, also brought a fragrance. Girl, take me a rice bowl again. Oh, I forgot. Obviously, the grandchildren did not come to the grandfather's house for the first time, and Aunt Lu also hosted before. Aunt Lu brought another large bowl of pots. Uncle Shan scooped the rice in, and then covered the vegetables. Subsequently, he ignited the fragrance and inserted it into the rice and vegetables on the table. After doing this, he started to eat the rice in front of him. Li Sanjiang took out liquor and poured a glass of Uncle Shan. He took a bite when he was eating, and then looked at the table to signal Li Sanjiang to continue to fall. And Runzheng sat there all the time, looking at the fragrance that was still burning, without moving chopsticks. But he was obviously hungry and couldn't wait. Aunt Lu brought the soup over. The tomato egg flour soup added a lot of incense vinegar. Uncle Shan picked up the soup bowl, poured directly to his basin, and then continued to pull. Li Sanjiang took out the cigarette case, pulled out two, and ignited him after playing one of him. He scolded his mother, "Did you not eat and be hungry yesterday?" Uncle Shan continued to swallow, finally lifted the pot, and put the soup in all the income ports. Then he wiped his mouth with his hands with satisfaction, picked up the cigarette, knocked on the desktop, and said, "When I received your letter, I won't eat any more, and I'm hungry for almost 3 days. I said that you starved to wrap a straw seat and buried it, and I followed you to suffer this sin, which is really evil." Uncle Shan lit the cigarette and said salty and indifferently, "I picked him up, he had to follow me, and this should be. I also told Runcheng how, when I died, let him find you, he do things for you, you can give him a meal. Don't talk about these farts, I'm older than you, definitely go in front of you." Uncle Shan spit out a cigarette ring, his tongue wrapped his teeth again, and sipped it under the table. He said, "Forget it, you have harmed for thousands of years, I have no confidence to survive you. Taboo." Finally, the fragrance on the meals was burned, and a lot of fragrant grey fell on the dishes and the rice. But Runzheng didn't care about it at all. He brought the aluminum basin in front of himself and began to eat. Li Zhanyuan was a little puzzled, but he was not embarrassed to ask. Sitting on the opposite side saw it, and said with a smile, "Runcheng Hao ate dirty meat when he was a child, so that the living people now eat cleanly and eat, and you have to insert your root incense even if you drink a bowl of stick porridge on weekdays." Having said that, Uncle Shan suddenly looked at Li Zhanyuan's side and pressed his body, and asked, "Xiao Yuanho, do you know what dirty meat is?" Li Zhanyuan, "Dead people." Uncle Shan's face was stagnant. He really did not expect that this thin look could ask back calmly. He originally wanted to tease the child without saying the answer. Li Sanjiang was dissatisfied, "What about the old things and the fine ears?" Uncle Shan pointed to Li Zhanyuan, "Sanjiang, your great-grandson is a bit interesting, it is a good thing for us to do this. Let your mother's fart, my great-grandson has to go back to Jingli University in the future." Li Sanjiang, "Lao Tzu can't see you like this, we can't look at us, we still make money and make money. God is really blind, why don't you let you die and swallow it?" "Oh, unconvinced? Stranging. Master, I went to read a book." "Go, go." Li Zhanyuan got off the table and came to the second floor. At this moment, the sun was good in the morning, and it was shining on Qin Li's hair and horse skirt, like a exquisite sculpture. "Put up the book and sit down," Li Zhanyuan apologized, "come to the guests, accompany you, let you wait for a long time." Qin Li didn't speak. Li Zhanyuan spread the book and began to enjoy today's beautiful reading time. When the volume in his hand was read, Qin Li suddenly stood up and looked at the back when he was about to change the book. Li Zhanyuan also looked at it and found a somewhat shy Runzheng standing there. He was very cramped, because he only wore a pair of pants, which reasoned in the village that was very normal. In the village and the dams in the village, there were shirtless boys and men everywhere. But this dress, in front of the boys and girls in front of them, seemed to be too strong. Li Zhanyuan's clothes and shoes were sent together by Jingli. Although he didn't pay attention to eating and wearing, he was not used to shirtlessness. As for Qin Li, she didn't need to say. Although Runzheng is older than them, when facing them, he is inferior and wants to come and play together. Li Zhanyuan held Qin Li's hand, "Brother Runzheng is a guest at home, it's okay." Qin Li listened and stopped looking at him. Li Zhanyuan is not surprised that Qin Li will take the initiative to see Runzheng. The girl seems to have the ability to see dirty things. Runzheng's previous posture. There is no strangeness on her body but strange. Brother Runzheng, let's read a book, come here to sit together. Ah, is this okay? He wanted to sit, but just smiled and scratched his head. Li Zhanyuan took the initiative to hold his wrist. It was so cool on his body. Obviously it was a summer, and he had just ate so many meals. It is reasonable to say that the sweat and heat should be hot, but it is very dry and cool. Run Sheng followed Li Chaoyuan and sat down on the small bench. Qin Li's eyelashes beating and her body gradually trembled. Li Zhanyuan had to hold her hand again to see if she could calm her down. If not, it could only let Runzheng sit away. Fortunately, after holding her hand, she was quiet and she could only hold it all the time. Seeing this, he seemed to be ready to get up. He could see that this beautiful girl who was so beautiful and rejected himself. Brother Runzheng, don't see you, Li is born to be afraid of outsiders, not for you. In this family, Grandma Lu and I can get closer to her. Now she is fine. You can continue to sit. By the way, Brother Runzheng, do you often go to death with Uncle Shan? Sure enough, when I mentioned the death, Runzheng immediately became natural and confident. He said, yeah, now my grandfather is basically placed on the shore for tables, and I came responsible for fishing. I told you that just before the moon, I just fell a dead baby, that guy, but the door is evil, really, don't believe it. Did you encounter a whistle? Runzheng stunned, what is Xianer? It is the river section of the river leakage, which is easy to trap or out of the vortex eyes. Run Sheng slapped his thigh with excitement and asked loudly, how do you know? Immediately, he seemed to come over and smiled, is your grandfather told you? I saw it in the book. Book? Runzheng looked at the book on the wooden stool in front of him, reaching out and opened the book page. Well, yes, there are many books in this set of books. The Rivers and Lakes Monster Records focuses on the death of the baby, because since ancient times, there have been bad habits of drowning babies, so the baby's death is endless. This kind of death has a characteristic, and they generally have a strong maliciousness. Other deaths, you don't happen to hit, or hurry up after seeing it. Most of the time, it is okay, but the baby will deliberately turn around in a specific basin and take the initiative to find someone. The most commonly used method is to lead people to the danger of the river and borrow the terrain pit to kill people. Even if it is an unusual river, there are dangerous places. If you do not get well, the old fishermen will lose their lives, and they will use some special means, such as you tie your feet with water plants when you swim, and let you drow to drow. Essence. Many of these babies die, but they have died without being born or just born. They have strong unwillingness and anger. They are weak. They are not like other special means of death. Runzheng was surprised, we can also publish a book. Li Zhanyuan nodded, no. Runzheng, who is so idle, write about our corpse. Li Zhanyuan did not know how to answer. He didn't know who the author was, but there was a faint conjecture that the end of each article was destroyed by the right path. Is there a right path in the author's name? Runzheng said, what's even more strange is that writing is given to people, and there are really people who really read the story of the corpse. Li Zhanyuan. At present, Rivers and Lakes Monster Records are full of dry goods. Brother Runzheng, let's talk about that time. Oh, yes, I encountered a vortex that day, the boat turned over, and I was trapped in the sediment. Otherwise, I will be buried into the river alive. It's so dangerous. Li Zhanyuan made up again, you are really good, Runzheng. Fortunately, the little yellow warbler just wanted to let himself lead. If the baby was dying, it was a day. Hey, fortunately, mainly because I thought about doing work that day, I had a good meal at the master's house, so I went to go without eating meals. It's so lost. This time, I still have to eat full. Of course, I like your grandfather's house. Every time you come to your grandfather's house, you can eat full and well. Did the baby die and finally come up? It must have come up. It was cunning. When I couldn't kill me, I wanted to hide in the water grass. When it couldn't hide it there, I wanted to drill the river bed. I was like digging taro and dug it out of it. Taro. Just pour the bowl soy sauce and add some minced garlic. Li Zhanyuan noticed that when he said this, Run Sheng's tongue licked his lips. In other aspects, Li Zhanyuan was unwilling to think about it. He could only think that he was really hungry at that time. Run's hung ho, run Sheng hao. Uncle Shan came downstairs, putting up bed for the grandfather, and sleeping before lunch. Here, Grandpa. Run's hung got up and ran down. Qin Li took the initiative to open the book on the wooden bench. Li Zhanyuan understood what she meant, and she wanted to read a book with herself, and she didn't want to be disturbed. Brother Run's hung is a guest. Tomorrow, they have to expect Brother Run's hung. Think about the combination of going to Niajiaming Shao tomorrow, a wounded number, one who is so old, a blind man. It can be expected. Qin Li looked up and looked at Li Zhanyuan, her eyes slightly darker. She seemed to be expressing grievances. Li Zhanyuan squeezed her hand. Okay, good, we continue to read the book. But after Run Sheng went down to bed, he didn't come up again. During lunch, Li Zhanyuan took Qin Li downstairs and saw that their grandfather slept on the first floor and paved with a round table, and they also got up for lunch. The amount of breakfast is indeed breakfast, and the lunch is carefully prepared by Aunt Lu, which is considered a small seat. The grandchildren ate a round belly, and lay down the table to sleep in the morning, and then slept until dinner. After dinner, they fell asleep directly and snoring the sky. I have to doubt that they have a special way to save energy in advance for tomorrow. Li Ziwen was like yesterday, and almost read the book for a whole day. Today, the efficiency is higher. I saw 20-4 volumes. Because of the foundation and accumulation in front, you only need to remember their names and characteristics. Li Zhanyuan felt that there would be another day. Jianghu Zhilu can be read, he is looking forward to the next set. It is a little strange that Sister Yingzi hasn't come today. Li Sanjiang also muttered, but tomorrow is something that she can only wait to go to Hanho tomorrow afterwards. This night was no dream. In the morning, Li Qianyuan woke up earlier than yesterday. He lay on the bed and felt it. Well, he started to wake up the spirit after dreaming. Sitting up from the bed, Li Zhanyuan shocked, and then found that Qin Li was sitting on the chair in his bedroom. The girl seemed to notice that she was scared. She stood up and lowered her head. It can feel that her emotions are anxious and uneasy. Li Zhanyuan got out of bed, walked in front of her, and took her hand. It's good, you can see you when you open your eyes. The girl raised her head and her eyes lighted up. She was wearing a white cheongsam today, her head was wearing a pupi, which was very elegant and noble, and her body was exuding a ilan aroma. Li Zhanyuan washed first, and then made 3 games with her. He lost 3 sets. When I came down for breakfast, Aunt Lu pointed at the double wooden stool next to it. Xiao Yuan, you and A Li are eating here. Li Zhanyuan saw a table next to him, and it was filled with wine and meat in the morning. In order to take care of Run's hung, he inserted the incense in advance. At this point, Xiang is burning. It looks like a table of sacrifices. Lu Jingxia was carried by Li Juxiang in a tricycle. When he saw Li Sanjiang, who was bandaged by wounds, Lu Jingxia almost scared and cried, pointing at him and scolded. Li Sanjiang, you old beast, you are not a person, you are not human. Lu Jingxia cried for a long time, but after all, she was not willing to pick up her. Instead, she persuaded her girlfriend to go back first. Li Zhanyuan and Qin Li first sat in their own position and used breakfast. After a while, Li Sanjiang greeted Uncle Shan and Runzheng and Lu Jingxia to eat. Come here, everyone is here, and the table is on the table. Chapter 14. After using rich breakfast, Li Sanjiang was ready to set off. In fact, there is a three-wheeled manpower at home, and there are long strips in the back. It is usually used to send tables, chairs, dishes to red and white mats, but Runzheng cannot ride a bike. Let him learn temporarily today. Therefore, Runzheng launched a board from the warehouse, which was very spacious in front. After Li Sanjiang, Lu Jingxia and Shan Shan sat up, Runzheng first grabbed the car handle to flat the body, and then pushed it smoothly. The old man got off the dam. I have to say that when I have a full meal, my strength is really scary. But looking at the back of their departure, Li Zhanyuan was still uneasy. After all, it was impossible to deny that this is still a very standard, the old and weak and disabled group. At home, calmness was restored again. Uncle Qin chopped wooden strips on the dam to make a paper skeleton. Aunt Lu was on the first floor to the newly made paper man. Lu Yumei sat in front of the Dongguo gate and drank tea. Li was looking at the book. He was still the same 2 days ago. In countless time, he took Qin Li to go to the toilet, drink water and eat snacks. When Lu Yumei was in front of Lu Yumei, he would also smile at her. Lu Yumei also saw on the top of her head. After a long reading of the boy, he made a set of radio gymnastics. However, at half an hour before lunch, Li Zhanyuan closed the book. He didn't enter the house to take a copy, but looked at Qin Li very seriously. Li, I'm worried that they will be in danger, so I have to see it. Can you wait for me to come back at home? Qin Li did not respond. Li Zhanyuan stood up and went downstairs. Qin Li followed, but Li Zhanyuan took out the key into the basement, and Qin Li walked to the east house. Lu Yumei asked in surprise, "What is it?" The granddaughter of her own granddaughter has gained early in the past 2 days, and even took her as a grandmother. She also had a daily dressing time to dress up her granddaughter daily. To do so, isn't it early to read books with Xiao Yuanho? But this is almost noon. Why did the granddaughter go back to the house alone? Did the 2 children quarrel? No, will his family still quarrel? Immediately, Lu Yumei saw that Xiao Yuan had a peach sword in his hand. Oh, it seemed that it was really not a quarrel. It really made his granddaughter angry. This boy would not be able to jump alive. Li Zhanyuan walked in front of Uncle Qin and said, "Uncle Qin, I want to go to the town to buy something." "Okay, what to buy to tell me, my uncle goes back for you." "I want to pick it out by myself, uncle, you go to the bike to go to me." Uncle Qin put down the wooden bar in his hand, patted his hands, and nodded, "Okay." However, he still asked again, "Is it in Shinan town?" "Shinan town is too small, let's go to Shigong town next door." Shinan town has a shop, a little shop. It is indeed compared to Shigong town next to it. There are places such as department stores and dance halls. Villagers in several nearby towns buy big parts or entertainment. They will go to Shigong town. Essence. The new family, in the village under Shigong town, is also the destination of Li Sanjiang. Uncle Qin looked at Li Zhanyuan, and suddenly smiled and said, "If you are busy today, if you want to go to Shigong, let's go." "No, Uncle Qin, I want to go." "Do you want to go to your grandfather?" "Well, buy something by the way." "Xiao Yuan, you are going to do work." "Uncle, and my job is to plant fields, help in the family, and deliver goods at the table and chairs. Your grandfather's work, your uncle does not touch it." "Well, I know." Li Zhanyuan raised Talmujian. "Lao Ye also instructed me to remind him of bringing this last night, but I forgot it in the morning, so I remember, so please take me to Shigong." It is handed over to Tei, but this is the baby's baby, but the grandfather can't live without it. In Li Ziwan's description, This peach sword seems to have become a heavy weapon for cutting the demon to remove the magic, but he still carefully covered the bottom of the hoe with his hands and covered the mountain gate Shandong Linyi furniture in Shandong province factory. Uncle Qin was stunned, and the delivery was indeed one of his work content, but he obviously heard another intention from the boy's words. Okay, give your sword to your uncle to send you the grandfather. Li Zhanyuan took the Talmujian away and said, Uncle, you forgot, I have to go to buy things, I have to follow. Then you wait. Uncle Qin walked towards Lu Yumei, who was sitting there to drink tea, and said softly in front of her. Lu Yumei looked up and looked at Li Zhanyuan, who was standing in the distance, and said with a smile on the corner of her mouth. That Li Sanjiang is a rough person who is blessed in the blessing, but this child is a delicate-minded master. He saw that we were not ordinary. No, he saw the background color. Seeing that the condition of your own side is only the first layer, and you can see the other layer of background, that is the second layer. What should I do? Lu Yumei did not rush to answer, but picked up the tea bowl and sipped her tea. The child was afraid that he had made up his mind early in the morning, but he was still able to think and do the same thing as the previous 2 days. He was worried that his grandfather would die, but he couldn't see the anxiety at all. Remember that he had taken a lead to go to the toilet before he followed himself and asked himself with a smile on himself. The tea soup in the Lu Yumei bowl suddenly rippled. This mind is sinking, where is it like a child? You go with him. Suddenly, Lu Yumei added, but you have to understand the child on the road. I see. Uncle Qin went to Li Zhanyuan and said, Xiao Yuan, you wait, your uncle goes out of the car. Okay, uncle. An old-fashioned 2/8 bars were rode by Uncle Qin. Li Zhanyuan wanted to sit in the back seat, but he was caught by Uncle Qin in one hand and mentioned the front bar. When the two left uphill, Qin Li subconsciously walked towards that direction, but was caught by Lu Yumei. Girl's eyelashes began to be beating. Ali, Grandma knows you want to play with Xiao Yuan, but Xiao Yuan now has his own thing to do. At this time, you should wait at home and wait for him to come back after doing things. If you just know that you only know sticking to him, it will make him feel tired and disgusted, then it is possible that he doesn't want to play with you. Hearing this, the girl turned her head and looked at her grandmother. In her eyes, she seemed to turn out a little bit of puzzle. But Lu Yumei still captured, she was very happy and sad. She couldn't detect other emotions from her granddaughter for a long time. This time, she finally felt it, or when she said such a thing to the granddaughter. Li, Grandma's meaning is not that Xiao Yuan really hates you. When he returns, Grandma will help you dress up beautifully to play with him, okay? Actually, Xiao Yuan is very concerned about you. This kid is smart. He obviously can pull you together, saying that you want to go to Shigong to find him to force us. But he didn't do this. So Grandma just voted for the peach. Nympho. The 2/8 bars are very stable, and they are sitting on the front bar, surrounded by bicycles with their arms, and have a sense of protection. Li Zhanyuan was holding a peach sword in his hand, and his eyes were swept over on Uncle Qin's arms. Look at my little arms and calves, although it is white than Uncle Qin, it is obviously unusable. Uncle Qin, have you practiced? Uncle Qin was a little surprised. He put the boy's front bumper to facilitate the opportunity to speak. He didn't expect that he hadn't spoken yet, and the boy talked first. Uncle Qin, can you fight? Uncle can't. Isn't it possible? Li Zhanyuan stretched out his fingers and squeezed Uncle Qin's small arm. He felt as hard as it seemed as hard, but he was very tight. Don't lie to you, Xiao Yuan, Uncle will not hit people. Does Uncle usually practice? You have to work in the workmanship. He is busy. There is no time to pull out to practice alone, but after you get started, you can accompany you to do what you do. I want to learn. Xiao Yuan, do you think of Shaolin Temple? The Shaolin Temple starring Jet Li has already been popular in the north and south of the river. Even now, it is a frequent visitor to the open-air movies in the rural dam. Uncle, I know it will be very hard, but I'm not afraid. Not only suffering, but the different times, you can practice well, can you have a bullet then? It is also good to exercise. Hee. Uncle Chin, you take the time to teach me. Although Rivers and Lakes Strange Records only introduce the entry-level encyclopedia that introduces the characteristics of death, through continuous reading, Li Zhanyuan also found that many deaths generally have powerful characteristics, and in special strange environments, sometimes it really depends on it. The body quality of the corpse is forcibly passed. There are also many weaknesses in attack methods in the book. It is not a rune paper and the method of surgery. Among them, the most commonly appeared are background, wrestling, capture, leg twisted. In some illustrations, Li Zhanyuan can still see that this does not seem to be a traditional combat of the traditional sense. Looking at the character portrait movement, it seems to be a kung fu that's specifically designed for death. In addition, the emergence of runs hung yesterday was also helping Li Chaoyuan to break the mist in his heart. Don't look at the large amount of run Romils and a little strange features, but in fact, runs hung should be the most standard body of corpse fish. Moreover, the physical fitness of his own master is also excellent, otherwise it is impossible to carry it all the way from Shanghai's corpse to the present. Now this is older, and he can easily walk on the road of the countryside. Seeing that Uncle Chin had never responded, Li Qiangyuan asked again, Uncle. Uncle Chin bowed his head and looked at Li Zhanyuan, I have to ask the elders to disagree. Okay, I will ask when I go back. The elders here, Uncle Chin said very vaguely, but Li Zhanyuan knew that he refers to Grandma Lu. Xiao Yuan, Uncle has something to explain in advance with you. Uncle, you say. Uncle is a lazy person, only doing things inside and outside, Uncle will never do it. How can you be very hard-working? Even in the current rural areas, Uncle Chin is a leader in hard work and capable, and he is planted and delivered in place. The old ox in the village is not able to do it. Uncle said it is true. If you do nt return to your uncle, even if the uncle stands in front of him, the soy sauce bottle is poured. No matter how much it flows, the uncle will not reach out to help. Really? Real? Li Zhanyuan was silent. Uncle Chin sighed and talked to the child. He really felt like talking to smart people. He could feel that the child understood what he meant. For a long time, Li Zhanyuan responded. Uncle, I know. Siyuan village is located at the northern end of Shinan town, next to Shigong town, coupled with the path of Uncle Chin, and walking through the village, saving time. After arriving at the road belonging to Shigong town, Uncle Chin continued to ride towards the destination. Uncle, do you know the location? Yes, I have delivered tables and chairs to that village before. Oh. Or do you want to go to the department store in the town to buy things first? No, let's go to where my grandfather is first. Okay. After passing through the town and going down to the village, the road became smaller. Not long after, a funeral was seen in the distance ahead. Uncle, we can stop now. We are almost there. I am tired. Rest there and drink some water. I want to pee, I can't hold it anymore. Okay. Uncle Chin stopped the car, Li Zhuiyuan jumped out, found a place under the shade of willow trees to pee, and then squatted down to the ditch next to him to wash his hands. Chin Li originally thought that the boy would get back in the car after he was done, but who knew that the boy sat down on a smooth stone next to the ridge of the field and took out a bottle of drink, a few packs of biscuits and 2 books from his arms. Chin Li still remembered the bottle of gourd-shaped drink. He bought it for the boy following Li Sanjiang's advice. No wonder the boy's clothes were bulging when he got on the bus. It turned out that he had secretly packed so many things. It was obvious that he was not going to leave, but was going to have a picnic and read books on the spot. What are you doing? I'm tired, take a break, Uncle Chin, you sit down too. Aren't you going to give the sword to your grandfather? It's right in front, hurry up and give it to him, so I can go back to work. Your Aunt Lu can't finish it alone at home. The deadline is already very tight. If you can't finish the work and can't sell the goods, your grandfather will get angry and scold people. No, my grandfather said that he would write the inheritance in my name. If something happens to my grandfather, I will be the young master. I won't get angry and scold people. You kid. Uncle, sit down. Seeing how tired you are from working all day, let's take a vacation and combine work and rest. Qin Li walked to the boy. He saw that the boy did it on purpose. As long as he didn't give the sword to Li Sanjiang, he would not complete his mission and still had to stay here with him. What shocked Qin Li even more was that the boy seemed to have prepared for him to not even help the soy sauce bottle when it fell down. Is this still a child? This is clearly a monster in a child's skin. Suddenly, Qin Li felt relieved again. Yes, no wonder Ali was indifferent to everyone except him. Qin Li lowered his center of gravity. He planned to use brute force to carry the boy over and forcibly hand over the task. Uncle, our two families living together is really warm. Grandma Lu is very kind, and Aunt Lu is also very gentle. Qin Li narrowed his eyes. The book said that harmonious coexistence between people is based on the most basic respect. Qin Li, haha, aren't we? Li Zuiyuan turned his head and looked at Qin Li, who was unexpectedly close to him, and smiled, are we? We are. Qin Li closed his eyes and stood up straight. He felt that he was being manipulated by a child. After a while, Qin Li said, Xiao Yuan, if uncle doesn't agree to send you here, will you come alone? Li Zuiyuan shook his head, I am just a child, I can't help with anything, I won't come alone, because coming here will only cause trouble. Okay, go find your grandfather, I won't go back, but you have to remember that if the soy sauce bottle falls, I still can't help it. Okay, thank you uncle. Li Zuiyuan immediately packed up his things, walked to the 28 bar, and urged. Uncle, get in the car quickly, it's just ahead. What's wrong with you? Li Sanjiang looked at Li Zuiyuan first, then at Qin Li, why did you bring me here? Grandpa, I missed you, so I begged Uncle Qin to come find you, and Uncle Qin couldn't persuade me. Xiao Yuan Ho, is this the place you should come? Go, go, let Li Ho take you back. No, I won't leave, I want to stay here. Li Zuiyuan grabbed Li Sanjiang's clothes tightly, and a grieved look appeared on his face. Li Sanjiang wanted to say something harsh to drive him away, but seeing the boy like this, he, an old man who had never married and had no children, felt a soft spot deep in his heart. So, when old people dote on their children, sometimes, they really don't care about principles, especially when the grandparents are close to their grandparents. Okay, Li Ho, keep an eye on the child and don't let him run around. Qin Li nodded, yes, I will. Li Zuiyuan successfully stayed and began to observe the funeral. The funeral was held on an empty dam in the village. It used to be the village's collective threshing ground. A relatively small funeral team was also invited to work. 8 actors in Taoist robes were walking the ceremony, each holding a magic weapon, chanting something, and circling around the altar. There were offerings on the altar, and in the center was the black and white portrait of old lady Niu. The sign said Niu. Because the old lady was a child bride before marriage, she had no natal family and no name. Later, when the village conducted a census, she reported her husband's family name. The filial sons and daughters knelt on the mats, with white ropes tied around their heads, hemp clothes on their arms, and black gauze wrapped around their arms. They cried and threw paper money into the brazier in front of them. Niu Fu and Niu Rui just howled dryly, wiping their tears from time to time, with movements but no emotions. The younger sister Niu Lian, on the other hand, not only had good emotions and movements, but her tears kept flowing out like a frozen faucet, and she also spoke in a series of words. Mother, our father walked early, you pulled us hard, hey! Mother, the early heads are not good, you don't want to eat more, all feed us in our mouths, hey! Mother, we just grew up, you haven't had time to enjoy blessing, why don't you leave, hey! The hiss feed in the back of each sentence is to end the content of the previous sentence and the emotional emotions, and take into account the role of replacement. Obviously, it was suing, but he used the singing sound. Probably, this is the earliest domestic rap originator. Niu Lian's expression led to their two brothers. They repeatedly followed the end of Niu Lian every time, followed by crying, like peace. Li Zhanyuan felt very interesting, and did not mention that he had been in contact with the old lady. The content of this crying alone could make people laugh. What do children just grow up and you have to enjoy blessing and leave? Are you just an adult? You are obviously a grandparents. I really want to be filial. Thinking of the white things of the last time, the old lady was crying like a true filial son during the day, but she did not delay things that were not as good as the beast at night. So, the afternoon of this white team can perform again, which is not compared to the heavy head field in the morning, that is the real bone contest. However, this fast thing is too deserted, and it is reasonable to say that fasting should also invite people to eat. Li Zhanyuan got in front of Li Sanjiang, who was smoking, and asked, Grandpa, how can there be so few people, do you not ask for dinner? But not far away, I saw the chef busy there. Li Sanjiang sneered and said, when the old lady just left half a year ago, this brother and sister gave the old lady a funeral. Not only did they not invite the white team, but the meal can also save it. After the money comes, let's not say how well you eat, not even full of stomach. This time, the villagers were not coming, and they couldn't get on the road. Li Zhanyuan understood that the last time he co-authored this brother and sister, the last time he was purely the old lady's funeral as the money. The tradition of receiving the money of the rural officer is the intention of the big guy to help the Lord's house to do things together. Even if there are individuals who like to come in, they will basically not lose a loss. Who knows that 3 shameless people have encountered such a shame? Lu Jingxia was sitting behind the table at this time, and was smoked by fireworks to wipe the tears from time to time, but he was still thinking about the scriptures. From time to time, he also took out some specific rune paper and handed it to the filial piety below. It's right. Her position is used to connect yin and yang, that is, to help the deceased and the students communicate. Uncle Shan was paved with a broken seat, sitting in the northwest corner, holding a smoke bag, and kept pumping. Li Zhanyuan recalled the content of the book and used the table as the original point. Uncle Shan's location was just breaking the mouth. If you want to enter, you have to fight. Runzheng didn't rest, and kept walking back and forth, turning the salamander, but this was an individual work, and he had to turn the sacrifice to the days and not let it down. On the contrary, he was his own grandfather. He sat under the shed and drank tea. Li Zhanyuan felt that he was sparse and learned, and he couldn't see which position he held from his family. But, it should be extremely important. For lunch, they had eaten it long ago. In the afternoon, the actors of the Beishi team collectively changed the monk clothes and played the monk to start knocking the scriptures of the wood. Several thanked one, it looked pretty realistic. Runzheng came from the back kitchen with the chopsticks. He was hungry. He was drinking afternoon tea. As long as he allowed the conditions, he had dinner. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. He also asked Li Chaoyuan to eat together very intimately. Li Zuyuan was noisier. He took an empty bowl and picked some meals and ate it. As for Uncle Qin, Li Zhanyuan and Runzheng shouted him, but he didn't eat it. Since hitting here, Uncle Qin has been standing at the edge of the shed, and he has not moved. Runzheng inserted the incense in the meals and waited for the fragrant gap. He said to Li Chaoyuan, "I tell me that you are reading those books. My grandfather said that you have more brains than me. Talk to you." Unlike Li Sanjiang's belief that my great-grandson must go back to Jingli to go to college, Uncle Shan saw that Li Zhanyuan was a good seedlings in the morning. "Okay, you can come to me often in the future." In Li Zhanyuan's view, Runzheng is an excellent bond with his own theory. "Well, that's so good. Hey, you don't know, my grandfather is not good. I often take medicine, and my family is tightly stubborn, and I am still a rice bucket, alas. When I come to your house, I can not only eat it, but I can also save the grandfather. When I have a job, I will go back to fish for the corpse for her. Do you want to stay?" "Ah, no." Runzheng touched his head. "I have to ask me Tei. Then I let my grandfather go to the grandfather, according to the meaning of my grandfather, after he left, I will work for you." Li Zhanyuan nodded, and the grandfather was older. After all, the corpse fishing talent is the main bank of Tei, and it is also an important image. Other industries of Tai Ye are also because he is a corpse fish that can have a continuous business. The fragrance was all over, and Run Sheng couldn't wait to stir with chopsticks with the fragrant ash, and then ate it. Li Zhanyuan asked curiously, "If you don't order incense, can't you really eat it?" Runzheng answered while swallowing, "I can't eat it. It's not only tasteless, but also makes me feel sick." "Have you eaten it?" Li Zuiyuan hesitated for a moment, but still asked, "Will you die if you eat it?" Runzheng was stunned, and immediately lowered his voice and said, "Grandpa warned me that I can't say I've eaten it outside." "Then you have to remember your grandfather's warning." "Of course, I always remember it." Li Zuiyuan finished eating quickly, watching Runzheng continue to feast there, thinking that if he could come 2 days earlier, he could just catch up with the old lady's paper birthday banquet, and he could have a table by himself. The afternoon time gradually passed, and when it was close to dusk, everyone began to pack up. Some took flags, some took banners, and some took scriptures, quilts, and pillows. Forming a team, walking on the ridge of the field, going to the grave of the old lady Niu. The 2 people at the end of the team kept setting off firecrackers, very relaxed and carefree. After lighting the fire, they threw it in the field and ran out. Li Zuiyuan helped Runzheng get a flag. As for Uncle Qin, he did not leave, but followed the team from a distance, keeping a distance of 100 meters. The grave of old lady Niu is very small. Although cremation has long been promoted in the city and burial has been strictly controlled, burial is still popular in rural areas, but the scene of building tombs and sealing with cement is indeed rarely seen. Instead, there are small houses. The old ones are 2-story buildings, red brick and green tile buildings, and there are also 3-story buildings, and there are also 3-sided courtyards. People who don't know walk into this group of graves and may mistakenly think that they have entered a model exhibition with the theme of rural architecture. The grave of old lady Niu is just a grave, which is a earth hat dug out from the mud next to it with a shovel. When visiting the grave, Niu Fu, as the leader, took off the earthen hat first, and Niu Rui used a shovel to dig a new one. After the grave visiting ceremony was over, Niu Lian put the new hat on. Placing incense and candles, burning paper money, and burning blood sutras, everything was carried out in an orderly manner under the command of Lu Jingxia. When everything was over and the new hat was put on, everyone went back, and nothing happened. But Li Zuiyuan noticed that Lu Jingxia's face was not relaxed, because according to the rules, this fasting ceremony had to be held until late at night. In the past, there was a Zi, Zhou, Yin, and Mao, but now it is unified at midnight. After midnight, the fasting ceremony is considered to be over, which is also a night watch, but the body has been buried long ago and is not here. It's okay during the day, but when it gets dark, it's not certain what will happen. After dinner, the few villagers who couldn't bear to come to help left, and the families and children of the 3 brothers and sisters of the Niu family went home. In fact, they should have stayed with them, but they were forced to go back by the 3 brothers and sisters. After the funeral team packed up and left, the surroundings of the mourning hall seemed particularly empty. The 3 brothers and sisters of the Niu family were still kneeling on the futon, no longer crying, and continued to burn paper silently. Niu Lian's voice was hoarse, and Niu Fu and Niu Rui lost their sister's creation and could not follow the trend, so they could only remain silent. Lu Jingxia was still sitting in the old position, and it was obvious that she was uneasy. Uncle Shan still sat in the broken position, and the tobacco had been smoked out, so he switched to the cigarettes given by the host family and continued to smoke. As for his own grandfather, Li Zuiyuan found that the grandfather had leaned on the railing and fell asleep, his body swaying and snoring. Runzheng found a deck of cards from somewhere and said with a smile, "Let's play landlord. It takes 4 people, right? Then you call him." Runzheng pointed at Uncle Qin. Li Zuiyuan shook his head. He knew Uncle Qin would not come over. In fact, he was very grateful. Although Uncle Qin could not hold the soy sauce bottle, he felt more at ease with him standing there. Then, Li Zuiyuan and Runzheng played landlord with 3 people. Just 1 deck of cards, divided among 3 people, it is easy to count cards. Runzheng's card skills are very poor, and the level of the next player is also average, which makes Li Zuiyuan win whether he takes the peasant or the landlord. After playing for a long time, Li Zuiyuan asked, "What time is it?" Runzheng shook his head, "I don't know, where is the clock?" The next player said, 11 o'clock. Li Zuiyuan, "It's almost over, there's still an hour." Runzheng, "Yeah, I wonder if the host can provide another meal after the end." The next player, they prepared a lot of food today, and not many people came to eat. Li Zuiyuan took another good landlord card, and this round was boring again. However, just when he was about to play a card, Li Zuiyuan glanced at the position where Uncle Qin was standing, and suddenly found that Uncle Qin was gone. His support was suddenly gone, Li Zuiyuan trembled in his heart, and his mind became clearer. Then, as if he thought of something, he held the cards in his hand and was stunned. "Runzheng, what are you thinking about, Xiao Yuan? Play quickly." The next player, "Yes, play quickly, I know you have good cards." Li Zuiyuan played a single king. Runzheng's eyes widened, "What kind of trick are you playing?" The next player, "The cards are too good, are you going to play them openly?" Li Zuiyuan said, "Can you play them openly?" Runzheng said, "If you want to play them openly, you can't do anything about it. The cards are good." The next player, "You have to think it over. Playing them openly can easily lead to failure." "Then I'll think about it." Li Zuiyuan held the cards and thought, glancing at the dozing grandfather, the 3 Niu brothers and sisters sitting on the futon, Lu Jingxia and Shan Dayat. The picture that was normal before, but now there is a sudden thrilling sense of thriller. Obviously they can hear all kinds of sounds in their ears, but they are all motionless. Even when the grandfather snoring, he didn't hold his body up. This snoring seemed to sound out of thin air. "Brother Runzheng. Well? Have you thought about it, do you want to spread it?" Li Zhanyuan nodded slightly. Runzheng was normal, but it was even more necessary to spread out. The old, weak and sick and young combination, the only thing that could be expected was Runzheng. "What can I do if the elderly people can do if they are not raised?" "Spread it." Li Zhanyuan put the card in his hand. Run Sheng doubted, "Hey, your card, it's not so good, do I think you are fried?" "Fight, king, do you want? Next home, you go out." Runzheng, "Don't." Li Zhanyuan, 3 sheets and 7 bands. "Next home, I want. Li Zhanyuan, 3 sheets and 10 bands. Runs Hung, Xiao Yuan, don't rush to come out, I want to go home. Li Zhanyuan shouted at the small table and shouted to Runs Hung. You open your eyes and take a look, where can we go to the house and the house? Run Sheng was shouted, he wanted to refute subconsciously, but turned his head to look at himself, and suddenly woke up. Yes, we are just 2, how can we fight the 3 people fighting the landlord? The next moment, the cold night wind blows. Li Zhanyuan and Runs Hung shivered at the same time, and then found that the 2 people sitting in the fasting tent who had been sitting in the fasting tent did not know when they were sitting on the grave. All around, the 2-story and 3-story small houses with red, and green in the moonlight, are the grave of the old lady on the side, and the new soil hat is covered on top. I want 3 pieces and 8 with Zhangsan. I want 3 8 bands Zhangsan. Next to the sound of playing cards was a female voice, very scarlet and sharp. Li Zhanyuan and Runs Hung looked at each other. Runs Hung took Li Zhanyuan behind him, and the 2 walked around the grave and came to the back. Here, there is actually a hole. The entrance is very irregular, and blood handprints are left, like a person with both hands and stubbornly planted it. When you go to the entrance, you can see that the inside is dug. A woman is lying inside. The 2 hands are bloody. Obviously there is nothing, but the left hand is a card with a card. I want 3 8 with Zhangsan. She kept throwing her face excitedly, letting her hair and mud spread out. She dug her mother's tomb with her hands and drilled in. However, in the tomb, except for the rich body odor and an unspeakable beach, you can only see a roll of straw mats. It stands to reason that even if it is burial, there must be a coffin. Now it is not before liberation, you need to lose the burial post, and the old lady has no coffin. It should be renting it when it is stopped. Guess. In order to save this coffin money, Li Zhanyuan subconsciously covered his nose and restrained his instinct to be smoked to vomit. Instead, he was moist, as if there was no exclusion. At this time, because of the end of the game, Niu Lian seemed to be awake, but it was just a little bit. Don't fight, right? Don't fight it, then I will continue to be busy. Niu Lian did a movement of the card in his hand, then turned around, and continued to dig down. Maybe I dug a while, and the hole was about to collapse, and she might be buried alive. Hey, don't dig it anymore, it's dangerous to dig again, I'll save you. Li Zhanyuan reached out and held Runs Hung. Well, Xiao Yuan. Go to see your grandfather first, they may be dangerous. Ah, yes, but she. Who is important? Master is important. Run Sheng no longer hesitated, and pulled Li Zhanyuan directly towards the fasting shed. In front of the shed, Li Zhanyuan was panting, and there were no 2 brothers in the shed. Lu Jingxia was crawling around the table, climbing and learning cat barking. The palm of the old man had broken skin, and a string of dense palm prints on the ground. Uncle Shan screamed wang wang wang, lying in front of a tree, raised a leg, and began to urinate like a dog. The urine flowed along, soaking his clothes, and it looked like it was buried. After urination, he actually planed the soil with his hands and landed on the roots. Grandpa! Runs Hung hurriedly shouted, "Yeah, what's wrong with you?" This shout immediately attracted the attention of Lu Jingxia and Uncle Shan. The 2 were cats and a dog climbing, both of them were on the ground, and they rushed quickly to Runs Hung and Li Zhanyuan. Run Sheng opened his arms and took the initiative to block Li Zhanyuan, shouting, "Xiao Yuan, you retreat back." Li Zhanyuan took 2 steps and took 2 steps, and felt that he didn't feel enough, so he took 2 more steps. Next moment, Lu Jingxia rushed to Runs Hung, his legs clamped Run Shen's waist, and began to scratch and bite at his chest. Uncle Shan hugged a leg of Runs Hung, bit his thigh and bit it, and was immediately bitten with a piece of meat, with 2 old teeth. "Grandpa, yeah, what's wrong with you, what's wrong with you?" Runzheng didn't resist, but just looked at his grandpa to constantly bite himself under him. Seeing this, Li Zhanyuan reminded, "You counterattack, don't stand still." "But he is my grandpa, how can I do it to him?" Li Zhanyuan said immediately, "Remember the book I read, the book says that the corpse monster has the ability to confuse, just like we just played cards, the way to break the fans is to hit their faces and pump their faces fiercely. In fact, the method of the book is far more than this, such as pure yang black dog blood, broken evil rune water, and lighting magazine. But the black dog blood, maybe Tai Ye really brought it, but it wasn't that Chunyang had not broken." Li Zhanyuan was doubtful. After all, the dogs in the village have always been open and messy. As for rune water, what is Li Zhanyuan who does not know what the progress of his reading is not there? The light-off magic instrument is the kind of wicked evil that has been made by the deeds, and it is a real breaking evil thing. When Li Ziyuan does not believe that Linyi Furniture Factory will also ask a row of masters to face the assembly line. Collective light. Therefore, there are only the simplest and most rude methods left. The book is also said. It is so awakened by people. If you do nt wake up, then there will be a few more. Runzheng, but, can you really do this? Even if he is being hurt by two crazy old people, it is still calm, as if the injured is not himself at all. Li Zhanyuan could only firmly say, "You are saving them, and no longer to let them, the greater the damage they suffer, you can quickly do it. Don't wake them up again, Uncle Mountain stabs your legs, and your teeth are almost gone." "Okay, listen to you, Xiao Yuan." Run Sheng nodded hard. As long as he decided to do, he was very determined. He no longer dragged water. I saw that he held Lu Jingxia's neck with one hand and raised Lu Jingxia. Lu Jingxia's limbs were used together and kept waved, but after all, the old lady was short-footed and short-footed. Immediately, Runzheng opened his bow at Lu Jingxia's face. Pap! 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 Lu Jingxia's face was swollen with a naked eye, and the corners of the mouth on both sides were broken, but the whole person stopped, and the fierce eyes were covered by cataracts again. "Nest is steamed, Mom. Xiao Yuan, you are so amazing." After praising Li Zhanyuan, Run Sheng raised his legs and kicked the mountain uncle holding his thigh. Unfortunately, Uncle Shan was unfortunate, his face was on the ground first, and he slipped for a while. After he was sitting firmly, Li Zhanyuan saw that Uncle Shan was already touching his face with his hands. Obviously he was sober, and he murmured to himself. I am, no." Before he calmed down, he saw his grandson stepping forward quickly, and then, a huge slap came on the face. Pap! Pap! In the end, the grandchildren are here. Run Sheng pumped Lu Jingxia 4 times, and for his grandfather, he took it twice and stopped to see the effect. "Grandpa, have you woke up?" "Pooh!" Uncle Shan sprayed his face and spit out 2 teeth. "Haven't awake yet?" Seeing that his grandfather was also aggressive, Runzheng raised his slap again. Uncle Shan was scared and shouted, "Stop, I wake up, I wake up." "Grandpa, you finally woke up, I'm really scared." Run Sheng held Uncle Shan. "Uncle Shan." Seeing that Lu Jingxia and Uncle Shan were awake, Li Zhanyuan immediately went to find his own grandpa. This was what he cared about most. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Soon, he found it. But after seeing the grandfather, Li Zhanyuan was a little unbelievable. It wasn't because the grandfather was so miserable. On the contrary, Li Sanjiang still leaned against the original position and was in a snoring. He snoring and then slept well. It seemed that things around him had nothing to do with him, and it was not affected at all. Although Tai Ye was safe and happy, Li Zhanyuan was very happy, but this huge contrast between Lu Jingxia and Uncle Shan still puzzled Li Zhanyuan. Immediately, Li Zhanyuan thought of what happened on the first floor at home, and suddenly a guess was rising in his mind. Is it because the cat-faced lady is too afraid of Tei? Don't dare to do it at the grandfather? Chapter 15. The original speculation, when I saw the bowl on the ground in front of Li Sanjiang, it seemed to be further confirmed, because not only water in the bowl, but also 2 slices of fragrant leaves. If Li Sanjiang wants to drink water, there will be a table next to him, so as not to put on the ground. This is more like a respectable expression. If you drink tea, do not care if you lift your hand. Li Zhanyuan approached curiously, and said, "Is the grandfather pretending to sleep? But the question is, if the grandfather really doesn't want to care about this, why should you come to fast? If it was just to seal the money, why would Lu Jingxia and Uncle Shan come in together? After such a miserable money, I changed the money. Uncle Shan may be willing, but Lu Jingxia's family was pretty good. How could she be willing?" The contradiction of behavior logic made Li Zhanyuan's first impression of his own grandfather. Li Sanjiang! Li Sanjiang! Behind him, the roar of Uncle Shan came. He was full of blood, and he was holding an old teeth in his hand. "Oh, I'm going." Li Sanjiang was awakened, trembled directly, and almost didn't fall off the chair, and then looked around with some confused way. His eyes fell on the face of Uncle Shan. "Hey, are you looking like this ghost? Li Sanjiang, you are a beast, a beast." Uncle Shan was so angry for a while, and he was beaten again when he was Diaper's crotch. He turned his head and found that Li Sanjiang was still sleeping, and his eyes were sleeping. Almost fell asleep. I didn't take it up and sent myself away. Li Sanjiang looked at Lu Jingxia again. Seeing that Lu Jingxia's face was swollen like 2 pleated meat buns, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he almost didn't hold back the laugh. "Lu Blom, are you?" Lu Jingxia closed her eyes and didn't speak. She felt the cheeks hurt now when she spoke. She is also angry, but after all, she is from the same village. In fact, she has long noticed Li Sanjiang's ability. Although it is very unbalanced, she knows that it is reasonable. "Hey, what about the new family, why is it gone? Li Sanjiang is in a hurry, what about the master's family?" At this time, Uncle Shan had to forcibly let himself calm down. He wanted to grit his teeth, but he couldn't find his teeth. He could only bite his lips and say, "At more than 8 o'clock, Lu Blind told me that it was cold first, and then I realized that my position was in the wind." "What, all over half a year, can she still return to the soul? She is not a ghost, it's dead." "Dead? You make a fool. Can people buried in the soil for half a year can become dead? She is dead, her solace are leaked, and she walks with water stains. I fight with her for a while, and she is also the kind of water corpse. My eyes are not blind, and my nose is still there. Corpse, I can't admit my mistakes." "Then what?" "Then. I said, have you not done her? If I can make me 10 years younger." Below, Uncle Shan didn't talk about it anymore. He had never done the old lady of the cow, and she still had her way. It was really shameful. At this moment, he finally started to serve the old. Tonight, if there is not a reminder from Lu Blind, he may have just said directly, and even the process of fighting can be omitted directly. "I said, what about the cow family?" Li Sanjiang asked again that this is no longer a matter of money and no money. If you wait for his own fasting, it will cause the master's family to finish all the calves, the big guy's sign in these 10 miles and 8 townships will be smashed. Ask them to take fast? Runs hung, Niu Lian dug a hole in her old mother's grave. Then why didn't you save her? Run Sheng glanced at Li Zhanyuan, who stood there, and said, "If you are too late, I will bring Xiao Yuan here to wake you up. Go to the cemetery." Li Sanjiang patted the stool and looked at Uncle Shan and Lu Jingxia. "You two, stay here first and rest. This look is quite a feeling of how you are so uncomfortable." Uncle Shan's chest began to fluctuate again, and the emotions that had just recovered were stimulated again. Lu Jingxia looked calm, and even glanced at Uncle Shan. You have been working with him for so many years, and you have been suffering for so many years. Li Sanjiang ran towards the grave head with Runzheng and Li Zhanyuan. As soon as he ran to the field, he heard the voice. Mother, I'm hungry, Mother, I'm hungry, Mother, is the meal ready? A figure wearing Mai was running in front of him. It was Niu Rui. He opened his arms as if he was looking for his mother's arms. People who had over 50 next year seemed to be extraordinarily innocent. Grasp him! Li Sanjiang commanded Runzheng. He faced left, Runzheng faced to the right. The two blocked Niu Rui to run direction, and then rushed up together, and finally pressed Niu Rui under him. Let me go, I am looking for mother, I am looking for my mother. Niu Rui was still struggling, but she couldn't get rid of it. Mother, I'm Fu Hao, Mother, I'm Fu Hao. Niu Rui was just controlled, and Niu Fu's figure appeared in the distance. He cried and cried in the same way, his voice was so emotional, and he invested more than when he cried during the day. Li Sanjiang pressed Niu Rui and said to Runzheng, Go, catch Niu Fu. Grandpa, can you do it? Runzheng looked at Niu Rui, who was still struggling under the two. It's okay, I still have a child's strength. Although there was injuries on his body, he was very confident to hold a little old man Li Sanjiang. He carried his body for a lifetime and had long been clearing with the human joint. Essence. Okay. Runzheng left Niu Rui, rushed to Niu Fu, a flying flutter, and pressed Niu Fu under his body. Xiao Yuanho, find a rope and find a straw. Okay, Grandpa. Woohoo, Mother, my mother-in-law, oh, I'm dripping a mother-in-law, hissing. On the opposite field, a woman appeared. She was unkempt and covered with blood dirt, especially those hands, and the flesh seemed to be out of the bones like a bunch of pieces. She didn't know what happened, wrapped in something like water grass, dragging far on the ground. I saw her slowly falling all the way and moved towards the ditch in front. It's Niulian. She didn't be buried alive and ran out again, but looking at it like this, it was very like buried in, but she hadn't buried it, and gave herself out again. Seeing this, Li Sanjiang shouted to Li Qian, Xiao Yuanho, hurry to find a rope or straw. But the picture is that picture, but the voice falls in Li Zhanyuan's ear, Xiao Yuanho, catch her, don't let her fall into the ditch. Li Zhanyuan blinked his eyes, looked at the two positions in the division, each pressed the grandfather and Runzheng of a cow family, and looked at Niulian in the distance. He did not listen to the words Lord to catch Niulian, but ran to the shed. There were ropes, and Uncle Shan and Lu Jingxia. Although he was injured, he could not help him. The reason why I didn't catch Niulian was very simple. It was not because of her younger strength. In fact, Niulian felt more weak now. Children could really hold her with the belt on her. However, the three people were traveling together, but they had to be separated by each other at once. Li Zhanyuan instinctively felt uneasy, as if it was calculated. But just after running out for a long time, Li Zhanyuan stopped again. He suddenly realized that even if he didn't catch Niulian, wouldn't he run away? With a bleach blue, Li Zhanyuan turned around. In the distance behind this, there was only dark fields. Where is the figure of the grandfather and Runzheng? At this time, there was a sound of wooden fish sounded by the ears, and it was mixed with messy chanting scriptures, like the White Thing team performed in the mournful during the day. All around, there was another figure wearing a robe. They held various instruments and circled them around them. This feeling, like ears and eyes, are filled with miscellaneous objects, making people feel upset while gradually losing external perception. Li Zhanyuan raised his right hand and bit his right arm position, biting heavily, obviously that he had no power at all, and tooth-printing blood spreads on his forearm, but the pain was minimal. There is no way, Li Zhanyuan spread his palm, but he did not expect that he had just taught Runs Hung, and he would be used on himself so soon. However, without waiting for the slap to draw on his face, a man's voice came behind him. Well, you still have her way. Li Zhanyuan turned his head and saw Uncle Qin standing there. His appearance immediately gave himself a great sense of security. Uncle Qin reached out on Li Zhanyuan's shoulder. She is the death of cats and people, she is a corpse demon, and she is best at confusing people. Uncle, you can quickly rescue me. Well, rest assured, it's okay. Uncle Qin raised his right hand, and he was holding a black cat in his hand. The black cat broke half of his tail, blinded his eyes, and lamented with one leg. Although he showed a blockbuster rot, he was still struggling and moving. Is this the animal body that has become dead with the old Mrs. Niu? Uncle, have you already won it? It's not completely taken down. Uncle Qin showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. This thing is the same as your grandfather, and he was injured. Now the cat and the person have been separated. Go to find out the person, kill it together, this corpse monster will be solved. Then my grandfather. Several of the cattle family who had been threatened to threaten you, go to the old lady of Niu first, solve her, even if this matter is over, let's go, she is in the old house on the west of the village. Uncle Qin held the cat who was still struggling with his right hand, and his left hand took Li Zhanyuan's hand, and pulled Li Chaoyuan to west. Uncle, don't you say you don't support the sauce bottle. It's over 0 o'clock, your fasting is over, so I have nothing to do with your grandfather now. Now, I just happened to pass here and see the corpse demon. Oh, this, uncle, you are really amazing. Oh, I'm nothing, it's really amazing, you haven't seen it. This corpse monster is just a small character. Before liberation, the kind of great death in the rivers and lakes is the real big guy. That's really scary. The corpse monster is not amazing. What are the great deaths, then you talked about it. There are more, and those who have noble identity in ancient times were mastered by Shenjiang and turned into that kind of general. They often had the ability to mobilize the soul of water breaks in the river, and could control ghosts. There are also areas specifically specializing in water burial customs. It should have been gathered in small watersheds, but due to the changes in the river water to change the road, take off the original binding, flow into other areas, carry the coffin, and raise resentment to form a role similar to the corpse king. Every time such a thing is born, it will be accompanied by natural disasters. The hardest to deal with is some of the Suanmen people who cultivate evil. They go the crooked way, take themselves as a carrier, and seal themselves for themselves to solve another way. The strongest and most domineering is the most difficult to cook, because it can understand what are the means for living people to deal with it. Li Zhanyuan looked up and asked curiously, Uncle, these deaths are so powerful, but now they can't see it. Who is it destroyed? Uncle Qin gave the answer, they are all destroyed by the right path. Li Zhanyuan silently pulled his hand from Uncle Qin's palm and stopped. Uncle Qin detected that he stopped and looked back at the boy. And Li Zhanyuan didn't look at Uncle Qin, his eyes were just at the disabled black cat in the hand held by Uncle Qin. The black cat's eyes are green, and from time to time, the blood is glowing, full of resentment. Xiao Yuan, why don't you leave? Uncle Qin asked. Li Zhanyuan noticed that when Uncle Qin spoke, the black cat's damaged lips also moved. Xiao Yuan, what's wrong with you? Uncle Qin bent down, looked at Li Zhanyuan, and at the same time he put his right arm behind the boy, as if he was hugging and comforting him. Li Zhanyuan immediately noticed that there was a pair of furry paws, touched his neck, and immediately avoided him, driving away from Uncle Qin. Xiao Yuan, what's wrong with you? Uncle Qin's tone became severe. In his eyes, the black cat's eyes suppressed the green. Xiao Yuan, you obedient, go with me, let's solve this matter together so that you can completely get rid of the danger. This time, Uncle Chin's lips were just small, and the black cat's mouth kept opening and closed. This scene made Li Zhanyuan recall a strange performance that he had seen at the Kula school. The performer stood on the stage with the doll. When he spoke, the doll kept opening and closed. It seemed like it was like dolls speak and communicate. However, in front of my eyes, it seems that the stage performance is reversed. Gradually, Uncle Chin was quiet, and the cat was quiet. They seemed to find that the child had already seen through. Uncle Chin began to show a strange smile on his face, and the cat's mouth was cracking, and blood dripping along the corner of his mouth. Immediately, everything in Li Zhanyuan's gaze became bloody, whether they looked at them, or other directions, they had a layer of blood stains. Li Zhanyuan stood in place, his fists clenched. He was scared, but he was not scared to run everywhere, nor yelled. In a series of descriptions of the corpse monster, such as the corpse demon, the most often mentioned sentence is that the corpse fish must not be calm and cannot be led by it. The more panic you are, the more you have the opportunity to take advantage of it. Moreover, at this time, you can't close your eyes, and closing your eyes is a kind of timidity and abandonment, which is equivalent to handing all the initiative. Li Ziwen's forehead kept sweating, swallowing from time to time, his breathing gradually faster, and the whole person was standing on the stove and was being burned. However, in his mind, the picture he dreamed with the transfer ceremony with the grandfather that night appeared in his mind. In the picture, he stood on the bed at home, surrounded by a corpse. Everything is afraid of comparison. When you are determined that all this is fake, when you can use the real dreams of the goods to add coating yourself, the scene in front of you is not so scary. Black Cat's smile gradually converged, and Uncle Chin took 2 steps backwards. The whole person rotted at a very fast speed. A few blinks, he left only a pool of sewage. Suddenly, all the hallucinations around were dissipated, and the evening breeze brought fresh air. Li Zhanyuan was loosened and began to breathe. Black Cat returned to freedom, and it jumped and dragged his body to Li Zhanyuan, looking up at him. Li Zhanyuan lowered his head and stared at it. One cat, fell into a silent gaze. Those who took the lead in breaking the quietness were Li Zhanyuan. What do you do? Li Sanjiang's behavior logic has confused Li Zhanyuan, and a series of behaviors of this corpse monster made Li Zhanyuan feel incredible. Is it revenge? The black cat seemed to sigh. It seemed very tired. It opened his mouth and should be talking, but he couldn't speak, probably because Uncle Chin was gone. It used cat's claws to wave against Li Chaoyuan, and then dragged the residue along the path west. Li Zhanyuan stood in place and didn't keep up. After the black cat walked out of the distance, stopped, turned around, and looked at Li Zhanyuan. In the cat's eyes, it rushed out of ridicule. But Li Zhanyuan still didn't move. He had a strong knowledge of knowledge, but he did not have the curiosity at the moment of uncertainty, and he had no extra goodness. Meow! Black Cat screamed, and the sound seemed to be a child crying. It was angry, but this time the anger was facing Li Chaoyuan without lethality and was full of anger. Do you want me to go with you? The black cat nodded. But I have no reason to go with you. Black Cat raised his paw, facing the front, pushed it. For the first time, Li Zhanyuan didn't understand. After a few more times, Li Zhanyuan understood. It refers to the last time on the first floor of the birthday, and the old Mrs. Niu pushed herself away from the wake-up at the last moment. At that time, Mrs. Niu gave her back to the zombie and said simply, "Grandma sent you away first." Although the old lady Niu did not die in the end, she was still alive, but Li Zhanyuan did not think that the picture and actions, and the kind of goodwill that the old lady finally released, was performed. Because, whether it was performed, he could see, because he was often. Damn! Li Zhanyuan squatted down, lowered his head, and hugged his head with both hands. He really hates this idea that will come out inadvertently, because this idea will continue to deny his current identity, and at the same time break away from the interpersonal relationship around him. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. And once this situation develops, he will be rejected by all irrational and correct behaviors around him. Family, friendship, and all warmth in the society are just a waste of time. He will become cold, like a school computer room, the large flashing processor in Lifa. In the end, he will become a mother. He would dislike himself like this, just like his mother, and hate herself. He suddenly understood why his mother took herself to see the psychologist again and again when she was a child, because her mother saw that her son inherited the same illness as her. The black cat seemed to move at this time, and its eyes were flowing. It had been carried by the boy before, but now it seems that the boy's reaction now seems to be a better opportunity. But in the end, it did not do so, not because of its kindness, but because it felt a fear. It seemed to be confusing to the current boy, which would cause unimaginable terrible consequences. Li Zhanyuan kept thinking about his interpersonal relationships and kept telling himself, even hypnotizing himself, who he was and what his relatives had. It's just this time, occasionally mixed with Qin Li's name. Li Zhanyuan rubbed his face with his strength, as if he wanted to retake his identity and substitution. He stood up and took a deep breath. When he looked at the black cat again, the black cat saw the warmth of the teenager from his eyes. Kind. Black cat's eyes began to widen. At this time, it was a little unclear. Who is the corpse demon? Do you need me to help? Then take me to find the old lady. Black cat nodded and continued to move forward. This time, the boy behind followed. When there was a small ditch, there were no signs, and the black cat suddenly disappeared. This ditch is familiar with Li Chaoyuan. When he came here during the day, he was still washed here. In order to let Qin Shu stay, he did not hesitate to sit in the front of the stone in front of the stone. There were 3 concrete boards on the ditch for people to pass. Li Zhanyuan walked to the board and looked around, but the black cat was still not found. But since it wants to take itself to a place, it should not be disappeared halfway. Li Zhanyuan lowered his head and looked at the gap between the cement board under his feet. Below is the flowing flow. At this time, the water flow appeared, and an old lady's face slowly emerged, and she looked at Li Zhanyuan through the gap between the cement board. She is hidden here. Even if he was psychologically prepared, this way of appearance still made Li Zhanyuan feel a cold back, but he still tolerated his inside uncomfortable and squeezed a smile on the face of the person below. Wow! The water flow continued, and the old lady's face also fluttered in the direction of the flowing water. After leaving the cement plate range, the loud sound of water sounded. She stood up in the ditch, and the ditch was very deep. She was very short. She shouldn't walk under the water, but she was more like a floating position standing. Only the parts above the shoulders are still on the water. It was not like seeing her at the birthday feast. At that time, although she was thin and skinny, she was still personal. But now, there are only a little cloth strip left on her clothes, and her body is rotten in a large area, and she can even see the traces of many wormholes and rats. As if the water flow in the ditch can be completely scattered, she can completely scatter her. This is her body, because there is no coffin shelter at the time of burial, so it has become like this. She drifted in the water, and Li Zhanyuan followed the road. With her body, she can speak. If you only listen to the text description, this scene should be very kind and warm. In the summer of the summer, the old grandmother accompanies her little grandson to speak. But if it is paired with a real picture, it is enough to make people look numb. When she was very young, she was trafficked into the Niu family as a child's career. She didn't even have her surname. Her man walked early. She was a child who had raised her alone. At that time, she was not starved to death or died. After her child grows up, she will bring the child to the child and continue to bring their grandson again. At that time, she was able to do housework, to see children, cooking and doing some farm work. She was very satisfied. She felt that she was still useful and useful for her children. She is such a person. When she was a child, she had no surnames. When she was old, she lived for a lifetime, and she did not have a moment of herself. It was like a stroller wheel. The way to go is a little faster, the bumpy road, stumbling, can also pass. She has never complained, and she thinks that this life should be like this. Later, she was old, couldn't see the child, couldn't do farm work, and couldn't even burn the stove. His children, grandson, all felt that she was useless and was a burden. Unfortunately, she can live, even if she never goes to her children to help, even if she drinks cold water and eats food, she still looks like a gecko in the gap of the wall and has been alive. She likes to bask in the sun, sitting in the yard, and the sun is half a day. That day, she saw me, an old, ugly and disabled cat. Obviously she lived hard, but she still adopted me. What she ate, what I would eat. She will hold me to bask in the sun, talk to me, talk about her young thing, talk about her children's father, and she has forgotten the man who looks like. She would talk about the child's funny thing when she was a child, and said that her eldest son would enjoy blessing to him in the future, so that she would not have to do anything in the future, so she would come up on the meal. It is said that the second son wants to make new clothes for her every season, and no longer need to wear old clothes. It is said that the little daughter would buy her gold jewelry like other women in the village and let her wear it every day. Every time she says this, she is very happy, but as a cat, I know that she has not come to see her for a long time. Later, she was sick. But her broken wooden wheels, even if there are more cracks, do not scatter. I came from Murakami, and saw her like this, shouted her children, asking for the elderly. The children had disliked her for a long time, and she was not willing to die until now. How could she support her? Yes, they blame her with poor their children, as if all their own unsuccessfulness and puppets are because of her. But the village was tight again, and they were unwilling to pretend. Just tacitly locked her in the old house. Look. This is the front. Following the ditch, Li Zhanyuan has gone out for a long distance. In front of him, there is a 3-open bungalow. The left and right rooms have collapsed, and they are still reluctant to stand in the middle. The door of the house has long been torn, and the door god on top has long been dark. Mrs. Niu came out of the ditch. She was wet and stood in front of the door without rushing to push the door in, but looked around with mist. They come in to deliver food every day. They look at the villagers, but they come in empty bowls. No matter how hard she begs, she can't ask for a sip of rice. Each of her 2 sons had a reason, saying that their children would not agree, saying that it was not because of her, how many good futures they should have. Facing her hungry, her 2 sons seemed to have been wronged by the sky, and she was the wicked man with a heavy sin. But she was still too able to boil. She drinks dew, eat moss, bug climbing in the house, everything she can find in the house, whether she can eat or eat, as long as she can swallow, she will go into her mouth. Plug. She could really live, always hanging that breath, like a tough weeds. I looked at her pitifully, and even more pitiful, she still remembered to divide me half of the bugs that had been caught. She was still thinking about feeding me, no matter how difficult she was. It's like that year, she worked hard to feed a child. Ha ha ha, hey he he he. Mrs. Niu laughed, and the gaps out of the snake worm ants on her face gradually grew thin hair. At this time, the face of this cat face seemed not so scary. Because of it, the real ugliness was covered. Li Zhanyuan suddenly asked, "Have you eaten her meat?" The old lady of the cat nodded, "I'm eating." Squeak! The door of the house is automatically opened, and the harsh friction sounds. With the opening of the door, the sound of being banned inside before it appeared. Brothers and sisters of the new family, kneeling on the bed with white rope, wrapped in black yarn, wearing hemp, and was crying. Everything is like when doing fasting during the day. Li Zhanyuan was a little puzzled. Since the brothers and sisters of the new family are here, what is it? However, the ability of Lenovo's corpse demon, Li Zhanyuan may be sober. In fact, he has never completely woke up, just like he did not return to reality after waking up in a dream, but entered a new dream. The most obvious sign is Uncle Qin has never seen him since he didn't see it. The previous Uncle Qin was read by the corpse demon. It even read the rivers and lakes' strange records in his heart. He also read it for himself. Niu Lao Tai pointed at Niu Fu and said, when he was a kid, he was sick. It was her. When he was carrying him, he asked the doctor to see a doctor regardless of the wind. When there was no money to catch the medicine, she gave the doctor a hoe and washed the doctor's house to cut firewood. Immediately afterwards, Mrs. Niu pointed at Niu Rui again. When he was young, he hit a group and killed someone. She went to the man's father and old lady, and helped them to the end of the elderly. I really send the father and mother to send it away. In the end, Niu Lao pointed at Niu Lian. When separating, he cried and said that he was also her child. He could not be eccentric. If he said that if the brothers did not give her the elderly, they took her to her home. Order something, 3 class points, divide. Speaking, Niu Lao turned his head too much, looked at Li Zhanyuan, and smiled. Do you know how this Niu Lotus did? Because she was too alive, Niu Lian felt that it was too much trouble to do this every day. That night, when Niu Lian came to delivery, Niu Lian dragged her down from the bed and threw it into the front ditch. The next day, she said that her old lady walked into the ditch. In fact, she was almost starved at that time, and everyone couldn't say anything. But in the end, she was thrown into the water, drowned. She drifted in the water at that time, and I followed her as sure as you used to follow her. In the end, I jumped on her, and I started eating her meat. She actually had no meat anymore, and she couldn't move, all of which were bones. But I just wanted to bite her, just want to eat her. I am angry. Why should she be so stupid? How can there be such a stupid person in this world? Then, you died together. Yes, I didn't expect to be like this. We died, but we live again, and it turned like that. I think it may be because she is so stupid that even God can't even stand it. Li Zhanyuan finally asked the question he wanted to ask. What are you doing? The old lady of the cat face was revealing. I want to get revenge. I want to avenge her, this white-eyed wolf. Why do you have a face to continue alive? But, you are clearly capable of revenge. Why have you never done it? Hearing this problem, the old lady of the cat looked at Li Zhanyuan a little doubtful. At the birthday party that day, what you said to me, I thought it was what you said on this way to please me. True ideas. But shouldn't you have this idea? You will not allow external evils to harm the living people, no matter how the living people, how sinful. This is your way, and it will be anti-taboo if you violate it. You are a grandfather, haven't you taught you? Lord taught me? Li Zhanyuan thought about it, but the grandfather obviously led himself to the beard's house with himself that night. And after the incident, Tai Yet also put his left hand with a cigarette with his waist and his right hand, and said cheerfully that he could eat a table for a few days. Is it the Tao of the grandfather, unlike others? No, now it's your business. You have done so many things, why don't you get revenge? The old lady's face began to distort it. In her body, there was a crispy ring of gaggling. Some dead earthworms and mice kept slipping from her body and stacked on the ground. Immediately afterwards, she almost roared in a tone that containing grievances and disappointment. I want to get revenge, I want to get revenge, but do you know what you are most angry about? She, with me, is one, we are one. Although I was dominated, she was actually gone, but her instinct stayed with me. I can feel that as long as I killed one of the people, her instinct would wake me up, and I would no longer have a chance to start with the other two. So, do you want to kill these three? Nonsense, I don't want to let go of which one of them. I don't want to make three choices. I want them to get all the punishment retribution. Li Zhanyuan, don't kill one. What? Old Mrs. Niu heard her words, holding Li Zhanyuan's shoulders with both hands, almost to be stubborn to Li Zhanyuan's neck, and said. Xie, do you know, what are you talking about? Because there is no need to kill at all, she can't be able to sip you. What's the meaning? Li Zhanyuan looked at the old cat face at hand and smiled. One disabled, one sick, crazy one. Then watch the good children who are educated by themselves, how do they care for them carefully? This is the best for them. Retribution. Chapter 16. The cat-faced lady stared at Li Zhanyuan very shocked. She couldn't believe it, just now, she would say it from the child in front of her. Her hands unconsciously let go of the shoulders she had caught before, and her body also took a small step back slightly. At this moment, she even started to doubt. Why is it like the child who only knows his temper? He and him. Who is the death? He said very confident, crisp, and he didn't stop, he was still going on. For the disabled, pay attention to the disabled parts. It is best to be paralyzed by the half-body. According to the conditions here, it is impossible to give him a wheelchair. No one will specialize in production to push him everywhere. After paralysis, he could only lie on the bed, curled up in a dirty mattress, and people needed care for people to eat and drink. He had to speak, he had to cry, and his hands had to pick up dongzi to vent. In this way, it can be lively, interactive, and rich experience. The old lady of the cat nodded, and her hands unconsciously settled the clothes she had previously grasped by herself, but she was dirty and dirty the boy's clothes, so she even felt a little frustrated. The one who gets sick, note that it is not at the beginning. It is necessary to make a disease that can be repeatedly controlled, and it can take care of it at the price, but it will never be cured. To control the degree of disease, it cannot be fatal, but it can make people feel painful. It is also necessary to control the frequency of the onset. After each cure, let him rest for a while and let him experience the preciousness of health. However, this interval should not be too long, so that he cannot have a complete use of labor cycle, and cannot give him opportunities to create value for the family. In this way, he himself, his family, can be caught in a vicious circle of internal consumption in the repeated torture and treatment investment of the disease, which is more likely to stimulate family contradictions, tear off the disguise, and reveal the ugliness of human nature. The cat-faced old lady stepped back in 2 steps again, with both hands in front of her, and asked. Also, are you still? The most important thing is that the crazy one can't be completely crazy, and it is too cheap to be crazy, which is equivalent to her unknown at all, which is equivalent to liberating her. This is boring. To make it into that indirect crazy, for most of the day, she has to be normal, but she will be crazy for a while, but her craziness must have strong aggressiveness. I think her family should perform mandatory control measures like her to her mother. Give her enough sober time to scold, sorrow, curse, and hysteria. She should regret it. We don't need to understand her into her, but treat her repentance as one of the source of happiness and enjoy it. Speaking of which, Li Zhanyuan nodded himself. Details that need to be paid attention to. At present, what else do you want to add suggestions? Old lady cat face, no. Actually, this plan was originally risky. In case of the descendants of their 3, what really happened? However, it should not be that the grandchildren of the old lady felt that the old lady lived for too long, sucked their luck and ruined their future. This kind of girl should still make people feel at ease. Old lady of cat, well, Heart is peaceful, heart is so peaceful. Then do you think this plan is? Ah? Okay, very good, I will do it according to your instructions. At this time, Li Zhanyuan saw the old lady's face began to rose to rises, a bit like the dry ice that was volatile on the stage. What's wrong with you? The rising black gas began to converge quickly. Because this plan is so good, it's so good to think about it. My grievances actually have a trend to dissipate. Then can you persist? Yes, my grievances are very heavy. I think, when they all come to the due retribution, I can be completely relieved. So, you have always been painful. At all times, it is like a torment in the oil and torture. If I can't speak, if I don't have a mind, I may feel a lot better, but unfortunately, I have this pain, which will be several times. It's so pitiful. No, not pitiful, no, it's me. It is not easy for me to exist and be born. Although I look up at the sky every time I look up, I feel panic and fear, but I thank him. Li Zhanyuan looked at the old lady in front of him. In fact, he was not looking at the old lady, but that black cat. The old lady worked hard to raise children, and helped them bring their grandchildren. But in the end, I really felt the old lady's kindness, and I even suffered a huge daily torment for the old lady. It was actually the ugly and disabled old cat that the old lady received. Perhaps the biggest difference between humans and beasts is that the lower limit of people can be lower than beasts. It's just, you're sure you tell, mention that you can do it yourself. Am I? Li Zhanyuan shook his head. How could I have something wrong? I'm obviously doing good. Doing good? Yes. Li Zhanyuan pointed to the brother and sister of the Niu family who was still kneeling in the house, and continued to explain. You have to kill them, but I saved their lives. Isn't this doing good? The old lady of the cat opened her mouth and exposed her rotten teeth. Also, can you explain this way? Actually, I haven't got started yet. I am still reading the basic book. In fact, I don't know if I explain it like this right. I want to know the result. I can only wait for me to go back and continue to read the book. I am still young. I have to study hard in this regard. Old cat face, do you want to continue to learn? Well, want. Thank you. Don't thank you, I advise you to do this, and I have my own selfishness. My grandfather came to the Niu family to take fast. As a result, if the people died unexpectedly today, the signboards they depended on my grandfather would be smashed. Lord, he is really nice to me. Actually, you are a grandfather, you have already lifted your hand. What? Old lady of cat, don't worry, I know what to do. Li Zhanyuan showed a childlike innocent smile, thank you grandma. At this time, a shout came from the distance. Li Zhanyuan waved his hand on the cat face, and then walked to the road. Xiao Yuanho! Xiao Yuanho! Where are you, Xiao Yuanho? Hearing the shouting of the people in the distance, Li Zhanyuan was very comfortable and enjoyable. When he first came to his hometown, he was not used to adding a ho behind his name. But usually the elders call themselves like this. In the tone of the local dialect, the elders at home are the kind and love of the elders at home. Professor Su of the Chinese Department of the Family Institute is Cantonese. He said that with the flow of economic development, dialects will gradually withdraw from the historical stage. Panzi Lei Xiangzi, they are also talking about Mandarin in school. Therefore, Li Qianyuan knew that when the old people gradually passed away, this sound shouted his Xiao Yuanho. In the future, he can only go to the depths of memory to find out. Master! Lao! Li Zhanyuan raised his hand and started to respond. Li Sanjiang and Runzheng ran over, and behind the uncle, Lu Jingxia, and some villagers behind him. Xiao Yuanho, are you okay? Li Sanjiang touched Li Zhanyuan from head to toe, confirming that his great-grandson had no short legs. Runchen's face was sweaty, and he smiled happily. The two of them caught Niu Fu Niu Rui before, but after a while, they found that the two of them actually pressed two binding straws. Looking up again, Xiao Yuanhou disappeared, so he was anxious to come out immediately. Uncle Shan was injured, but he consciously could still help him. Lu Jingxia didn't plan to come out, but she didn't dare to stay in the shed alone. As for these villagers behind, many of them heard the shouts voluntarily came out to help look for her, and more villagers gathered here. I have to say that the folk customs here are still very simple, but no matter how good the fruit trees are, it is impossible to avoid some crooked fruits. Some of the villagers have begun to call the Niu family. The family of the Niu family's brothers and sisters has seen the people who have not returned so long, and they have begun to go out to find Master, in the old house. Li Zhanyuan pointed in Li Sanjiang's arms to make sure that only Tai Ye could hear it. Li Sanjiang nodded and pushed Li Zhanyuan to Lu Jingxia, and he raised a peachwood sword, and suddenly became a lot of shore. Li Zhanyuan saw clearly, it was the one he brought. Come, we have a lot of people, the big guys rush to me, kill, save people. Li Sanjiang took the lead in rushing towards the old house, and Run Sheng followed up without saying. Uncle Shan stomped his feet and bit his lips. The villagers in the back were a little timid. They helped come out to find the puppets and they were willing, but they could rush down that kind of thing. They were really scared. But in the end, there were many people, and hesitated, and slowly followed. However, after Li Sanjiang rushed in, there was a harsh owl and fighting sound in the old house. During the period, it seemed that the old lady screamed and screamed. Some villagers heard it, this is the voice of the old lady. But the old Mrs. Niu was dead, and has been dead for half a year? In these battle, no matter how brave villagers, they did not dare to go forward. They could only stand in place and wait for the results. Fortunately, the screams gradually stopped. After a while, Li Sanjiang carried one, Runsheng carried the two, and walked out of the old locust tree before the house. People are rescued. God, the Niu family is really here. I was closed down. Li Sanjiang dumped the Niu Lian on his back, and a sounded, Niu Lian fell directly on the road of Shizi. Runsheng has the same way, loosen his arms, Niu Fu and Niu Rui slipped to the end, each rolling and lying down. A group of villagers came up to see the strangeness, and asked about it. This is the discussion after dawn. It is also an important experience in the villages and other realms. At that time road. Well, all of you just said, it's not a matter, I said that a village happened that year. The brother and sister of this Niu family suddenly disappeared, and they all appeared in the old house. Now they are still unconscious. Isn't it clear that it is an evil thing? The gangs looked at Li Sanjiang and others, and with admiration and respect, he kept serving as compliments. This is really a big deal. Who can guarantee that he will not encounter a days in his life? Even if you haven't met, what about your family and relatives? This kind of special person will treat it politely as long as the brain does not enter the water. Uncle Shan watched Li Sanjiang, who was standing in front of the front and was touted by everyone. As soon as he rushed in with him, he saw an old lady standing at the door of the old house. As a result, the old lady of the cat did not know what madness, and rushed in front of Li Sanjiang, and rushed to Li Sanjiang's hands on the peach sword, and pierced it directly. Then there was a ghost crying, the old lady called, and finally, it was gone. At that time, Uncle Shan himself couldn't wait to give himself a slap to see if he was blind. One of them could confuse himself and others to turn himself, letting himself learn dogs peeing. Was it destroyed like this? Li Sanjiang himself was a little surprised. He also stretched out his hand and played the peach sword in his hand. It should be true peach wood, the quality of the state-owned furniture factory is really believed. Nympho. Let's give up, let's make it. Li Sanjiang pointed his 3 people lying on the ground. They were stolen and not awakened yet. They pour it on. In fact, Li Sanjiang knew that Lu Bluz was best at removing, but once Lu Bluz was injured, he was not in good condition. Second, he knew what he was in his heart. At present, the villagers are divided into 2 dials. One is responsible for lift the cow family's brothers and sisters back to the sheds of fasting, and the other to dig out porcelain tanks to prepare gold juice. Essence. In the shed, it was full of it. Some of the villagers who were still sleeping were also passively awakened or woke up by the neighborhood. They came to see the fun together. During the day, it was deserted when he was doing fasting here, and the head was surging in the middle of the night. Uncle Shan and Lu Jingxia sat on the chair, and the villagers were booing and warmly. In the eyes of the villagers, the 2 are not sure that they are injured when they fight against death. Some children's eyes were sharp and saw the wet pants of the Uncle Shan, which was reprimanded by his own adults, saying that it was soaked in the water that was soaked in the water after the death of the dead. There was a villager who passed by the grave to make a conversation, saying that the grave of the old Mrs. Niu was dug, and nothing was inside. This news immediately pushed the discussion atmosphere in the shed to a climax, which was more lively than when the open-air movie. The busiest is Li Sanjiang. He is continuing to hold the Taomujian and keep walking around to do the law. His movements are not so standardized, and they are not unprecedented and elegant. They are much worse than the Taoist monks in the white team, but the villagers know that the white thing team is bluffing the nature of people. The old talents in front of them are there is a real skill. Li Sanjiang chopped here, stabbed over there, walked and stopped, and thought of some old words in his mouth. These words were very vague. In Li Zanyuan's ear, it was a bit like the Yang family general in the radio listened to the radio when Tai Ye took a terrace at night. Li Sanjiang was full of sleep, and so many people around him paid attention to applause, and he danced more vigorously. When a smell came, Li Sanjiang closed his hand decisively. Well, the atmosphere of the ghost has been removed, the demon is clear, everyone is assured, it will be okay here in the future. Everyone applauded together. Li Sanjiang stood up with a sword, with a subtle smile. He also knew that the previous set of action performances were meaningless, but he did not collect additional money. Essence. The golden juice with a plastic barrel was sent, and the fog was rose, and it was still hot. Many villagers nearby have started to read it after smelling the taste. Some people have even spit out, but so Rao is so, no one wants to avoid leaving. Especially when I stood in the inner circle, the taste was the strongest, but I still looked at my nose seriously. This is really the smell of smelling, looking at the incense. Li Sanjiang had a storm in his stomach, but he still had to stand up to the villagers. Several good villagers had a wet cloth entangled on their noses. They first picked out the mouth of the Niu family's brothers and sisters, and then poured him carefully with a big spoon of the piglet. This hand does not shake at all. It is really stable, and the dishes have not fallen or overflowing. Just like the hot water for the water bottle, you can also hear the sound of dripping down. The first Niu Fu woke up, and he lay on the ground. Later, Niu Rui and Niu Lian. Soon, brothers and sisters vomited together, and their own children also brought clean water for their mouthwash. The surrounding villagers laughed and praised them one by one. Although the taste was not good, it was really spirit. When the brother and sister of the Niu family vomited, or gradually adapted, they cried and ran to the front of Li Sanjiang and kneeled down, holding Li Sanjiang's legs for a while. They remembered a little when they were in the incident. They all saw that their old lady was going to find her life. If Li Sanjiang and others were fast here today, they were afraid they would really be brought by the ruthless and cruel lady. Go down. This is crying for his own escape, so he cries so much. Niu Lian is even more in a word, and he praises Li Sanjiang into his own regenerative parents. The 2 brothers of her too were repeated when they were crying during the day, and they repeated the end of the sound of their sisters, like harmony. Li Sanjiang worked hard to push them away. One was to abandon the current taste of them, and the other was that when their regenerative parents Li Sanjiang felt obscure, where is this thanks, it is obviously cursing themselves. However, with the appearance of Brother Niu's brother and sister who woke up, it was in the hearts of the villagers. He brought Uncle Lu Jingxia and others to Li Sanjiang, and put another layer of halo. After that, I am afraid that the people in this village or the people near the village will go to Siyuan village to find a corpse person in Siyuan village. After crying and talking, Li Sanjiang received the end of the brothers and sisters of the Niu family. In fact, there are not many end models, because the rules of such things are given most of them in advance, but this time the end is extra thick, it is really small. It seems that the brother and sister of this Niu family, that is, to pick the door to their old ladies, to be tightened to their lives and outsiders. Uncle Shan squeezed the red envelope, his lips couldn't hold it, and he exposed the black cricket's teeth. But I turned my head and found that Li Sanjiang's hand was much thicker than himself, and it was a chest tightness. Lu Jingxia was okay, not so happy, and not so sad. It just felt like the pain on his face was still hot, and he didn't know if his face was not thick, or the boy named Runzheng was not merciful to himself. Brothers and sisters of Niu family also wanted to recognize Li Sanjiang as a godfather, and Li Sanjiang refused without hesitation. For this reason, Li Sanjiang also pulled out a set of life theory, saying that he was born with a lonely life without children, and it was not suitable for doing dry relatives. This set of rhetoric Lu Jingxia was familiar with it, and the people who were a bit of a business image were in the body. Before leaving, Li Sanjiang also specifically told and reminded the Cao family brothers and sisters. Anyone, what did you do, account, was regained by God. This time I rescued you in violation of the rules. Next, you have to do good things, do good deeds, and work hard. If you are uncomfortable and not pure, you will have to encounter some misfortune in the near future. That's not what I can manage, and I can only help here. This is actually just a official saying in the industry. It first accepts the current profit and name, and then clarify the dry department with the future. However, these words were retrospecting by the villagers soon, and once again thumbs up Li Sanjiang's ability, and some people shouted the respect of Li Lao Shen Xian. So that the family of the Niu family brothers and sisters later respectfully invited Li Sanjiang to see a doctor. However, this is all later, and for the time being, not to show. In short, the messy things were completely over at 4 in the morning. Runzheng launched the car. Li Sanjiang, Uncle Shan, and Lu Jingxia sat in order. Li Chaoyuan also thought about going up, but heard the car ringing from behind him. Looking back, it was Uncle Qin. Lao, I went to Uncle Qin's car. Go back and rest early. In front of the 28th Barbaria, Uncle Qin picked him up and placed it on the front bars. Then he pushed a pedal and turned over to the car. It was a bit sleepy. Uncle Qin looked down at the boy in his arms. Some surprises, he didn't ask himself if he was always present. This led to the preparation of your own rhetoric and failed to come in handy. From Shigong to Siyuan village, the fish belly has been glowing in the sky. Uncle, rest early. Well, you also go to bed early. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Li Zhanyuan ran into the house, came to the second floor, and went directly to take a bath. In the bedroom of the east house, Qin Li, who was sleeping, heard the movement of the dams upwards and sat up. Sleep, don't see him now, he just returned, and he was tired. Let him take a good rest. You go to him now, and he has to distinguish him with his mind and energy to treat you. It's okay once or twice, and the number of times is too many. I can't stand it. I feel annoying. Qin Li looked at Lu Yumei with doubts in her eyes. Good, child, Grandma will not lie to you. When you want to play with a playmate for a long time, you feel comfortable and happy when you have two people together. Do you understand? Qin Li lay back. By the way, don't go into his house too hurriedly in the morning, wait for him to wake you up again, it's best, let him come down to pick you up. Qin Li's eyelashes lying on the bed began to shake. Okay, when he wakes up out of the bedroom door, you will go up. Qin Li closed her eyes and started to sleep. Lu Yumei helped the granddaughter to cover the quilt, and walked to the middle house, opened the door, and Qin Li stood at the door. After coming in, Qin Li whispered what happened today. Lu Yumei nodded, and Qin Li left. Why? Lu Yumei looked sideways and looked at the tablet. She had the habit of chatting with the tablets every day, but she was interrupted by a taste as soon as she was brewing. It was the duck egg that was opened on the ling tang. The weather, all have begun to smell. Nympho. When Li Zhanyuan took a shower, the grandfather hadn't returned yet, and he fell asleep on the bed in the bedroom himself. When I woke up, it was almost noon. He looked at the chair in the bedroom, but did not see the figure, and he was a little lost. I don't know what clothes she wore today. Get up, hold the wash basin, and open the door, and there is no standing at the door. There is no figure on the bench in the northeast corner. Li Zhanyuan walked to the terrace and looked down. The girl was wearing a chest-lined skirt today, lined with red, her skirt goose yellow, her hair was soft on their shoulders, dressed than usual, a little more lively and playful. She still sat in the threshold and a pair of embroidered shoes stepped on the threshold. What the girl felt, raised her head, looked at the second floor. Stable, A Li. Qin Li stood up and walked towards the room. Lu Yumei sighed with her head in her back. Qin Li came to Li Zhanyuan on the second floor and looked at him. I came back late last night and fell asleep. After explaining, Li Zhanyuan began to wash, then held Qin Li's hand, went downstairs, and was about to be at the meal. He was hungry. The downstairs were very lively. Li Sanjiang, Uncle Shan, and Lu Jingxia had already drank a plate of peanut rice and a bowl of fish. Lu Jingxia and Uncle Shan were bandaged on the wounds, and plaster was applied on his face. They did not go to the clinic. Especially Lu Jingxia. Many people still came to her to treat the disease. However, Lu Jingxia has always been a bit of a matter of doing things. He knows how many pounds and a few pounds. Every time he drinks the runes that he uses boiling water to mix with sugar and then mixes the black sesame paste. It is clear that this is just a little pair of doctors. Li Zhanyuan knew that it should be Aunt Lu who gave them medicine. Last time Aunt Lu gave her medicine, and her craftsmanship was very good. What about Runzheng? Runzheng. Uncle Shan made a whine hiccup and was about to speak, and when he was about to speak, he saw that Runzheng and Qin Shu came back from the field together. Runzheng, go to farm. Looking at him with sweat stains on his feet, Li Zhanyuan suddenly felt like he was a bit of idle rice, although it was indeed. Eat, eat. Aunt Lu greeted everyone for dinner. Lu Yumei at one table, Li Sanjiang, one table, Li Zhanyuan sat with Qin Li, and Runzheng sat alone. His table was in the lonely corner, with a large rice bowl in front of him, and the dishes poured into the large table in the basin, and there was a thick fragrance of the arms on it. Runzheng laughed very satisfied. I don't know if it is a food or a fragrant candle, or there is no difference in his eyes. Therefore, not everyone is isolated him, but that the big incense has to be smoked when it is close, and he can't eat at all. Li Sanjiang also joked with Uncle Shan. Hey, look, Run Chenkao's meal is getting bigger and bigger. In the future, you cannot burn the pagoda fragrance directly. Uncle Shan hummed twice, stuffed his head in porridge. He doesn't want to eat it now and wants to eat it, because his teeth are gone. After a meal, Li Zhanyuan took Qin Li back to the old place on the second floor to read books. At this time, a tricycle came up on the dam, Li Juxiang was riding a bike, and Kui Kui was sitting behind. Mom! Milk! As soon as the mother and daughter came in, they ran in front of Lu Jingxia and watched Lu Jingxia anxiously concerned. It seems that Lu Jingxia returned here in the morning and cured the injury and then hid it. He was afraid that his family was worried, so he didn't go home first. Mom is okay, it's okay. The milk is good, don't cry. Lu Jingxia soothed her daughter-in-law. Kui Kui wiped his tears and stopped crying anymore, but his gaze crowded here. Go to your brother Yuanho to play, he is on the top. Lu Jingxia pointed up. Okay. Don't play for too long, we will take your milk home immediately. You will come to find Xiao Yuanho in 2 days to play. I know, Mom. Kui Kui went to the stairs, came to the terrace on the second floor, and saw Xiao Yuan's brother and a girl with beautiful clothes sitting together and looking at the book. She rarely goes out to play in the village on weekdays. Li Sanjiang's family is also a place where people in the village rarely go when they are okay, and Qin Li will not go out at all, so she has only heard a mouth in her grandma before, saying that Sanjiang Tai Lord lives with a long-term worker with his old lady and daughter. Today, Kui Kui was the first time to see Qin Li. Kui Kui, you are here. Li Zhanyuan stood up and greeted Kui Kui. Qin Li also turned around. She didn't go to see Kui Kui, but continued to watch Li Zhanyuan. When Kui Kui saw the girl's face, she covered her mouth, but still exclaimed directly. Wow, look good, so beautiful. I just thought the clothes were good looking, like the kind that I have seen in the TV. Now I have seen people, it is really good. Even after hearing Kui Kui so much admiration, Qin Li still didn't look at her, because Kui Kui was just hard and not dirty. Li Zhanyuan walked in front of Kui Kui and introduced, Kui Kui, this is Qin Li, the granddaughter of Grandma Lu. Hello, my name is Kui Kui, Li Kui. Qin Li followed Li Chaoyuan and saw Kui Kui, who took the initiative to approach herself, and her eyelashes began to beat. Li Zhanyuan held her hand, and she was quiet, but still did not respond to Kui Kui's enthusiasm. Kui Kui was a little cramped. Kui Kui, A Li is a lifelike character. She is not targeting you. She is like this to everyone. Really? A smile appeared on Kui Kui's face again. When she heard that A Li was not hating herself, but hating everyone, she was very happy. After all, other people in the village just hate herself, and A Li treats himself as others. Li Zhanyuan temporarily put away the book and took out the snacks. Everyone talked about the sky. In fact, it was only Li Zuiyuan and Kui Kui who were chatting, while Qin Li didn't speak. And because Kui Kui was beside him, Li Zuiyuan had to hold Qin Li's hand all the time, otherwise she might get angry. Kui Kui kept looking at Xiao Yuan and Qin Li while eating, mainly at Qin Li, because she was so pretty. As for other thoughts, she didn't have them. She didn't even have the possessiveness between friends. Things like you must play with me and you can't play with her were not in Kui Kui's mind at all. She was very happy to meet another friend today, especially when she heard Xiao Yuan introduce Qin Li who had been alone and had no friends in the past. She was very sad and felt that this beautiful sister was much more miserable than herself. Soon, Li Juxiang's voice came from downstairs, and they were going home. Goodbye, Xiao Yuan, goodbye, A Li, I'll come to play with you in 2 days. Li Zuiyuan waved to Kui Kui, and then took A Li's hand and waved it. He could feel the slight resistance from A Li. After Kui Kui left, Li Zuiyuan looked down at Qin Li in front of him and said, I know you have adapted to the darkness of self-enclosedness, but I still suggest that you try to come out and feel the outside world, and then make a decision after the experience, whether to go back. Qin Li didn't say anything, just looked at Li Zuiyuan seriously. After experiencing the inexplicable feeling several times recently, Li Zuiyuan felt more and more that A Li's present might be his future. No, looking at his mother's current appearance, his future will only be worse than Ali's. Next, it was a quiet time to read books. With the previous reading accumulation, plus the practical perception of seeing two dead falls in reality, now, when Li Zuiyuan read Jianghu's Higyilu again, it was completely the speed of quickly flipping through comic books. For each article and each page, his eyes were sharp to capture the keywords and special points to form memory cognition, and then quickly turn the page. After having a suitable reference for comparison and consideration, the other dead falls were just some additions and subtractions on the basis. Li Zuiyuan found the feeling of flipping through the newly issued textbooks in the past. He quickly finished flipping through one volume, and then switched to the next one. Finally, before Aunt Lu called for dinner, Li Zuiyuan finished flipping through the 42nd volume of Jianghu's Higyilu. In the lower right corner of the last page of the last volume, there were a few lines of small words. This book is what I got from my spiritual journey through the world, and from all over the rivers, lakes, and marshes. Ordinary people read it as a joke to add to their tea. If they really enjoy it, it means they have a bad fate. I can only wish you good luck from afar. Wei Zhendao. Li Zuiyuan leaned back on the rattan chair, put one hand behind his head, and sighed in his heart. The author of this book is really an interesting person. As for what the author said at the end, Li Zuiyuan could understand that ordinary people have never seen a dead person, so they just read it as a ghost story. If they really saw it, it means they have a bad fate. At this time, Li Zuiyuan felt a soft little hand, which went into the back of his head and was connected with the tip of his finger. It was Qin Li. Li Zuiyuan smiled at her, then closed his eyes, ready to take a nap. After dinner, he could go to the basement to find new books. Well, it seems that it is more comfortable when the pillow is not my own hand. Qin Li looked at the boy with closed eyes in front of her seriously, from his hair, to his forehead, to his eyes, to his nose, to his mouth, and then she turned her sight back and began to count his eyelashes. At dinner, Shan Dai said that he would let Runzheng push him to the town health center to make a set of dentures tomorrow, and then push himself home. After 2 days, he would let Runzheng come to Li Sanjiang. When there is business, he will ask someone to call Runzheng back to retrieve the body. Li Sanjiang was so angry that he slammed his chopsticks and cursed. So you keep your mule in my house, and you take it away when you need it, and then put it here to eat grass after use. If it really only eats ordinary grass, it will be fine, but this guy's appetite exceeds that of everyone else. In the past, when Marquis Ting cooked, the rice was only a shallow pot. When he was here, he had to cook a separate pot for him. Uncle Shan sucked on his water pipe, glanced at Li Zuiyuan who was eating with a beautiful girl at the small table, and said with a smile, I say, Marquis Sanjiang, you are so old, you have to look to someone to take over. If you don't look to Marquis Runzheng, do you look to this Marquis Xiaoyuan? You are talking nonsense. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Oh, am I talking nonsense? Listen to me first. I know that you found Marquis Xiaowan's grandfather to take care of you in your old age. I believe that you, Marquis Sanjiang, are right in judging people, but you have been used to a comfortable life all your life. You don't think that you have to suffer after you are really old and lying in bed, or start selling your belongings. What if you are still alive after selling all your belongings? Eat porridge and rice gruel every day? Yes, he Han, if the Marquis has something to eat, you can't miss half of it, but you don't even look at the life that the Han Marquis is living now. If you want to live a comfortable life when you are old, not only do you need someone to serve you sincerely, but you also need. Uncle Shan rubbed 2 fingers at Li Sanjiang. You also need income. The Runzheng Marquis can only eat a little, but the corpse retrieving work is all good. This kid is much more capable than me. Besides, you, the Sanjiang Marquis, don't lack this little rice. You can give him less meat and less vegetables, but you can just give him enough rice, right? And what about incense? At this time, Aunt Lu, who brought the soup, smiled and said, "I know how to make incense in a traditional way. Not only can it be enough for him to eat, but we can also have a small business." Li Sanjiang rubbed his nose and suddenly felt that this was pretty good, but he turned to Shan De Ye and asked, "If Run Shenkao is given to me, what will you do for your retirement? You old man, you won't think of running to me to get my retirement in the future, right? Don't worry, I won't die well." "What are you talking about? To be honest, I have seen through it. I don't have such a good life as you, lying in bed and dying peacefully. What are you talking about? If you let Run Shenkao break your legs now, won't you lie in bed and die peacefully?" Shan De Ye. After a lot of scolding and shirking, this matter was tacitly accepted. Li Zuiyuan was very happy, looking at Run Sheng who was drooling and waiting for the incense and candles to burn out. How good it was, as long as Run Sheng was there, he would have another practical channel for reading and studying. After dinner, Li Zuiyuan sent Qin Li back to the east room, then took out the flashlight from the cabinet drawer and reinstalled the batteries. According to rural custom, the battery of a flashlight must be removed after it is used up, saying that it is to prevent power consumption. Li Zuiyuan did not plan to ask his grandfather to change the light bulb in the basement for the time being. He felt that bringing a flashlight in would give him a sense of treasure hunting. Following the light of the flashlight, he came to the box that he had opened for the first time. There were still many books in it. He planned to clear them one by one. Putting the flashlight on his left hand, he reached in with his right hand, like touching a lottery ticket, and finally, Li Zuiyuan touched two piles of books. These two piles of books were very thick, and they had hard covers, similar to book covers, which organized all the volumes of a set of books together. The two piles of books were taken out and placed on the ground. Each set had 8 books, and each book was not too thick. There was no word on the cover of the book cover. Li Zuiyuan first took out a book from each of the two sets of books, and found that there was no word on the cover of each book. He could only open it to see the content first. When the flashlight was shown, Li Zuiyuan was stunned. It was handwritten, and the handwriting was good, very beautiful small regular script, but the problem was that the font was too small, like an ant's leg, and it was densely packed on both sides. So, although the book was not thick, the content of the book was terrifyingly rich. "I'm afraid I need to find a magnifying glass to read this book." I looked at the other set, and it turned out to be the same small font. Could these two sets be written by the same author? Li Zuiyuan carefully searched with a flashlight, and finally found 2 white stickers on the inside of the 2 covers, with the names of the 2 books written on them, respectively. Explanation of Yin and Yang Physiognomy and Theory of Deduction of Fate. One is for physiognomy, and the other is for fortune-telling. Li Zuiyuan tapped the flashlight gently, and the light occasionally flashed across his small, thoughtful face. It seems to be useless. Chapter 17. Having personally experienced 2 death incidents and having just finished reading Jianghu's Higyilu, Li Zuiyuan was originally looking forward to continuing his study on death. It was like after reading the concepts, I should give myself some formulas, and then see if I can find an opportunity to apply the formulas to solve the problems. But after reading these 2 books, it felt like I had just learned a little bit of a course and had 2 new lessons for myself. Turning my head to look at the box, I was hesitating whether to put the 2 sets of books back and read them again, but my mind came back to what my grandfather said to me that night. "Little Marquis Yuan, you can't be too ambitious, you have to start from a solid foundation." Li Zuiyuan shook his head and said, "Forget it, since I have already figured it out, I will read it. After reading it, maybe I can tell fortunes for the dead next time?" But this kind of self-consolation really doesn't stand up to scrutiny. Is it to tell fortunes for those dead people who have been soaked into pigskin jelly? Or did he tell the little yellow warbler and the cat-faced old lady that they were not destined to die suddenly? With a complex and helpless mood, Li Zuiyuan left the basement and went up to the second floor with 2 sets of books. Below, Lu Yumei's voice came. Xiao Yuan, come down to help grandma make tea. Li Zuiyuan looked down and saw a light bulb hanging at the door of the east room. Lu Yumei was sitting under the light bulb. There was a set of tea sets and a go board beside her. Okay, Grandma Lu. Li Zuiyuan responded, put the books into his bedroom desk, wiped the dust off his body with a towel, and ran downstairs. Even if Lu Yumei didn't look for him, he would find a private time to talk to Lu Yumei about Uncle Qin teaching him to practice martial arts. Especially after touching these 2 sets of books, the idea of practicing martial arts became more urgent. Since the textbooks were off-topic, he could only choose to catch up with the progress by tutoring outside of class. Grandma, have some tea? Yes. After making tea, Li Zuiyuan sat down opposite Lu Yumei. He didn't rush to talk about his own affairs, but waited for Lu Yumei to speak first, so that he could make the conditions. After all, who would make tea before going to bed at night when they have nothing to do? However, when Lu Yumei was about to speak, the door of the east room was opened from the inside, and Qin Li stood at the door. She was wearing a white silk pajamas, shining under the light. Ali, go back to the room and rest first. Grandma and Xiao Yuan have something to say. Qin Li didn't move. Lu Yumei could only wink at Li Zuiyuan. Li Zuiyuan looked at Qin Li. Ali, you go to bed first. I will get up early to read tomorrow. Qin Li turned around and closed the door. Lu Yumei sighed. It was okay for them to be children now, but if they were adults and her daughter was still so close to the boy in front of her and listened to the boy's words, she would have a headache. However, there is a nose pain problem that needs to be solved in time. Xiao Yuan, come to my house tomorrow to worship my family's tablet. Just treat it as a visit. Okay, Grandma Lu. It's like visiting a friend's house and meeting the old people in the friend's house. If the old people have become tablets in the house, you still have to worship them. By the way, talk to Ali and clean up those dirty towels and stinky duck eggs. Towels. Li Zuiyuan suddenly remembered that it was no wonder that he had to find a new towel to wash and dry every night these days. He was wondering where the dirty towels went. It turned out that they were all taken away by Ali. But what are stinky duck eggs? Lu Yumei was a little embarrassed to speak up, but she still had to bite the bullet and explain, Ali has a habit of taking back the things you sent her. Maybe I told her or she thought so herself. She thinks that the morning hall should be the place where the most precious things are placed, so Ali put those dirty towels there. That duck egg should be peeled by you for her at breakfast that day. It's all stinky. I dare not touch the things that Ali put there, for fear that she will get angry. Only you can help me clean it up. Also, teach her not to put other things in the morning hall in the future. Lu Yumei was really depressed because she had to ask outsiders for help to educate her granddaughter who she raised herself. But she had to ask for help from outsiders. Otherwise, she would have to endure the smell of stinky duck eggs every day when she talked to the tablets. It was okay for her, she just smelled it when she talked, but the ancestors of the Qin and Lu families had to be influenced all the time. In addition, she was also afraid that if she put something new on the morning hall in the future, she had been using fish jelly for porridge for breakfast recently. She was really afraid that Ali would take home a bowl of fish jelly that she and Xiao Yuan had eaten and put it on the main seat of the morning hall. I know, Grandma Lu, I will come to pay respect to the tablet tomorrow. Li Zuiyuan didn't ask why he didn't go to pay respect now. He knew that Grandma Lu didn't want Ali to think that she was telling tales. Well, very good. Lu Yumei nodded with satisfaction, and her eyes fell on the chessboard. Look, do you like this chessboard? Li Zuiyuan looked at the chessboard carefully. It was an old item from a long time. If you smell it carefully, there is also a smell of sandalwood. Especially the chess pieces, grab a few in your hand, round and cool, although the temperament and luster are consistent, but you can still see a little difference if you look closely, which means that the chess pieces are not molded on the assembly line, but dripped out by ancient methods. Grandma Lu, this is a good thing. Li Zuiyuan has become immune to the good things that Lu Yumei takes out from time to time. At present, although the label of 10,000 yuan household has gradually receded, it is still amazing to be able to show off such wealth so luxuriously. Since you and A Li can play Go, I will take this thing out for you to play with. You can take it back to your room later. Okay, then leave it with me for now. Lu Yumei nodded with satisfaction and was about to see the guest off, but she heard Li Zuiyuan say again. Grandma Lu, I have been weak and sick since childhood, so I want to exercise with Uncle Qin. Lu Yumei glanced at the boy in front of her. Although the white and tender skin is indeed not related to strong, he does not look weak and sick. However, she immediately understood what the boy meant. In the past, she would have used a few words to get rid of it without hesitation, but now she had just asked him for help. It's just teaching some kung fu or something, it's not a rule, it's not teaching anything else. Okay, I'll go talk to your Uncle Qin. Thank you, Grandma. Come on, let's play a game. Okay. Being controlled by a child, Lu Yumei still felt a little uncomfortable. She didn't plan to play chess at first, but she couldn't help but play a game. Then, she regretted it. When the game reached the middle, she felt that she was doomed. At first, Li Zuiyuan thought that since he had gotten the upper hand, he would be beaten by Grandma Lu to vent his anger. He took it for granted that Qin Li's chess skills were all taught by Grandma Lu, and he was definitely not the old lady's opponent. But as he played, he suddenly realized that Grandma Lu's chess skills were not as good as his. With his mental arithmetic, he could barely be considered an amateur master, while Grandma Lu was at most an amateur mid-level. Grandma, I'm sleepy, why don't we stop playing? Well, then go to bed. Okay. Li Zuiyuan got up, put away the chess pieces, and went back upstairs with the chessboard. Lu Yumei walked into the house and came to the bedroom. Qin Li closed her eyes and slept very obediently. A loving smile appeared on her face. No matter what. Her own A Li has more and more of that little girl feeling. Our Li's illness will definitely be cured, definitely. When I came to the second floor terrace, I happened to see the grandfather standing on the edge and just finished urinating. He was in the final stage of shaking. What are you holding? Grandma Lu borrowed my chessboard. You still have to pay more attention, read more books, and study hard. I know, Grandpa. Well, something happened at Ying Ho's house. He can't come for a while. You should take care of yourself. What happened at Ying's house? It is said that her Grandpa Nan and Grandma Nan got sick together and are lying in the hospital. Ying Ho and her mother are taking care of them there. Sister Ying's Grandpa Nan and Grandma Nan should be her grandparents. Li Zuiyuan finally understood why Sister Ying's had not come to him for tutoring these days. No matter how poor her comprehension ability was, she should have finished reading the last questions long ago. Then do we need to visit her? Visit her for nothing. Her mother's family is in Juksu Port. You have to take several buses to go there. Besides, if she is really dying, your grandfather will go there. What am I going to see? Oh. Go back to the room and go to bed early. Grandpa, do you have a magnifying glass here? Magnifying glass? Li Sanjiang thought for a while, look in the groove of the stove. Is there one? I wanted to use it to start a fire before, but later I found that it was not as good as a match. What do you want that thing for? Read books. The words on the two sets of books were really too small. Is it so hard for you to read? You need a magnifying glass? How about I take you to the optician's shop in town and get you a pair of glasses? Forget it, the optician's shop in town may not be good enough. I'll take you to the People's Hospital in the city by bus. No need, I'll just take it to look at the picture. I'm not nearsighted. Li Zuiyuan first put down the chessboard in the bedroom, then ran to the kitchen downstairs. Sure enough, he found the dusty magnifying glass in the groove of the stove. After cleaning it, he returned to the bedroom and turned on the desk lamp. The first thing he took out was Explanation of Yin and Yang Physiognomy, a total of 8 volumes. Turning the pages, there was no preface, not even a mark for the first article, just the content. Li Zuiyuan took the magnifying glass and looked at it carefully. After reading 3 densely packed front and back pages in a row, Li Zuiyuan found something wrong. These 3 pages actually have a lot of words, all talking about the same thing: eyebrows. From the direction and angle of eyebrows, thickness, length, and color, a total of nearly 1,000 kinds. Starting from the 4th page, it starts to talk about eye bags. Li Zuiyuan did not continue to read, but turned back 2 pages to confirm that it spent 2 large pages talking about eye bags. Next, it started to talk about eyelids. Li Zuiyuan had a vague guess in his mind. Although it was not marked as the first chapter, what it talked about in the early stage was probably all about eyes. But after so much time, it was only part of eyes. Li Zuiyuan turned the book to the last page and found that it talked about wrinkles at the corners of the eyes, or eyes. Then, he took out the second book, read the front page and turned the page back. Well, the first 3 pages were all about earlobes. Then he turned to the last page and talked about hearing loss. The 3rd volume, picked up, and quickly confirmed in the same way, yes, it talks about the philtrum, that is, the area between the lips and the nose. So, the first 4 volumes talk about eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. In theory, the 5 senses refer to eyebrows, eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Here, eyebrows and eyes are combined into 1 volume, and eyebrows are not opened separately. It's pretty good. Skipping the basic concepts, Li Zuiyuan took out the 5th volume and read the first page carefully. He didn't understand it. But he probably got the feeling, it seems to be a permutation and combination, and each combination corresponds to a short text description, and it is extremely brief. The general meaning is that due to the limited space, many things are omitted, and the reader should understand it himself. Li Zuiyuan rubbed his eyes. So, is this face reading? It's not the kind of fortune teller who walks up to you and says, your forehead is black, and there may be disasters recently. According to the logical description of this book, it should be, do you know how many permutations and combinations there are in the forehead? Li Zuiyuan couldn't understand why this book, which was obviously a book about physiognomy involving feudal superstition, had such a strong scientific rigor. How energetic was the author of this book? How many people's faces did he observe carefully? No, it was impossible for one person to do it, and even a sect could not do it. If this book was not written blindly, then the author must have collected and researched countless related works and notes of his predecessors before he could summarize it. Li Zuiyuan opened the 6th book and read the first page carefully. His forehead was sweating and his earlobes were red. This was usually the result of his brain thinking quickly when solving problems. After reading the first page, he still didn't understand the content, but he understood the rules. If the 5th book is a permutation and combination based on the eyes, ears, mouth, and nose of the first 4 books, then the 6th book is a permutation and combination based on the previous ones. If the 5th book can still be passed by rote memorization, then the 6th book has already involved mathematical calculations, and the amount of calculation is too large. Li Zuiyuan took a deep breath and opened the 7th book. He read the first page very quickly this time, because he was just confirming his guess. Sure enough, the 7th book is a further increase on the basis of the 6th book, and the difficulty of understanding and calculation is not simply doubled. Hey! Li Zuiyuan wanted to wash his face now, but after a moment of hesitation, he still opened the 8th book. After reading the first page of the 8th book, Li Zuiyuan closed the book. He leaned back in the chair. He found that he was wrong. He was wondering why a feudal and superstitious book could have a scientific and rigorous taste. When he turned to the 8th book, he saw metaphysics. The classification of eyes, ears, mouth, and nose in the first 4 books is very much like raw data, or raw numbers. The 5th to 7th books are the application of raw numbers. Using a perceptual metaphor, it can be compared to painting. You start from the most basic points, lines, and surfaces, to draw a complete thing, to lay out the structure, to the combination of light and shadow for 3-dimensional perception. When you can perfectly copy the paintings of masters and draw excellent works, you are almost at the level of the 7th book. This 8th book requires you to feel your own style, create a school, and become a master. So, even if this book is true, ordinary people can only read it and can't learn it at all, let alone the 8th book. You have to memorize more than 1,000 kinds of eyebrows first. Li Zuiyuan glanced at the set of Theory of Deduction of Fate next to him. Forget it, I'll just give up. He sat up again and opened the first volume. Hey, there is a preface. Sure enough, these 2 sets of books are written by the same author, because the first sentence of the first line is, after reading the previous work, explanation of yin and yang physiognomy. Is this a necessary prerequisite? Continuing to read, Li Zuiyuan found that it was not, but that fate reasoning requires several conditions, one is physiognomy, one is astrology, and one is luck. Could it be that there are 2 sets of books by the same author in the box that I didn't find? Soon, Li Zuiyuan found that he was wrong, because in the preface, the author expressed regret that he only mastered physiognomy, but was no longer able to study astrology and luck. In other words, astrology and luck are mutually inclusive and are not classified separately. There are also astrology and luck in physiognomy and fate. According to the author's opinion, he thinks that the real method of fate deduction should be combined with these 4 major academic disciplines to truly achieve excellence. In other words, after learning these 4, it only improves the accuracy rate, but it is still not 100%. And the previous work, Physiognomy, is one of the auxiliary aids to improve the accuracy of fate deduction. After the preface, Li Zuiyuan officially turned the first page of content. The first thing that appeared was a corner of a figure. To be precise, this page was just a corner of the figure, and the text was written in the figure. Li Zuiyuan quickly turned the pages and memorized each page of the figure in his mind. After turning the whole book, he began to do a puzzle in his brain. He pieced it together, but it was still incomplete, but he could see what it was. It was Bagua. So, after all these 8 books are pieced together, it is a complete Bagua. And this set of books is actually a complete new algorithm. At this moment, Li Zuiyuan had an illusion that he was not living in his grandfather's house in the countryside, but was back in the classroom in Beijing. The old professors and their group of children and students showed a gloomy smile after torturing each other. It really feels like studying in class. Li Zuiyuan looked at the time and found that it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. He got up and left the house, went to the washing water tank to scoop out water and washed his face. After he became refreshed, he also rekindled his fighting spirit. Study, study hard. In the morning, just after dawn, Li Zuiyuan opened his eyes, turned his head, and saw the brilliance that shone into his bedroom before the sun. Qin Li sat on the chair, facing him sideways. This was because she was afraid that she would face him directly like last time and scare him when he woke up. She was wearing a jacket and skirt today, that is, a top with lining on the upper body and a skirt on the lower body. The top was dark green with white patterns, and the skirt was light green with landscapes and flowers embroidered on the background. This made Li Zuiyuan, who had been reading for half a night with a magnifying glass last night, look particularly comfortable. After washing up, before breakfast started, Li Zuiyuan took out the chessboard that Grandma Lu gave him last night and wanted to play chess with Qin Li. But Qin Li looked at the expensive chessboard of normal size, but hesitated to pick up the chess pieces. "Don't you like it?" Qin Li didn't say anything. Li Zuiyuan had to put away the chessboard and took out the simple plastic chessboard paper that Uncle Qin bought for him in town. After laying it out, Qin Li immediately picked up the chess pieces and made a move. After losing 3 games in a row, Li Zuiyuan missed the confrontation with Grandma Lu last night. However, he could also feel the improvement of his chess skills. After all, he was always suppressed by the girl, so it was easy to find and improve his shortcomings. The girl would no longer deliberately let him go. By the 3rd game, although he still lost, the two of them had a formal chess atmosphere when they played against each other. But Li Zuiyuan also knew that his limit would soon be reached. Unless he threw away the 2 sets of books in the bedroom and exchanged them for chess records to study, he would never be able to beat the girl in chess. But what's the point of doing this? It would only look childish to compete for something unnecessary. Ali, you're really good. The girl seemed to be smiling. Although her expression was not obvious, the slightly trembling corners of her lips seemed to indicate the action she wanted to do. Auntie Lu called for breakfast. After breakfast, Li Zuiyuan noticed that the girl once again held the salted duck egg that he had opened for her in her hand and hid it in her sleeve. Li Zuiyuan grabbed her hand and took out the salted duck egg. Ali, eat what you want to eat, don't hide it. If you want to collect something, I can give you some gifts in the future. The girl's eyes lit up. After breakfast, Li Zuiyuan followed the agreement and came to the east room. Lu Yumei was not in the room, nor did she drink tea outside the room as usual. She deliberately hid far away. This was the first time Li Zuiyuan entered the east room. Looking at the tablets full of the surnames of Qin and Lu in the morning hall, he inexplicably felt a sense of déjà vu. It seemed that he had been to a similar place and had the same feeling, but he couldn't remember where it was and who took him there. Li Zuiyuan leaned over to pay respect to the tablet, and then put away the dirty towels and the stinky duck egg on the tablet. Qin Li reached out and grabbed Li Zuiyuan's arm. Her eyelashes didn't flutter, and her body didn't tremble, but she also expressed her unwillingness. In other words, it was Li Zuiyuan who started to clean up. If it were someone else, even if it was Lu Yumei herself, the girl would have exploded long ago. Ali, listen, don't put things here if you want to collect them. We can find a better place to put them. This is used to place tablets for the ancestors, understand? No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, look. Ali lowered her head. She was very disappointed. Li Zuiyuan was thinking, what should he give her? Sending food is definitely not okay, she will definitely keep it secretly and let it continue to mold. Ali, how about I give you that chess set? It's not new, it's the one we used to play chess this morning, in a small wooden box. I'll keep it with you, and you can take it out and find me in the morning, and we can play chess together with it. Qin Li raised her head, and although she still had no obvious expression, she could feel that she had become brighter. Outside the door, Lu Yumei, who had deliberately avoided her before and now quietly approached the corner to eavesdrop, rolled her eyes. She could already imagine her granddaughter carefully caring for the worthless toy. Walking out of the door, she saw Lu Yumei. Grandma Lu. Hey! Li Zuiyuan didn't rush to leave, but continued, Grandma Lu, the weather is very good today. You should go out for a walk and breathe some fresh air. It's good for your health. I told Ali that he will teach you after he finishes his work in the evening. Don't be afraid of hard work. How could that be? Thank you, Grandma Lu. When Li Zuiyuan was holding Qin Li's hand and going up the stairs, he happened to see Li Sanjiang coming down. When there was no work, the grandfather would usually get up late. How is your study recently? Li Sanjiang forgot that he had asked last night. He just enjoyed the feeling of being an elder who cared about his children's studies. After all, if he really looked into it, he would probably find out what book Li Zuiyuan had been reading recently. Well, it was also because Qin Li had been accompanying Li Zuiyuan to read books. He was a little scared of the little girl and was still reluctant to get close. It's a bit difficult, but I will try my best. Well, just try your best. Back to the northeast corner of the terrace on the second floor, Li Zuiyuan took out the book, put the magnifying glass in place, and took out a blank exercise book next to it. In explanation of yin-yang physiognomy, there are many words and descriptions about size and cutting. In addition, there are many more abstract ancient Chinese characters, which should be commonly used in old medical books. Li Zuiyuan can understand the words, but he has no specific cognitive concept, so he can only take a pen to record them first. Fortunately, the former can be asked by Lu Yumei. He can see that although Qin Li's clothes are custom-made, they must have been cut and modified by Lu Yumei. The latter can be asked by Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu obviously knows medical skills. At this moment, Uncle Qin has brought back the raw materials for making incense, and Aunt Lu has prepared to make incense by ancient methods. Li Zuiyuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What kind of existence is a Li's family? Shaking his head, putting aside distracting thoughts, Li Zuiyuan officially began to recite. There are 2 classmates in the class who really have the ability to remember everything they see. Li Zuiyuan knew that he couldn't compare with them in this regard. The gap was very large, because he needed to look at 2 or even 3 eyes. In the middle, he kept bending over and holding the magnifying glass for a long time, and his neck was a little sore. Li Zuiyuan continued to read and recite with a magnifying glass in his left hand, and pressed his neck with his right hand. After a while, another warm and soft little hand pressed the other side of his neck. Li Zuiyuan smiled. What a cute obsessive-compulsive disorder. All morning, except for taking Qin Li to the toilet and drinking water, Li Zuiyuan was reciting. He felt that his mind was already filled with all kinds of eyes. When he finished reciting the ears, mouth, and nose at the back, there should be countless faces of all kinds in his mind. Even the hairstyle models provided by the largest barber shop in Beijing for customers to choose from are too poor and shabby for him. After lunch, Li Vihan and Kui Guiying came. Li Zuiyuan was immersed in reciting and did not notice the situation on the dam. Qin Li beside him would not remind him. When he noticed that Qin Li's body began to shake, Li Zuiyuan raised his head in surprise and saw Kui Guiying approaching with deliberate light steps. He quickly grabbed Qin Li's hand, fearing that the girl would get angry at her grandmother. Seeing that her grandson was reading seriously, Kui Guiying didn't want to disturb him, so she just smiled and said, "Little Yuanho, are you reading?" "Well, Grandma, where's Grandpa?" "Your grandpa is talking to your great-grandfather." "Is there something wrong?" "Nothing, it has nothing to do with you." "Is it about Aunt San's family?" Yes. They said they want to ask your great-grandfather to go and see him." "Oh." Generally, when encountering diseases that are difficult to treat in regular hospitals, many family members will try to go to the side door. Moreover, it is not very common for an old couple to fall ill together, which is indeed strange. "This little girl is so pretty." Kui Guiying pretended to reach out and touch Qin Li's head, and Li Zuiyuan quickly blocked Qin Li. Kui Guiying was stunned for a moment and could only touch her grandson's head. "Grandma, she's shy." "Oh, really? She plays well with you." After talking to Kui Guiying for a while, Li Vihan also came up to see his grandson. However, Li Vihan only asked if he had eaten well and slept well, and then he stopped talking and just looked at her. When the time was almost right, he was ready to leave. Before leaving, Li Vihan said, "Oh, by the way, Xiao Yuanho, your grandfather will go on a long journey the day after tomorrow and will not be back at night. It happens that the villagers will go to dredge the river that day. I will take you with me." Kui Guiying complained when she heard it. "What are you doing? Taking a child to dredge the river, what do you think?" Li Vihan said indifferently, "It's just 2 days, sleeping outside, it's no big deal. This is not the past. The dredge work period is shorter and not so hard." Our 4 sons, including Lei Ho and Pan Ho, will go with me. Kui Ying, even if Uncle Sanjiang is going to Juxigang and is not at home, can't Xiao Yuanho sleep at our house? Uncle said, it's not convenient to go home to sleep. After all, Xiao Yuanho has become a monk and has not returned to secular life. In fact, Li Vihan originally wanted his grandson, and this time the whole family was going to dredge the river, so he wanted to take Li Zuiyuan to have fun. Little Yuanho, are you willing to go with Grandpa? Yes, Grandpa. Look, the kid has agreed. Li Vihan took Kui Ying away. He came here today mainly to pass on a message to his in-laws in Juxigang to invite Uncle Sanjiang. It is said that a patient in the same ward came to visit with a relative. The relative was from Shigong town and told the story of the corpse retriever from the Li family in Siyuan village, Shinan town. When the in-laws heard that this was the village where their daughter married, they immediately contacted and wanted to ask someone to go out and take a look. After dinner, Li Zuiyuan went to the dam to wait. Lu Yumei did not break her promise. Uncle Qin took Li Zuiyuan to the back of the house and began to teach Li Zuiyuan Kung Fu. Squatting horse stance. According to Uncle Qin's request, Li Zuiyuan began to squat, and then Uncle Qin's hands were adjusted at each force point, while he told him to pay attention to the details. After an hour of adjustment, Uncle Qin finally stopped talking. Li Zuiyuan was so tired that he was sweating and his legs were shaking. But Uncle Qin just let him rest for a while and squatted for another hour. When he went up the stairs to the house, Li Zuiyuan held the wall. In the evening, Lu Yumei sat at the door of the house to cool off, and Uncle Qin walked over to her and stood beside her. How is it? The brain is really good. The limbs are not good. No, what I mean is that with a good brain, he can learn anything quickly. He can understand much faster than when I was a child practicing martial arts. He can already feel the rhythm of taking root under his feet. It's just that practicing Kung Fu is hard after all. Let's see if he can persist. Why, do you want to accept a disciple? No, I don't have this idea. Teach well, remember, only teach Kung Fu. Okay, I understand. Lu Yumei returned to the house, sat in front of the tablet, picked up a piece of cake on the altar, took a small bite, and chewed slowly. At this time, there was no stench in the morning hall, and she could also relax and feel much more comfortable. The Li family kid that Ali likes to play with has started to learn Kung Fu from Ali. Let's see if he can stick to it. If he is smart and can endure hardships. God, I'm really curious about how his mother gave birth to such a child. Lu Yumei was getting ready to go to bed. She wanted to let down her hair first. When she reached out to take the bronze mirror on the dressing table, she touched nothing. After a closer look, where was the bronze mirror on the table? But it was impossible for a thief to break into this room, and no one would touch her things, unless... Lu Yumei walked to the bedroom and looked at her granddaughter who was sleeping soundly. Her granddaughter was holding a small wooden box in her arms. Ali, this girl, won't take my bronze mirror as a return gift, right? For the next 2 days, Li Zuiyuan lived a very regular life, reading books and squatting. Squatting was very painful on the first day. When I woke up in the morning, my legs were still sore. On the second day, I felt much more normal. By the third day, he could not even feel the pain and fatigue. I just squatted in horse stance, imagined myself as a tree, growing on the ground, and followed Uncle Qin's teachings. Following my breathing and heart rate rhythm, my body swayed slightly and dynamically, and even my brain, which felt drowsy after reading books all day, became much clearer. However, Uncle Qin didn't teach me anything else except squatting in horse stance during these 3 nights. Li Zuiyuan was not anxious, because he made faster breakthroughs in reading books. It was not difficult for him to just memorize and pile up arithmetic. After 3 full days and squatting in horse stance, he had read the 7th volume of Explanation of Yin and Yang Physiognomy. In addition, he also read 3 volumes of Theory of Deduction of Fate and barely mastered the basic algorithm of deducing fate. However, he also knew that this was the advantage of his early stage of staking out the land by relying on his strong learning ability. Later, if he wanted to go further, he would have to spend time and energy to overcome it bit by bit. Especially the 8th volume of Explanation of Yin-Yang Physiognomy, he has not started to read it yet, but in his heart, he already knows its difficulty, but this 8th volume is the most important. However, even if he has not achieved great success, after learning these things, he always feels a little itchy in his heart, eager to try, and want to see the practical effect. On the second-floor terrace, Li Sanjiang was lying on a rattan chair, smoking and drinking tea, while leisurely listening to the case of the chopping of the beauty on the radio. Li Zuiyuan came over and asked, "Grandpa, when is your birthday? What's the matter? I want to remember it in advance so that I can celebrate your birthday." "Hey, it's not a coincidence. It was just before you went back to your hometown. The next time you celebrate, you have to wait until next year. Then tell me first so that I can write it down." "Okay, okay." Li Sanjiang told his birthday, and the little boy asked in detail, even asking about the time, but he didn't take it seriously and told it all. Next, Li Sanjiang found that his great-grandson was looking at him carefully for a while, and then writing and drawing on the notebook. "Xiao Yuanho, what are you writing? Calculation? Math problem?" "Yeah, almost. Let the grandfather have a look." Li Sanjiang reached out and took the notebook, and found that it was not numbers written on the notebook, but lines of horizontal and vertical bars that were either dense or loose. "What is this? Calculation steps? Do teachers teach this now?" "Yeah, it's faster to calculate this way." "Oh, then you should calculate well and learn well." "Yeah." Li Zuiyuan continued to calculate while observing the grandfather's face. "Little Marquis Yuan, I'm going to Juxiport tomorrow and won't be back at night. Han Ho said he wants to take you to fetch water." "Yes, I've agreed with you." "Okay, then go out and get some fresh air. Your grandfather misses you too. I tell you, your grandfather loved your mother the most back then, but now he loves you the most. Your grandfather is very partial." Finally, Li Zuiyuan finished the calculation. His brows furrowed, and the whole person showed a dejected aura. "Hey, little Marquis Yuan, what's wrong with you?" "Grandpa, I calculated it wrong." "If it's wrong, it's wrong. Just know it's wrong. Just calculate it again. It's not a big deal." Li Zuiyuan nodded. Based on his calculation of the grandfather's face and fate, he concluded that the grandfather's fate was early death, many diseases, short lifespan, dry money, water taboo, forbidden to take side roads. "Look at the results of my calculations, and then look at the grandfather lying in front of me listening to the opera. If there were only 1 or 2 mistakes, or 1 or 2 ambiguities, it would be fine. After all, I haven't learned everything, so it's normal to have some mistakes. But how did I get it all wrong? No, it's not just a simple calculation error, it's all the opposite. A strong sense of frustration is rising in the bottom of the heart. This is an experience in the past study life. Earlier, I still had a little bit of complacent in my heart, and now I am gone. Master, I go back to the room to sleep." "Okay, go to bed early, get you in the morning." "Master, you also go to bed early." Looking at the lonely back of Li Zuiyuan's departure, Li Sanjiang scratched his chin in surprise, and said, "Isn't this a wrong question? As for this? Nympho. Back to the bedroom and sit down in front of the desk." Li Zhanyuan looked at the 2 sets of books in front of him. Suddenly, there was a kind of impulse to throw the pen and pushing all the books on the ground. He didn't want to learn any more, and he had a bad school. "Hold the face with your left hand, and picked up the bronze mirror on the desk with your right hand." That night he found that the little go box was gone, and a very simple copper mirror appeared in place. He knew that it should be that Ali took his gift and gave him a gift. Itself in the bronze mirror was frustrated. Looking at it, he suddenly felt that this was the normal performance that he should have at this age. This time, when he faced this inexplicable emotion, he had no panic and fear, nor to repeatedly hypnotize and persuaded his identity. Unexpectedly, the wrong question can have this effect. Li Zonyuan's frustration in his heart was slowly put away. He took the mirror with his left hand, continued to look at his face in the mirror, then picked up the pen in his right hand, and began to calculate. I can count myself. There is a saying that the doctor is not medical. But then this sentence, there are countless times more taboos are. However, Li Zhonyuan is a depending on the two sets of books moved by the basement. There is no teacher teaching, and the author of the book obviously has not considered. I don't know such basic things. It's like the first page of the high number textbook, and will not give you a 9-9 multiplication table. Countless. Li Zhonyuan felt that his brain was a little groggy. It should be tired, sleep after counting. Continue to calculate. Feeling a runny nose, did you catch a cold? Stretch your hands and look down, look down. Fortunately, there is no cold. Not a snot. It's blood. Pap. Li Zonyuan's small face stuck directly on the desk and passed out. Chapter 18. At 5 in the morning, Li Zuyuan raised his head, sat up, leaned on the chair, and half opened his eyes. This posture was maintained until 5:30, and as his perception gradually recovered, his head began to feel dizzy and painful, his pupils refocused, and his consciousness began to return. Li Zuyuan pressed his forehead with both hands and kneaded it slowly. He didn't know how he fell asleep, and even didn't know when he woke up. After waiting for another quarter of an hour, Li Zuyuan took a deep breath and looked at the desk. He found a pool of blood there, and the homework book for calculations was also stained red. When his eyes swept over the horizontal bars on it, Li Zuyuan felt a sharp pain in his brain and immediately closed the homework book. He gradually recalled that before he lost consciousness, he seemed to be calculating his own fate. It seems that he can't calculate his own fate. Looking up at the time, Li Zuyuan got up and began to clean up the table, then took the wash basin to take a bath, and washed his blood-stained clothes and hung them up. After tidying up, he did not go back to the house, but sat on the rattan chair on the terrace for reading. The cool morning breeze kept blowing on his face, making him feel a little more alive, although his head was still a little uncomfortable. The light in the east bedroom was on, and through the window, a petite figure could be seen sitting, and there was an adult figure combing her hair next to her. It turned out that Ali got up so early every day. As she watched, the figure in the window disappeared, and the sky was in the last grey and black stage. The door of the east room was opened, and the girl walked out of the house, holding a small wooden box of go in her arms. She raised her head and saw Li Zuyuan, who was already sitting outside the bedroom on the second floor, and the two looked at each other. Soon, Qin Li came to Li Zuyuan and sat down on the small bench. She did not spread out the oil paper chessboard as she did in the past, but looked at the boy. After a while, Li Zuyuan found that a warm and soft little hand took the initiative to hold his hand. Maybe in the girl's cognition, every time he held her hand, she could feel calm and comforted, so this time she took the initiative to hold his hand, hoping to give the same. The boy and girl sat holding hands, watching the rice waves swaying gently in the morning breeze in front of them, and witnessing the grey sky gradually replaced by the morning light. Time passed slowly, but it also passed quickly. Achoo! Li Sanjiang walked out of the bedroom and sneezed. Turning his head, looking at the boy and girl sitting side by side, he suddenly thought of the boy and girl under the seat of Guanyin Bodhisattva in the New Year picture. It's not that they look like each other, but the exquisite appearance of these two children is exactly the same as the round lines of the boy and girl in the New Year picture. Li Sanjiang sniffed and rubbed his hands with the back of his hands. He noticed his recent changes. He used to think that it was good to live a carefree life and then leave a carefree life. Unexpectedly, the appearance of Xiao Yuanhou really made him find the joy of playing with his grandchildren in his old age. Aunt Lu called for breakfast. Today's breakfast was particularly early because Li Sanjiang and Li Zuiyuan had to go out. Breakfast was not porridge, but instant noodles, Sangxian Yumian. Aunt Lu also put an egg under each bowl of noodles. The noodles were delicious. Li Zuiyuan didn't feel hungry at first. After eating a few bites, he felt that his body was like a completely iced ice cube, and he quickly finished a bowl. Aunt Lu went to make another bowl for Li Zuiyuan and brought it over. After finishing the second bowl of noodles, Li Zuiyuan felt that he had completely gotten rid of the sequelae of fortune-telling for himself last night. "Do you want more?" Aunt Lu asked. "I'm full, Aunt Lu." Beside him, Qin Li also put down her chopsticks. She ate noodles slowly because she always sucked the same length of noodles, bit off, chewed and swallowed them before eating the second bite. Li Sanjiang also finished eating, smacking his lips and saying, "To be honest, this instant noodle is not as delicious as the Yangchun noodles in our town noodle restaurant. Add some lard, soy sauce, pepper, and sprinkle some chopped green onions, it will be much better than this." Auntie Lu echoed, "That's true." If other adults said this, they would probably want to save money by belittling the instant noodles and not buying them in the future. But this is not the case with Li Sanjiang. The destruction of a batch of paper-studded paper almost broke his cash flow, which shows that he really doesn't save money on weekdays. Whatever he earns is spent on life, especially on food and drink. In fact, in the vast towns and rural areas today, being able to eat instant noodles for breakfast is a luxury that can make the children next door cry with envy. In some provinces and regions, instant noodles have gradually developed into local specialties, such as meatball instant noodles with poached eggs. Li Sanjiang picked up his bag, stamped his feet, and prepared to set off. His bag was extra long because he put the peachwood sword in it. Since the peachwood sword helped him kill the corpse demon last time, he treasured it even more. He even went to the village committee to call the manufacturer, hoping to buy another batch of goods, but he was told that the furniture factory had been privatized and the production line of peachwood swords had been stopped. Now, the sword in his hand has become out of print. Li Vihan and the others came, each pushing a cart with baskets and tools on it. "Uncle Sanjiang! Grandpa! Grandpa!" The four uncles were very well behaved in front of Li Sanjiang, because Li Sanjiang didn't pamper them on weekdays. When he saw them, he would directly scold them for being ungrateful, so that they had to take a detour when they saw Li Sanjiang from a distance in the village. Pan Ziai and Lei Ziai happily ran to Li Zuiyuan immediately. Li Zuiyuan didn't live with his grandparents recently, and they had fewer opportunities to get together. "Let's go." Li Sanjiang patted his trouser legs, then took Li Zuiyuan's hand and followed Li Vihan and others out. Qin Li watched Li Zuiyuan leave. She had known for a long time that Li Zuiyuan was going out today, but after seeing him leave, she slowly lowered her head and her eyes fell on the bowl of noodles that Li Zuiyuan had just finished eating. Lu Yumei immediately winked at Aunt Lu, and Aunt Lu stepped forward, put away the bowls and chopsticks and went to wash them. Immediately, Uncle Qin came back carrying a large bundle of bamboo, threw it on the dam, and clapped his hands. Lu Yumei sat next to Qin Li and smiled, "Ali, I'll ask Ali to make you a rattan chair like Xiaowenho, what do you think?" Qin Li did not respond. Lu Yumei pursed her lips and said to Qin Li, "Hurry up and make 2 identical new rattan chairs for children to sit on in the next 2 days." Qin Li nodded. Qin Li raised her head. Not obvious, but she was indeed happy. On the roadside at the entrance of the village, an old-fashioned bus drove over without much waiting. At that time, town buses had no platforms or fixed stops. Although they were licensed, they were still privately contracted. They would stop when they saw someone waiting for the bus on the roadside, and passengers could get off at any time. Li Sanjiang wanted to give a few more instructions to Xiao Yuanho, but the bus came too fast, so he had to get on the bus first. After the bus drove away, Li Vihan picked up Li Zuiyuan and put him in his uncle Li Sheng's cart, letting him sit. Then, everyone walked along the roadside together, and in a short while, they caught up with the team from Siyuan village. They were basically strong male laborers of the right age in the village, and there were few women. This was also because the vigorous river-carrying project had entered its final stage, and the amount of labor and working hours required had been greatly reduced. A few decades ago, at a certain time every year, almost all rural areas in Jiangsu, men, women, old and young, had to be organized with tools to repair river embankments nearby and build reservoirs without rivers. Sometimes, when we were in a major project battle, we would be organized to work in a remote place. It was a biting cold winter, and there were not many engineering equipment in those years, so we basically relied on manpower. All people of appropriate age had to participate. The construction period was long at that time, and we had to eat and live on the construction site for a long time, bring our own dry food, and build our own sheds. I don't know how many elderly people have developed illnesses due to the hard work of carrying water in those days. Uncle Li Sheng smiled and said, "I still remember the hardship of carrying water with my parents when I was a child. At that time, my father liked to say something to us, if we don't study hard, we will have to carry water all the time, haha." The three uncles next to him laughed. Second uncle Li Zheng said, "In the end, all of Dad's words were in vain. We brothers have no brains for studying, and in the end, only my younger sister went out." Third uncle Li Xiang nodded and said, "That's right, Mom was partial when she gave birth to me, and the good brain was left to my younger sister." Li Vihan pretended to be angry and laughed and scolded, "What are you talking about, you bastards? If you can study, I will grit my teeth to support you." Everyone laughed again, and there was another round of jokes and scolding. Everything seemed to have returned to a long time ago. The four people, led by their parents, went to work together to carry water, and it was the same along the way. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. This is probably the reason why Li Vihan was so concerned about this river carrying. His sons have each started a family, and they are all fathers of several children. They usually take care of their own families, so it is inevitable that there will be some friction and discord. It was at this time that everyone was carrying tools and pushing carts, and they were all alone, and they could find those emotional memories of the past. However, this warmth is destined to not last too long. Families with many children who are not well off will basically face the same problem. They can only wait until life gets better in the future and everyone is older, so they may let go of the calculations and grudges and truly regain their family affection. Of course, it is also possible that they will never let go of it, and brothers will never contact each other again. The team kept moving forward, and the uncles kept introducing what they saw on the road to Li Zuiyuan, Pan Ziai, and Lei Ziai. "We built this embankment back then. We were still young at that time and could only help transport soil from the back. We also built this reservoir back then. It was cold at that time and it was frozen. We also dug this ditch. Lei Ziai and Pan Ziai were still young at that time, ha ha ha." Following their introduction, Li Zuiyuan, who was sitting in the car, kept looking around. He was a little touched. He always thought that many facilities that should exist as a matter of course were not what they should exist as a matter of course. Today, the water conservancy facilities that almost every village has are the best imprints of the era project that is coming to an end. They are the crystallization of the sweat and efforts of the vast number of workers. As the team of Siyuan village marched, it continued to merge with the teams of other villages. The team began to grow larger and larger, and gradually there was no end to it. The village leader would carry a flag with the village name on it, and the township leader would carry a larger flag and a loudspeaker. The flag was old, the words on it had long been mottled and fallen off, and even the loudspeaker that was not powered had long been rusted, but now they only had some symbolic function. The habits and consciousness developed over decades have long been engraved in the hearts of several generations. Li Vihan's tools were shared by his sons, so he was able to light a hookah more leisurely. The smoke he sucked gradually made his eyes a little blurry. It might be because of the smoke, or it might be that this down-to-earth man suddenly felt something in his heart. He said, "I remember when I was in a hurry at the time, the cultural troupe came to the construction site to perform a encouragement. I remember that paragraph, and I didn't know who said it was on the stage. It was. This embankment is not built now, this river is not digged now, this reservoir is not built now, that is to leave it to us in the future, let's finish this suffering. In the future essence. It seems that it is true. After Panhaule, they would not have to pick the river anymore. The uncle also attached to peace, and the current days are indeed much better than before. The construction site is relatively long, and the teams in several towns are gathered early and issued, and they will not arrive until noon. In addition, there are many simple sheds, including nearby private houses, are also temporarily collected, providing hot water and dry food. Hot water can be used at any time, and dry food is to receive and distribute in the form of the village brigade. The Li family sat around and ate onion rolls. The four uncle took out the salty sauce and pickles brought by the house. "Xiao Yuanho, are you used to eating?" Li Sheng asked. "Well, it's delicious." Li Zhanyuan rolled into his mouth with the green onion rolling, and the onion was mixed with the noodles, which was really delicious. "Now it's Guanfan. In the past, we and your grandparents picked the river, but they were all dry food that were brought by ourselves. The hot water could not be taken. After eating, there was no time to break the lunch break." Soon, Li Zhanyuan saw a dense crowd, carrying a tool to push the car, and the drainage from both sides was not drained. It was just a muddy groove, like a group of ants. But it was not humble at all, but it shocked people. Based on small collectives as a unit, everyone shouted the title, and began to work in the heavens and the earth. Li Zhanyuan was originally brought to. It does not belong to the category of labor. Naturally, it will not be assigned tasks. There are many children who are young in the nearby. Some children are still eating flowers in their hands. However, Li Zhanyuan couldn't play with them. At this time, a group of young people like a college student came over. Panzi asked them to help take a bid for measurement. Li Zhanyuan was also assigned the task, holding a wooden awl, and standing in the designated position. On the side of him, there were two college students. They measured one with a pen. Because they called each other's names, Li Zhanyuan also knew that the measured one was Shueliang and the recorded was called Zhao Hequan. Zhao Hequan said with a smile, "There are fewer and fewer such projects. In the future, schoolmates and sisters will not have to be distributed to the construction site to do this. I really envy them." After Shueliang reported a data, he looked down and continued to measure and refuted. "No, there will only be more such large projects in the future, but our country will no longer have to launch the mass obligations to work like the past." "Shueliang, what are you talking about? Why, don't you believe it?" Shueliang smiled with his face, "Then you just wait to see it in the future. Believe me, this kind of project can only be considered as small as insignificant. Since it is insignificant, what are we still doing here? I am talking about it in the future, but not referring to the past and present. Nantung is originally located here in the Yangtze River. In the past, so many water conservancy projects were repaired. It is flood prevention and waterlogging. If there is no these infrastructure, it will not be able to talk about future development." He. Zhao Hequan laughed. He felt that this classmate who was divided into himself was a little stupid. After the data is tested, Shueliang stood straight, while reporting the last set of data, he straightened his laziness, watching the hustle and bustle in front of him, but with an orderly construction scene, he couldn't help feeling. The great people are creating a great history. Wake up, Shueliang, you almost made me think that in the political class, are you secretly endorsement the preparation period? Shueliang didn't respond with a smile, lowered his head, and saw Li Zhunyuan, who was holding the wooden cone next to be watching him, and laughed. He reached out and touched Li Cheiyuan's head and asked. Children, are you here with your adult? Ang. Li Zhunyuan responded, little is also the people. Ha ha ha. Shueliang laughed completely by this sentence. He couldn't help but bent his waist and hugged Li Zhunyuan, and then pulled out a few pieces of white rabbit toffee from his pocket, and stuffed it into Li Zhunyuan's pocket. He felt that the child was very interesting, and Li Zhunyuan also felt that the older child was very interesting. Especially when he just said those words, Li Zhunyuan thought of his grandpa. At this time, there were some little commotion from the distant construction site. Someone shouted at this run. Dig out things, dig out things. In engineering operations, it is the norm in digging out things. Although everyone feels novel, not many people come here to see it. After all, they have to hurry up to complete their own tasks. However, these college students who were assigned to the construction site were much more free after completing their own tasks. Zhao Hequan immediately pulled Shueliang to urge. Go, Bright, let's take a look together and see what we dug out. Gradually, the news continued to pass, and everyone probably knew that I had dug out a small temple, which was the same as ordinary people's toilets. In theory, this is nothing. As an alluvial plain area, the density of ancient tombs and ancient buildings is definitely far less than that of the Central Plains, but occasionally an ancient small landlord tomb or a sacrificial temple will be dug out during construction. However, under the special background of the times, archaeological excavation and protection must retreat from the project. Everything that blocks the construction route will be dug and pushed away. Of course, it is also because the small landlord is not big enough. It is worth the attention of relevant parties. At least he must be a small noble. However, if it is encountered during construction in places like Xi'an and Luoyang, the small noble will have to stand aside because it is not rare. However, the temple excavated this time is a little unusual. Someone spread the news that the temple is dedicated to a female bodhisattva, who is tied with chains, and the other ends of the iron chain are nailed in various corners of the small temple. Seeing that the shape is a bit evil, the people dare not step forward to deal with it. It was still 2 college students from Haihe University who broke the chain with a hammer and pushed down the bodhisattva statue. This allowed the project to continue. By dusk, most of the teams had already exceeded their targets for today. Everyone had experience. They could go home earlier after completing the acceptance work earlier, and they could also finish work earlier and arrange a place to sleep today. At this time, the advantages of the 4 sons of the Li family were reflected. They did not have to build a shed next to the river workers or sleep on a straw mat on the ground. Instead, they occupied a requisitioned dam next to the construction site. Although the dam had no walls, there was a flat land under them, and there was a well and a toilet next to them, which was already a very good camping condition. The 4 uncles were responsible for getting hot water, collecting dry food, and finding hay to make beds. Li Vihan took Li Zhuiyuan and Pan Ziliiza to sit and rest on the spot. There were several large light bulbs connected to the dam, which provided lighting for the people below and also served as a signpost. This was also a hot water supply point, and there were barefoot doctors here. Li Zhuiyuan saw Shueliang and Zhao Hequan again. Their group of more than 20 college students was led by a teacher and they would stay here tonight. But they were better off and could live inside. Several uncles sat on the beds and taught Li Zhuiyuan, Pan Zi, and Lei Zi. Look carefully, boys, this is the benefit of studying, you have to study hard. Li Vihan, who was smoking a water pipe next to him, coughed because of the choking. Didn't he say these words to the 4 kids before? Almost the same scene, the same situation, and the same earnest words. But it was useless. Li Vihan understood and was relieved. People can't teach people, but things can teach people once. Some pits ahead, no matter how much others preach, it's useless, you have to step into them yourself to understand this truth, but what's the point then? Lei Zi and Pan Zi patiently listened to the preaching from their father and uncles for a while, and couldn't help but get up and shouted to some children of the same age nearby to play the paper bag game. They all folded their own paper bags, and they gathered together and took turns. Whoever could knock the other's paper bag over would own it. The older children gathered there and played fiercely, making crisp sounds of pa pa pa. A group of younger children gathered around and watched carefully, learning the skills. Li Vihan turned his head and found that his own little Yuanho did not come over to play the game, but sat there, reading a book on his knees. Li Vihan leaned his head over and took a look. He felt that the words on it were as dense as tadpoles, and asked worriedly. "Little Yuanho, can you see it clearly?" "Master, I couldn't see it clearly at first, but now I can see it clearly." Li Zuiyuan didn't bring a magnifying glass because he had adapted to the small font. To be precise, after getting used to it, he no longer needed to distinguish the strokes of these words accurately, but could recognize the words by looking at the general feeling. He also realized it later. After quickly memorizing the book with a magnifying glass, he gradually realized the author's original intention of writing the words so small. This is to deliberately train the reader's eyesight, not the kind of visual eyesight, but the feeling of seeing things, the feeling of visualizing detailed things. No mistakes, one post, one content, 1/6, 1/9, one book, one forum, one look. Li Zuiyuan vaguely found a breakthrough. The key to the 8th book of the explanation of yin and yang physiognomy is the transformation from concrete to figurative. First, through rote memorization and a lot of calculations, these concepts and applications are thoroughly understood, and then they are collectively tempered, and the accumulation of quantitative changes forms qualitative changes, completing the sublimation from science to metaphysics. He can now feel that the many eyebrows, eyes, mouths, noses, ears and various faces composed of them that he has memorized in his mind are gradually twisting and merging. Although the degree is still very shallow, he has found the direction. In the end, there will only be one face left in his mind, and then when he sees someone who needs to be read in reality, he will directly print his face into his mind to form a corresponding one. Well, be careful not to hurt your eyes. Li Vihan gave a warning and stopped disturbing his grandson's reading. Look at the grandson who is reading a book seriously, and look at Lei Zi and Pan Zi who are playing with paper bags and shouting. Li Vihan just feels that life is a cycle. Isn't this the same feeling he had when he saw his daughter studying hard and his 4 sons who didn't live up to expectations? He used to be puzzled. They were all his children, so how could there be a phoenix and 4 chickens in the same nest? Now he has a hunch that this story will be repeated in his grandchildren. Uncle Sanjiang once said when drinking that the ancestral tomb of their old Li family was on fire, which gave him the birth of Lan Ho. Well, in a few years, when Xiao Yuanho grows up and takes the college entrance examination, he will probably have to be on fire again. The college students there were assigned tasks, which was also an internship. The energy of young people is always unimaginable. They did not rush back to the house to sleep, but sat around under a light bulb on the dam, took out some food they brought, and started a tea party. Shueliang Liang noticed Li Zuiyuan. He was impressed by this kid. He took a piece of meat floss bread wrapped in oil paper and walked over and put it in front of Li Zuiyuan. Li Zuiyuan raised his head, saw him, and smiled. "Thank you, brother. Little friend, are you a local?" Although he was also working on the river and was dirty, the child's dress and temperament were not like those of a rural child. It was mainly because of the unrestrained and generous attitude that was revealed in his bones. "Yes, my name is Li Zuiyuan. This is my grandfather, and behind are my uncles." "Haha, My name is Shueliang Liang. You are in elementary school, what grade are you in? Yes, 3rd grade. Li Zuiyuan nodded. In fact, sometimes it was difficult for him to explain to outsiders what grade he was in. He only knew that when his class reached the age, they would automatically go to higher education. There was a period of time when the old professors were almost broken by the torture of each other, and a few very young teachers came to teach them. The effect of the mutual torture was rapidly improved, and everyone was particularly happy to torture each other. Later, I learned that these very young teachers were the seniors of their class. Study hard and try to get into college in the future. I will, brother. At this time, at the tea party over there, someone began to shout over here, Shueliang Liang, come and get ready, it's your turn to speak next. I'm coming, I'm coming. Shueliang Liang turned around and walked back to sit down. Li Zuiyuan glanced at the group of college students sitting over there. He often saw similar scenes in school. Those older brothers and sisters are students like me. They like to sit on the campus lawn, play guitar, and recite poems. The boys like to keep their hair long to cover their eyes. The topic of the tea party tonight is about my future prospects. The topic was raised by the teacher who led the internship, which is very suitable for his identity. The speaker is Zhao Hequan, a boy who was in the same group with Shueliang Liang during the day. At this time, he has entered the final summary stage. America is a country where even the air is particularly sweet. And my future is in America. I have applied to study in the United States with my girlfriend. We will stay in the United States in the future, in the country of freedom and dreams, to enjoy our freedom and realize our life ideals. When he was speaking, his eyes and the light bulb on his head shone together. His face was intoxicated and pious. When he finished his speech, the students around him applauded and cheered. At present, the Western fever, especially the American dream, is sweeping the country among intellectuals, especially young college students. After the reform and opening up, the gap in material life and the impact of Western popular culture are destroying the self-confidence of this generation with terrifying destructive power. Going to the United States and staying in the United States are not difficult to talk about at the moment, but rather a very normal political correctness. Even the intern teachers did not think there was anything wrong. After all, there were quite a few teachers who went abroad, and many of them left the team and stayed after being sent abroad. I also hope that everyone will have the opportunity to go to the United States to find the meaning of their own lives in the future. My girlfriend and I look forward to meeting everyone again on the other side of the ocean. Li Zuiyuan looked up at Zhao Hequan and did not use the theory of deduction of fate to deduce, but simply used the explanation of yin and yang physiognomy to simply match his face. The results obtained in this way will be less and not accurate enough, but Zhao Hequan's face looks relatively standard. Marriage is bumpy, lonely for life. Li Zuiyuan fell into deep thought, but he seems to have a good relationship with his girlfriend, so did I calculate it the wrong way again? Zhao Hequan walked down after he finished speaking, and the next person to go up was Shueliang Liang. Li Zuiyuan handed the meat floss bread to Lei Ziai, who was beside him and came back sulking after losing all the paper bags. Then, he closed the book and held his cheek with his hand. He wanted to listen carefully to what this brother said about his future. Shueliang Liang walked to the center of the classmates. He didn't raise his head. His expression was very calm, not excited. The light of the light bulb above his head hit his back, rendering a layer of halo, like the rising sun. My future lies in the southwest. I majored in water conservancy, and I think that in the future, the southwest, with its rich water resources, will be the place where I can put my knowledge into practice. The geology there is special and not very suitable for the construction of nuclear power plants, but it has rich prospects for hydroelectric power generation. The country will definitely vigorously build hydroelectric power stations there in the future, and energy is an important cornerstone for the country's industrial development. I believe that in the future, hydroelectric power generation in the southwest will not only meet the production and living needs of local people, but also provide support to the whole country. This is a great cause, and I think it is my honor to integrate my future into it. After he finished speaking, the students off the field couldn't help but look at each other, always feeling that there was suddenly an alien among them. Some classmates who are familiar with him laughed and laughed. Obviously, they had long been used to these behaviors of Shuiliang. However, many villagers nearby are listening to the movement of these college students. Shuiliang finished speaking, many people shouted okay. At this time, Zhao Hequan was the most unable to hang on his face. Although the classmates and teachers did not show anything, he himself felt that Shuiliang was targeting himself, and he could not help but ban some yin and yang weird. Ouch, what pretend, I don't believe I will not go if you have a chance to let you go to the United States, let alone the United States, even if you have the opportunity to go to Japan and South Korea, you will go. Shuiliang asked, if you are studying, why not go? Well. Zhao Hequan pointed at him, look, tell the truth, you will not think about it when you go, you don't know, how big is our gap with them. The gap between the kind of species will never catch up. Shuiliang shook his head, it will catch up. Under its leadership, we have achieved huge development achievements, and it will definitely get better and better in the future. But, if you are developing, are you not developing? Such a huge gap, even if people stand still and give you 100 years, you can't catch up. Shuiliang shook his head again, impossible, this world is materialist, unless the nuclear aggregation can make breakthroughs to achieve commercialization, otherwise the market cake of this world is destined to be limited. As long as we continue to develop, this will no longer be a game. Chasing the game. Zhao Hequan frowned, he didn't understand, and other students did not understand, including the teacher with an internship. Shuiliang, what are you talking about, aren't we backward chasers? It is a chase, but not chasing. The better we develop, the more developed our industry, the more cakes and markets can be grabbed. In the future, not only will they not stand in place to wait for us, but they will continue to retreat. We'll take the initiative, go with us in both ways. I think that after 50 years, our total economic volume will definitely surpass Japan and South Korea. The classmates looked at Shuiliang's eyes, as if looking at a fool, and the teacher with the class couldn't help covering his mouth and laughed. Shuiliang continued. Is this strange? In the future, one day, our shipbuilding industry will exceed South Korea, and our car manufacturing volume will exceed Japan. When they lose these industrial advantages, will we definitely go back? As for what you said, maybe there is really good living conditions now, but staying is not suitable for me. I hope that what I learn can have a platform. And I don't think that when different dialects in different provinces in China, they may suffer exclusion. After going abroad, under different people's skin color, they will not exclude you to provide you with free platform development. This is unreasonable because it is too anti-human. Okay. 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 The villagers nearby are even more applauded, including Li Vihan and Four Uncle also joined the applause. Although many words they did not understand, but for some of the most simple feelings and expectations in their hearts, they felt that this student felt this student. Speaking of words, fast. Zhao Hequan was a little angry, you don't understand, you don't understand, you don't understand the United States at all, nor do you understand the true meaning of freedom. There is a student echoing next to it, Shuiliang, since you are so determined, then you must know what you can make a lot of money in the future, you talk about it, hey. Yes, you talk about it. We follow you how to see the future and make money together. Shuiliang thought about it and answered carefully, according to the development law of the first economy, when an economy is in a period of rapid rising development, its real estate industry is destined to usher in huge development. Therefore, if you want to invest more well, you can go to the core of the big city to buy a house, even if you go to the bank to buy it. Everyone was stunned at first, and then made a bigger laughter, and many people shed tears. Shuiliang sat down, and the next student went to speak. However, many classmates still looked at him while whispering with their classmates while whispered. Shuiliang didn't care about it. He continued to sit in his position and applauded the classmates of the speech. Li Zhanyuan still did not use his lifestyle, but just looked at Shuiliang's face silently. The marriage is smooth, longevity is safe. Li Zhanyuan blinked, and this time the opposite result was still angry. Late at night, the tea party has already ended. The villagers on the Baisaka were sleeping, and the group of college students had rest. However, because the house inside was not enough, and the female classmates avoided suspicion, some boys could only shop outside the house. Shuiliang and Zhao Hequan are among them. On the dam, the snoring sound continued, as if playing the symphony. However, everyone is tired during the day, so there is no insomnia trouble, and they sleep well. Li Zhanyuan was lying beside Li Vihan, with his head on his head as a pillow. Sleeping and falling asleep, Li Zhanyuan suddenly felt a little cold. It stands to reason that even if he sleeps outside this season, it will not be cold enough to make people trembling. He is covered with straws from his uncle under him. The quilt in the family. But soon, Li Zhanyuan realized what happened. Probably because I did not have a transfer ceremony with myself since the injury of the grandfather, so I haven't had such a dream for a long time. At this time, Li Zhanyuan knew, he had a dream again. But with experience and theoretical knowledge, he was not as frizzy as before. He lay down without moving, and quietly opened his eyes. He saw that he was still lying in place. He was the sound of his grandfather's sleeping breathing, and he was the uncle and Pan Zilzi in front of him. But he knows that this is not a reality, this is a dream, because the word chill is getting stronger and stronger. If it weren't for the desperate tolerance, he would not help but curl up and snoring. At this time, he saw a woman walking from the step of the dam. The woman was wearing white clothes, and her skirt was dragged to the ground for a long time. She was also wrapped around the iron chain. However, women's naked skin showed scorched black meat red. When walking, the meat pieces kept falling off, making a sticky sound. After walking to the center of the dam, the woman stopped, and her head began to look around, as if looking for someone. Others are sleeping and cannot see women. When the woman was about to look at her side, Li Zhanyuan closed her eyes completely. After a while, after I felt that the time was almost, Li Zhanyuan opened his eyes again quietly. But this is what you see, but found that the woman did not know if she looked around several times, or I always looked at this direction. In short, in the perspective of Li Zhanyuan. He and the woman look at it. Suddenly, Li Zhanyuan's blood was solidified, and his heartbeat banged accelerated. Women's face, blurred flesh, like burning and scratching. In short, it presents a kind of horror of flesh and fleshy mud rolling on the ground in spring. The only conspicuous position is that the woman's mouth is there, and she can't see her lips clearly. I can only see 2 rows of white teeth, which is even more thrilling. The woman was still staring at her, but Li Zhanyuan did not dare to close her eyes and do extra movements. But the woman took the step by step, and walked towards herself. It's over. She noticed that I could see her. Even though his heart rolled up, Li Zhanyuan still forcibly made himself motionless, and even his breath was controlled as before. With the continuous approach of the woman, the tip of the nose smelled a strange smell of meat, with a little mold acid, which was very nauseous. However, Li Zhanyuan was still breathing as usual, as if he was still asleep. Women walked up and squatted slowly. Her horrible face was almost posted in front of Li Zhanyuan's nose. At this time, Li Zhanyuan couldn't close his eyes and could only be forced to look at her. Looking at the rotten meat on her face, she fell one by one, with 2 pieces of meat, and fell on her face, slowly slipping along the cheeks. Sticky, with disgusting juice. At this moment, the time passed as if walking very slowly, and the duration of seconds. After staring for a while, the woman finally stood up, turned her head, and walked step by step towards the central area. Li Zhanyuan didn't care about the fragmented meat left on his face. He motionless, and even kept his eyes opened slightly. Suddenly, the woman on the way, her body was still walking, but her head turned around 180 degrees on her neck and looked back at Li Zhanyuan again. In this scene, Li Zhanyuan's back was scared out of cold sweat. The bitter chill brushed down the tailbone from his back, and then brushed back from the bottom up again. Fortunately, I didn't close my eyes. The woman seems to have confirmed that this child is just used to opening a little corner to sleep. Her head turned 180 degrees and returned. Hey! Hey! Li Zhanyuan was in his heart and kept exhaling, and he felt that his head was dizzy. The woman seemed to find the person she was looking for, and she stepped towards the college student who slept outside the threshold. In the end, she stood in the middle of Shueliang Liang and Zhao Hequan. Both of them are asleep, and they are not clear about what kind of horrible things are now so close to them. The woman opened her hand, her cuffs were shrunk, and she exposed her bone-exposed arm. It was not only rotten meat, but also countless meat maggots drilled into them. Li Zhanyuan still kept his eyes slightly open. This action would not change before his dream woke up. When I saw this, Li Zhanyuan couldn't help thinking. During the day, the 2 college students who smashed the bodhisattva chain with the hammer were Shueliang Liang and Zhao Hequan. The woman slowly squatted down, looking at Shueliang Liang's neck on the right, and his hands leaned down. However, at the moment when it was about to reach, the light bulbs that were originally hung on the dam on the head of the head suddenly flashed a few times because of poor contact. The woman's head turned back immediately, came to her back, staring at the flashing light bulb. After the light bulb flashed a few times, it returned to normal. The woman's head turned to the back of the back and turned in front of her. But the amplitude of her rotation this time was a bit insufficient, resulting in the original face towards Shueliang Liang's face on the right side, and after turning clockwise, she turned to Zhao Hequan. Her hands naturally followed the direction of her head and moved over. Immediately afterwards, facing Zhao Hequan's neck. Go down. Chapter 19. The woman slowly stood up, and Zhao Hequan was held by the neck and lifted up. She leaned her face over, as if to examine him carefully. Gradually, black spots began to grow from Zhao Hequan's neck, where the woman's hand was holding, and soon spread to the whole body. Then, these spots began to gradually expand and merge with each other, forming one black abscess after another. The central area of each piece was bulging, and pus continued to overflow, sliding down the body, and finally gathered at the feet off the ground, forming a stream of liquid dripping on the ground. However, Zhao Hequan did not show any pain or struggle, and seemed to be still sleeping soundly. Instead, Li Zhuiyuan suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. If he would be infected and rotten if he touched this woman, then the 2 pieces of meat that the woman had dropped on his face before. His face began to itch. After a careful feeling, it was really itchy, not a psychological effect. But now, even if it itched again, Li Zhuiyuan did not dare to reach out and scratch it. Then, the woman lifted Zhao Hequan with her left hand alone and held him horizontally at her side. This formed a sharp contrast. The woman's physique was indeed a bit outrageous. Li Zhuiyuan was shocked by the woman's appearance and the eye contact before, so he ignored this point. Now, he found that the woman's figure was very similar to the statue in the temple. The woman must have caught the person she was looking for, so she carried Zhao Hequan to the bottom of the dam. She walked very steadily, looking forward. Then halfway through the journey, her body continued to move forward, but her head suddenly turned 90 degrees and looked over. Li Zhuiyuan's heart trembled. She was still observing him. The woman continued to move forward while looking at him, and finally left his sight and went down the dam. The itchy feeling on his face continued. Li Zuiyuan lay still, his eyelids still slightly open. The sense of time passing was a little distorted at this moment, and he didn't know how long it had passed. Anyway, he still insisted on not moving. Suddenly, in the lower left corner of his field of vision, the woman's bloody face suddenly popped out. It was like a person who had already left the house, but remembered something again. His body was still outside the house, but he tilted his neck back and looked back at you. The 2 rows of white teeth were the only part that could show her facial expression. There was a little distance between the white teeth, and I imagined that she was smiling. It seemed to say, "Haha! I just want to see if you are really sleeping." However, this time Li Zuiyuan was not scared again, he had already anticipated this. Because the chill around him did not dissipate, it meant that the woman had not gone far and was still nearby. In his mind, he could imagine her standing still under the dam. Lu Jingxia said that those dirty things would have an extremely strong interest in those who could see it, so even if you saw it, you had to pretend not to see it. Finally, the oppressive atmosphere disappeared, the chill dissipated, the summer night heat swept again, and the evening breeze brought fresh air. It was as if I walked out of the freezer, from the body to the soul, there was a feeling of thawing. This made my face even more itchy. It seemed that if I could just reach out and scratch a few times, it would be the most refreshing and pleasant thing in the world. However, Li Zuiyuan still did not move. His willpower had been relaxed, and his self-control was almost broken, but he still relied on inertia to keep his previous sleeping posture and eyes. Suddenly, the cold appeared again, and this time it came quickly, urgently, and violently. It was not that I was dragged back into the freezer, but that the freezer opened the door, grew legs, and swallowed me in. 2 sounds of landing came to my ears, mixed with the crisp friction of iron chains. A pair of legs appeared a little bit in front of me in my sight, and at the bottom, there was a pair of feet that were still dripping with pus. This is Zhao Hequan's foot, and he is being lifted by the woman. So, the woman is now standing behind him, very close to his head. She is still looking at him. At this moment, Li Zuiyuan finds it difficult to understand the woman's unremitting persistence. Since you keep trying again and again, why don't you just lift yourself up like you did to Zhao Hequan? Don't you still have one hand free? At this time, Li Zuiyuan suddenly remembered the rumor he heard during the day, that 2 students from Haihe University broke the iron chain on the female bodhisattva with a hammer. It should be Shui Liang and Zhao Hequan. But the woman only mentioned Zhao Hequan, but not Shui Liang. So, does this prove that the woman can only take one away this time? All of a sudden, Li Zuiyuan's mind became clear. This is a reverse competition, the 2 competing parties are himself and Zhao Hequan. If he reveals a flaw, the woman is likely to let Zhao Hequan go and take him away instead. Her continuous probing is actually a trade-off. Li Zuiyuan would never be willing to sacrifice himself in exchange for Zhao Hequan's escape. If he had to choose between the 2, he would definitely choose Zhao Hequan to accompany the woman. Anyway, his ideal country is the United States. It is difficult to get a visa, and the ocean is vast and difficult to cross. Reincarnation is also a shortcut. It is not easy to endure the pain, but once the problem is simplified into a competition, it is like being pulled back to the track that you are best at. The swift cold came and went quickly. The woman should have left again. But Li Zhanyuan was fixed like this. He no longer cares about whether the dream has woke up, and did not care whether the woman would return again, so he continued to keep this posture at this semi-closed level. His face was still itchy, which forced him to find another way to transfer his attention. He began to think about the algorithm in the 8th book of Yin and Yang Xiangxiu. Anyway, he was idle, and now he is okay to do it, and he dare not do it. It is better to continue to learn. In the brains, rows of people's faces continued to emerge, and gradually reunited. When Li Zhanyuan can now appear a face in her heart, she can be men or women and less. Under a closer look, in fact, from eyebrows, eyes, noses, mouths to ears, it is constantly changing. Nowadays, there is a game with flower paper in Girls, which is a piece of paper printed with a model body with a lot of stickers from hairstyles to various clothes. It has a glue on its back, which can be pasted on the model, like a simple version of doll dressing. Li Zhanyuan feels that he is playing this game now, but the accessories in his makeup library are richer than a set of flower paper toy boxes. Playing, Li Zhanyuan gradually rose up a thought. Can you try to move this face and talk? The first 7 books of Yin and Yang Shui are a large number of dead memories and calculations. In the 8th book, it is the transformation of science to metaphysics. The mystery here refers to a kind of threshold. Thanks to her mother, when she was a child, she often took herself to see the psychologist. At that time, in order to meet the needs of the mother, she also took the initiative to split her personal style according to the doctor's treatment guidance. So, can the same method be used here? This idea made him feel shocked, because he felt himself, as if he found the idea of knowing the 8th book. But at the same time, Li Zhanyuan also felt danger. The personality he had made alone before was completely controllable, but if he created a personality according to the templates of others in his mind, can it be safe? Xiao Yuanho, wake up, hey, still sleep, we have to work. Li Vihan's voice sounded in his ear, and then a rough but warm hand stroked his face. Li Zhanyuan knew that this was really awake. He didn't know if the woman came back and continued to test herself after that time. However, that's not important anymore. The self immersed in the learning atmosphere really ignored the changes in the outside world. They didn't fall asleep, but they were dead then falling asleep. Well, Xiao Yuanho, uncomfortable sleeping outside? Li Vihan asked carelessly. No, grandpa, I slept well. Li Zhanyuan turned to look at the direction of the house, and found that the college students were also rising. They were washing. Zhao Hequan was there. He didn't die, and he laughed with his classmates. That's good, your uncle is coming, let's wash your face. After simple cleaning, after breakfast, everyone will work early in the morning. Today's work tasks are based on the village. As long as they can be completed early, they can return home early and don't have to sleep here for one night. Li Zhanyuan also came to the river worker. This time, he was lazy, found a stone to sit down, holding his cheeks. He was tangled, and he felt that he had found the key to the 8th book, but he didn't dare to try. Vaguely feel that this is like a fortune teller for himself last time. There are many taboos in this line. No, this is composed of various taboos. The hot atmosphere on the construction site gradually dispersed the haze in Li Zhanyuan's heart. He wanted to open it. The first 7 books were enough for himself to look at others. As for the 8th book, it was not available at a special moment. Okay, let's help Grandpa to transport the mud. Li Zhanyuan was about to get up and moved down, and suddenly found that he had a grey spot in the inside of his left arm, and then looked at the right arm of his right, and there was a spot with the corresponding position. He immediately touched his face didn't feel it, and he didn't itch when he woke up. He almost forgot about it. It seems that I am still in the end. The reason why it did not appear on the face is to understand that some of the functions in the dream last night were not necessarily explicitly on the face. At that time, I was not the real body. Li Zhanyuan raised his arms and looked closely. Although the 2 pieces of area were only coins, this stuff was likely to spread. At this time, 2 people came ahead. To be precise, Shuiliang Liang helped Zhao Hequan to come over. The 2 of them are a measurement team. No matter what contradictions they have made last night, they still have to complete the task together today. Brother, what's wrong with him? Li Zhanyuan asked. Shuiliang Liang said, he is uncomfortable, I take him to see a doctor. Li Zhanyuan noticed that Zhao Hequan's neck was completely blue and black. Yet, he was just smashed by a woman's face to face, but he was taken away by a woman's neck, and it must be the most serious. After Li Qianyuan went to say hello to Li Vihan, he followed Shueliang to return to the dam where he went to bed last night, where there was a barefoot doctor sitting. The doctor unbuttoned Zhao Hequan's shirt, checked his symptoms, and his face became ugly. Is he poisoned or was bitten by a poisonous insect? Shueliang asked anxiously. Where are there such powerful poisonous mosquitoes here? It doesn't look like poisoning, it won't happen so quickly. Didn't you say he was fine this morning? Yes, he was completely normal this morning. Ah! The doctor said with some embarrassment, send him to the health center in the nearby town for an examination. Here, I can only check for headaches and fevers. Doctor, I have it here too. Shueliang rolled up his sleeves. Li Zuyuan, who was standing next to him, saw that his arm also had grey round spots like his own. That's right, the woman squatted in front of him last night and almost caught him instead of Zhao Hequan, so it's normal for him to have some broken flesh. Hurry up and go to the hospital, and you should check it together, don't it's an infectious disease or something. Okay, then I'll leave my friend here first, and I'll go find a car. The doctor frowned, but could only nod, then took out an old mask from his pocket and put it on himself. After Shueliang left, the doctor looked at Zhao Hequan again. At this time, Zhao Hequan's consciousness was a little blurred. The doctor murmured, it doesn't look like he is sick, but it seems that he has been invaded by something dirty. Barefoot doctors are people with basic medical knowledge who are trained or designated by the state after the founding of New China. They have no establishment and are both farmers and doctors. Although they are generally not comparable to doctors in regular hospitals in terms of medical professional level, they have played a huge role in improving and protecting rural medical conditions in a specific historical period and made outstanding contributions. At the same time, because of their professional characteristics, they often have their own understanding of some special difficult and complicated diseases, and they are not so averse. What did you say? Li Zuyuan heard it and asked curiously. The doctor didn't say anything. He didn't scare a child with his weird words. Did you encounter something dirty? Did you get invaded? Li Zuyuan asked, how should I solve it? The doctor said with a smile, little boy, how can I know how to solve it? I am a doctor, not a fortune teller. Li Zuyuan was a little disappointed. It seemed that he could only wait until his grandfather came back. He actually knew that Lu Jingxia and Aunt Li Juxiang seemed to have a solution to this problem, but he was too embarrassed to go to them because the solution they used was too simple and crude. At this time, Shueliang, who had just walked out for a while, came back again, accompanied by a middle-aged man with half-white hair in work clothes. The man had thick eyebrows and a square face, and he had a sense of uprightness and majesty. Engineer Luo. The doctor saw him and took the initiative to stand up and greet him. The other party was the deputy commander of the project and the dean of the department at Haihe University. He was basically responsible for organizing the water conservancy construction projects in this area in recent years. Yet, Luo Tinggrui raised his hand in response, then walked straight to Zhao Hequan. After checking the situation, he cursed Shueliang beside him in a low voice, don't you have a brain? Who told you two to be so impulsive yesterday? Director, it's my fault. Luo Tinggrui said with a gloomy face, didn't I teach you that if you encounter a tomb or temple during construction, you must deal with it? Even if there are no conditions for relocation and resettlement, you must burn some incense and say a few good words before pushing these things away. You are so good that you just smash it with a hammer. Director, what should we do now? In fact, Shueliang planned to burn incense and worship before pushing the temple yesterday, but Zhao Hequan snorted coldly, saying that this is the bad nature of the Chinese, and he just smashed it with a hammer, and he could only bite the bullet and follow up. Who knew that such a problem would occur the next day, but now is obviously not the time to share responsibilities and explain. Where was the statue moved to? It was dragged to the west ditch and piled up with construction waste. Okay, take him there first, I'll go to my temporary office to find incense. Apologize first, and then send him to the city hospital. With this symptom, the town health center should not be able to treat it. Anyway, it will take some time to find a car now. Okay, director, I got it. Shueliang Liang carried Zhao Hequan on his back and trotted down the dam. As he walked, he suddenly turned his head and looked at Li Zuiyuan, who followed him. You. Li Zuiyuan didn't waste any words and showed his forearm to the other party. Shueliang Liang was very surprised. Little friend, did you smash it too? I don't know. In fact, Li Zuiyuan was the most innocent. He now has the ability to passively walk in the dark, but the whole thing really has nothing to do with him. Then come with me to burn incense. After you finish burning incense, tell your family and I'll take you to the city hospital. Okay, brother. 2 people, or more precisely, 3 people came to the west ditch where the waste was piled up. The female bodhisattva statue was placed there alone. The villagers who were working on the construction still had basic taboos. They didn't let it lie there. There was a stone stuck next to it to ensure that it could stand. After putting Zhao Hequan down, Shueliang Liang walked to the statue and worshipped first. It was my fault yesterday, please forgive me. After a pause, he looked at Li Zuiyuan beside him. At least, you have to forgive this child. Last night, Shueliang Liang also said loudly, this world is materialistic. However, this seems to be correct. In the eyes of true materialists, as long as there is a set of ready-made rules to explore and solve, then even if it is a ghost, it is a materialistic ghost. Li Zuiyuan carefully observed the statue. The statue had been underwater or in the mud for a long time, and the paint had long since peeled off and corroded. What caught his eye was a large piece of surface that looked like red rust, which should be the material of some kind of mud used to shape the statue. But this also echoed the state of the woman when she appeared last night, rolling, charred, and bloody. The most important thing is that the rest of the statue's face is invisible, but there is still a section of white tooth paint at the corner of the mouth. It should be because the pigment is special and more durable. From the face shape of the paint, the lower jaw is retracted, which leaves a gap at the mouth. Maybe in this way, it will not be completely filled in under the mud. No mistakes in one song, one post, one content, 1/6, one book, one bar. Li Zuiyuan also bowed, and then the jingle that his grandfather had said when he led him to send the little yellow warbler came to his mind. He had a good memory and remembered it word for word, so he recited it. Today I offer you sacrifices, next year I offer you sacrifices. Are you satisfied with this favor? No matter yin or yang, you have to be reasonable. If there is a grievance, you should seek revenge. If there is a grudge, you should seek revenge. Everyone in the world has a hard life. You must not go against it. Next to him, Shueliang Liang looked at the child with his eyes wide open, because he saw in this child, professionalism. After Li Zuiyuan finished reading, he added, bring the incense over later. When I get home, I will set up a small altar for you and offer all my snacks on it to make up for it. Shueliang Liang was surprised and asked, will this work? Li Zuiyuan shook his head and told the truth, I don't know. He just happened to copy the answer according to the grandfather's sample question. Then, Li Zuiyuan raised his arm again. Hey! The grey spot, which was originally the size of a coin, shrunk to the size of a soybean, and the color became lighter. Li Zuiyuan blinked. He himself did not expect that the answer of the great master was so useful. Look at yours. Li Zuiyuan looked at Shueliang Liang. He needed a comparison now. Shueliang Liang immediately spread his arms. His grey spot not only did not get smaller, but became larger. He immediately said, "Little brother, teach me how to read." "Okay." Next, Shuiliang imitated Li Zuiyuan and read the words just now, but he changed Li Zuiyuan's last sentence. "Snacks are offered up to go to the school cafeteria to get food and set up an offering table for you in the dormitory." After reading, he waited for a while. Shuiliang pulled up his sleeves like scratching a lottery ticket and also made a sound of surprise. The spot was smaller, but it did not shrink back to the size of a soybean, but became the same as before. This. Shuiliang frowned. Could it be that the Bodhisattva also knows that the food in our school cafeteria is terrible? Li Zuiyuan thought that it might be because he really smashed the statue yesterday. Why is there another child? Luo Tingrui came over with incense. This child also encountered the same problem. Luo Tingrui was a little confused, but he didn't ask anything else. Instead, he handed Li Zuiyuan a stick of incense, then one for himself, and one for Shuiliang. As for Zhao Hequan, who was already unconscious, he stuffed him with a lot of incense. Next, Luo Tingrui stood in the front, first took the incense and worshipped seriously, then unbuttoned his collar, sat down in front of the statue regardless of the dirt, patted the ground with one hand and grabbed his chest with the other hand, and began to complain. Starting from the hard days before liberation, recalling the purpose and significance of building roads, bridges, and water conservancy projects, and finally looking forward to the future. He spoke very devotedly and emotionally, completely without the rigorous temperament of the previous engineer. If you didn't know, you would think he was holding a small symposium. Moreover, as if he was afraid that the local temples could not understand Mandarin, he deliberately used a lot of non-Tuong dialect, although it was very poor and not standard. After speaking, he stood up, pressed Li Zuiyuan and Shuiliang's heads with both hands, and asked them to hold incense and worship again. Finally, he dragged the unconscious Zhao Hequan over and grabbed his head to kowtow. After doing this, Luo Tingrui buttoned his collar and calmed down again. Seeing the curious eyes from Shuiliang, he said unhappily, "Learn something, I also learned from my predecessors. There are not many such things in non-Tuong. It is very common to encounter such things when building roads and bridges in the inland. Everyone has figured out this set of procedures, which is quite useful." Li Zuiyuan nodded very convinced, because he found that after this worship, the grey spots on his forearms that were originally the size of soybeans disappeared, leaving only a little bit of undetectable color marks, which can almost be said to be healed. This is really amazing. If I go back and ask Lu Jingxia to treat her, I'm afraid Aunt Xianghao will roll on the ground in pain again. Li Zuiyuan began to think, is this another kind of development of Suanmen? The main point is to move people with emotion and reason, however, the key here seems to be a higher level of righteousness, even those dirty things can only retreat. The spots on Shuiliang's arm shrank back to the size of soybeans, but also faded a lot, which should not be a big problem. Even if this mark is left permanently, it is not a big deal for a water conservancy boy. As for Zhao Hequan, he seemed to be relieved a lot, and began to hum and regain some consciousness, but he was the most serious. Now even if half of it is recovered, it feels like the difference between a serious illness that can kill you 10 times and only let you die once. After all, Li Zuiyuan saw with his own eyes that Zhao Hequan was taken away by that woman. Where did he go? Li Zuiyuan looked around the statue's feet, and it seemed that there was no suitable place to hide things here, but he saw a line of words on the statue's base, that is, between the 2 feet. By family Niang Niang. Is it a title for women? It is in line with the local address habits. For example, Lu Jingxia is called Lu Family Mama by guests. So, this is not a female bodhisattva statue, but it is not wrong to call it that, because in the superficial and broad understanding of the gods by ordinary people, female gods can be called female bodhisattvas. Send him to the city hospital. Luo Tingrui sighed, and then said to Shuiliang, "You should also go to the hospital for another checkup, so that there are no problems left." Shuiliang pointed at Li Zuiyuan and said, "This kid has to go for a checkup, too." "Well, kid, which village and team are your parents from?" "The 4th team of Siyuan village, Shinan town." Luo Tinggrui looked at Shuiliang. "I'll go and tell his parents that you students will take him to the city to have some fun, and send him home in the evening. The construction site can't do without me, so you take them with you. The car should be waiting at the entrance now." "Okay, director." Shuiliang helped Zhao Hequan up again, and then motioned Li Zuiyuan to follow. There was indeed a car parked at the entrance on the west side of the construction site, and the driver was also inside. When he saw people coming, he immediately drove to the city. On the way, Li Zuiyuan thought that if Luo Gong went to talk to Grandpa and the others would definitely be relieved. After all, Luo Gong's status as deputy commander was higher than that of the mayor. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning when they arrived at Nantung People's Hospital. Li Zuiyuan checked his arm and the color mark was no longer visible. This was completely healed, but after returning, Li Zuiyuan would still set up a small altar to settle his promise. Shuiliang was almost the same. His soybean-sized mark had also shrunk to a light mark. However, unlike the two who had basically recovered, it seemed that all the pain was borne by Zhao Hequan alone. When they set off, he had recovered some consciousness and seemed to be much better, but on the way, his condition began to worsen again. He vomited in the car more than once, and the vomited was still sour and smelly. The driver was so distressed that he honked the horn more vigorously. When they arrived at the hospital, Shuiliang first arranged to send Zhao Hequan to the emergency room, and then took Li Zuiyuan's hand to do a series of tests such as blood tests. It was almost time for lunch when they were waiting for the results. Shuiliang went to the hospital cafeteria to buy some steamed buns and brought them to eat with Li Zuiyuan. "It seems that we have to wait until the afternoon after work to get the report." Shuiliang looked at Li Zuiyuan. "After getting the report in the afternoon, I will go to the small shop at the door to buy you some milk and toys, and you can take them back with you." "Thank you, brother." "What are you thanking me for? After all, it's me who got you into trouble." This incident was caused by him and Zhao Hequan hitting the statue with a hammer. How could this kid also swing a sledgehammer? Li Zuiyuan lowered his head and took a bite of the bun. It was indeed caused by him, but he didn't blame him in his heart. He is a sunny, cheerful, and careful person. It's hard for people to feel disgusted. He also likes to play this kind of character. Hiss! Li Zuiyuan held the bun in his left hand and grabbed his head with his right hand, looking painful. Damn, this feeling came up again. At this time, Li Zuiyuan felt that his vision began to blur, and he felt that he was out of place with his body. In fact, this was a concrete manifestation of the separation of self-cognition and identity. In his mind, the indifference and sarcasm that his mother had frequently shown in recent years emerged again. He knew very well that once he let this symptom get out of control and completed the separation, he would lose his identity as Xiao Yuanho forever. When facing family and social relationships, he would be indifferent and resistant, and even unable to continue. But he really liked this kind of life, and he was unwilling to give up. If his mother hadn't been there, he might not have been so resistant, and he might even have the idea of trying to see what it felt like, but now, because of his mother's presence, he was afraid. Perhaps, even Li Lan herself didn't expect that she had taken the trouble to find a psychologist for her son and various methods to intervene in time. The effect was far inferior to his own negative case. Xiao Yuan, what's wrong with you? Xiao Yuan, are you feeling uncomfortable? Shuiliang was startled. He was afraid that the child would have a big problem because of him. Li Zuiyuan kept reciting his family network in his mind. This time, he even brought out Grandpa Bei and Grandma Bei. At the same time, Qin Li recited more frequently. That girl who only had him in her eyes, he really didn't want to respond to her gaze with indifference when he returned. At the same time, Li Zuiyuan was still reciting, I only found a way to solve the problem in the 8th book of physiognomy. I haven't dared to try it yet. This doesn't count as learning it. The 8 trigrams algorithm for my fate deduction has not been completed yet. Although the progress is fast, what if I get stuck later? No, even if I have learned these 2 books, there are so many books in my grandfather's basement. I definitely can't finish reading and learning them all. I will definitely fail, I will definitely not understand, I will definitely be frustrated and powerless and tired of learning. Pop. Silent crisp sound, as if consciousness, thinking and identity recognition have returned to their positions. Li Zuiyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, leaning back on his chair, his face covered in cold sweat. As expected, the sense of frustration in learning is the most useful. This sudden situation may be related to the 8th book he opened at night, which made him lose his consciousness as a poor student. Xiao Yuan, are you okay? I'm fine, brother Liang Liang. Li Zuiyuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and deliberately said to comfort him, it's not this, I have epilepsy. Oh, so. Please sit down and don't leave. I'll get you a hot towel to wipe you. Yes, thank you brother Liang Liang. After Shui Liang Liang left, Li Zuiyuan saw a familiar figure from the corner of his eye. It was Sister Yingzi. She was also in this hospital? Were her grandparents transferred from the town health center to this hospital? Doesn't that mean that the grandfather might be here too? However, Li Zuiyuan did not leave his seat to chase him. He was afraid that Shui Liang Liang would come back and not find him and would be anxious. Shui Liang Liang came back with a new towel. He carefully wiped Li Zuiyuan's face and motioned Li Zuiyuan to raise his hand. He put the towel into his short sleeves and wiped his body to prevent him from catching a cold. Xiao Yuan, you are not from here, right? Shui Liang Liang asked with a smile. When I asked you yesterday, you said you were from here, but when you were drawing blood, you spoke to the nurse in Nantung dialect, and I heard it. Well, I lived in Beijing when I was a child, and I just returned to my hometown recently. Beijing, I've been there, it was a study exchange activity between colleges and universities, I went to Weiming Lake. Li Zuiyuan thought, it's not a coincidence, we didn't meet by chance. I envy the kids in the big city so much. Shui Liang Liang sighed. Where is brother Liang's family from? I'm from a rural area in Anhui. My house in my hometown is very beautiful, but it's a little poor. Li Zuiyuan nodded. He also thought that many old houses in Siyuan village were very beautiful, especially the roofs and eaves of those bungalows, which were very beautiful. It's a pity. Many people in my hometown demolished their old houses and built buildings after their living conditions improved. That's also for a better life. I know, but I think that when our lives get better, we ordinary people will start to like traveling like people in developed countries. If the old houses are not demolished, they may become tourist attractions. Li Zuiyuan looked at Shui Liang Liang. He felt that this big brother's thinking had a keen depth that made him sigh. He was not the kind of person who knew everything by nature, nor was he like those classmates in his class who had special skills, but he seemed to be very good at discovering objective laws and grasping the essence of the problem, that is, he had a long-term vision. Perhaps, this is actually a kind of genius. Haha, do you think I'm talking nonsense? How could anyone buy tickets and queue up to visit such old houses and old towns in the future? Li Zuiyuan shook his head, I think what you said should be right, brother Liang Liang. You are also very smart, really, I feel it. How are your grades? Very good, there are not many children in the class who are better than me. That's because you are still young, and there are fewer things to learn in the lower grades, the gap is not big, and the competition is small. When you go to junior high school, and then college, you will understand. Don't be proud and complacent now. Well, I know. Li Zuiyuan immediately pointed to the stairs. Brother Liang, I just saw my cousin go upstairs. Her grandparents are hospitalized here. My cousin and my aunt should be accompanying her. I want to go see her. Okay, I'll go with you. Don't bother, I can go by myself. No, I'll have to send you home in person after I get the examination report in the afternoon to confirm that everything is fine. Okay, Brother Liang. The 4th and 5th floors are inpatient floors. Li Zuiyuan didn't know the patient's name, so he couldn't check the ward number. He could only scan the wards one by one. It didn't take long for him to find a familiar and loud voice. Damn it, what's going on? It was the voice of the great-grandfather. Li Zuiyuan ran over immediately, and Shui Liang followed behind. At the same time, some patients and their families appeared in the corridor, attracted by the noise to see what was going on. He came to the door of the ward and pushed it open. Li Zuiyuan saw Li Sanjiang holding a peachwood sword, protecting Yingzi, third aunt, and 2 other middle-aged men and women behind him. There was an old man lying on each of the 2 beds, which should be Yingzi's grandpa and grandma. At this time, the 2 old people were twitching wildly, and blood was overflowing from their eyes, ears, mouths, and noses, especially in their mouths, where blood was surging, not only dyeing the beds red, but also quickly accumulating 2 large pools on the ground. But even so, they were still making intermittent sounds with great difficulty. Spare my life! Spare my life! Lady Bai. Chapter 20. After asking for mercy, the 2 elderly people gradually stabilized. They died. Both eyes opened, the corners of the eyes were cracked, staring straight at the ceiling. The blue tendons are exposed at the neck, and the blood vessels under the skin are black. Both hands and feet are stunned under body, as if being tied to the invisible rope, and the shout before the death is like the sorrow before the sentence. Doctors and nurses came in, and they came quickly, but did not leave them any time. Whether it is the appalling bleeding amount or the signs of the 2 elderly at this time, there is no meaning of rescue measures. Next, the onlookers outside the ward were dispelled, and let the caregiver hurried over to clean the room. The relatives were called to the office for follow-up processing. When Li Sanjiang saw the great-grandson, he dragged Li Zhanyuan in doubt and asked, "Shouldn't you go to pick the river with your grandfather? How can you find it here?" Shui Liang took out his student's certificate and passed, and said, "Uncle, I am a student of Haihe University. Originally at the river, a sick classmate came to the hospital. He took it, and he had told Grandpa Xiao Yuan. He recognizes the way." Li Sanjiang pointed at Li Zhanyuan at the same time and looked at Shui Liang at the same time. It didn't take long for him to return to his hometown and never came to the urban area. Which road was recognized? Shui Liang, in fact, I like this child very much, so I want to take him out to play along the way. Li Sanjiang took Shui Liang's student ID, took a closer look, and gave him it. He believed this reason. After all, the gold content of college students was still very high. At this time, the middle-aged men and women in the ward came out of the doctor's office and came straight to Li Sanjiang. Li Sanjiang sighed at them and said, "Sorrow." Li Zhanyuan speculated that they should be the sister-in-law and aunt of Yingzi. However, this couple seems to have no response to the pain of the funeral, or there are even more urgent things to press them. They each grabbed Li Sanjiang's hand, whispered and excitedly, "Uncle Sanjiang, please, save me, save me. Yeah, uncle, help us, it's really terrible." Li Sanjiang glanced at Li Zhanyuan next to him, motioning to go to each floor to speak with himself. Li Zhanyuan was not entangled with it. Sangxiang was still walking in the doctor's office, and Sister Yingzi sat on the bench alone. "I just witnessed such a scary scene, and after experiencing a pair of loved ones, the blow was naturally great." Li Zhanyuan sat in the past to start speaking and comforting. In the process, he also asked the matter by the way. Ying's grandfather and grandmother worked in a private aquaculture farm. When the fence was dredged half a month ago, a small coffin was dug. The coffin is red, and I don't know how long it has been soaked below, but it was not rotten at all, but was soaked more red. The old couple shouted the boss, saying that according to local customs, the small coffin had to be burned with incense and then pushed it to the river. But the boss was from a foreign country. If he didn't believe this, he shouted that the two workers took the tools to pry the coffin together. The coffin is a girl's body, about 8 years old, wearing black cotton jacket embroidered shoes. It should be buried in winter. When it was opened, it looked a little watery and rotten. The guy almost thought who was buried. But who knows that there are a few cigarettes. The original tender bodies suddenly began to be defeated, and the flesh quickly disappeared. In the end, there was only a skeleton wrapped in black cotton jackets. There is a set of jewelry on the female corpse, a jade on her hair, a ring with a finger, and a golden ring on the neck. In addition, there is a porcelain bottle sticking to the coffin with a porcelain bottle, plus a piece of black wood carving. The carving first is a big character. The corpse town evil spirits, merit helps to rise. Let's connect a line of small words below to add a settlement. Those who see the words must not be obsessed with their body, they must not touch their things. Beijia Niang Niang. Ying's grandfather and grandmother began to ask for the boss to quickly cover the coffin cover in the above, and then pushed back to the river, but the boss was lonely, and felt that several jewelry in this coffin should be valuable. The porcelain bottle is more likely it was a baby object, so I took everything away. As for the coffin and the bones inside, I found a pit in the nearby river to bury it. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Then scary things began to happen. First of all, the boss disappeared, and then Ying's grandfather and grandmother began to have nightmares. In the dream, the girl came to revenge, and then the two of them had a health hospital in the town. The tendency of disability. That day, the two old people took advantage of Sangxiang to go home to get meals, and told Yingzi that they wanted to eat orange crystal water to make Yingzi open her, and then secretly ran to the top of the building to jump off the building. Stop it! But after this trouble, the town health center was unwilling to let them continue. After all, the two elderly people really had to find short opinions in the health center. The trouble in the hospital was great, so they could only transfer to the hospital to the municipal people's hospital. However, the symptoms of the two elderly people are getting bigger and bigger. In conjunction with the CAF agent and the rigorous care of their families, they have not allowed them to continue to be self-proclaimed. But who knows that they can end their lives in this incredible and terrible way? After listening to Yingzi, Li Zhanyuan asked. What about the two workers who follow the boss? That. I don't know. I haven't heard them talk about it. Sister, your Nan grandpa and Nan grandma were relatively clear-headed at first, right? Except when they were sick, they were normal. Just a quarter of an hour before they vomited blood, they were still chatting with me, talking about finding a partner after I was admitted to university. At this time, the third aunt poked her head out of the doctor's office and waved. Ying Hao, come and help Mom fill out the form. I'm here, Mom. After Yingzi left, Li Zuiyuan realized that Shui Liang had sat so close to him at some point, and he was deliberately eavesdropping. Facing Li Zuiyuan's gaze, Shui Liang did not blush, but said excitedly, I heard that you were deliberately asking questions. I was comforting my sister. Hey! I was shocked. You don't know, when I heard the two old people shouting "Bye family lady" at the door of the ward, my heart was in my throat. I thought it was because of my smashing the statue that I hurt someone again, or I just happened to send Zhao Hequan, who was still being harmed, to this hospital today, which triggered something to hurt them, alas. Li Zuiyuan realized that Shui Liang had also noticed the inscription on the base of the statue. Brother Liang, don't worry, the time doesn't match, and the age doesn't match. The coffin was dug out of the aquaculture farm half a month ago, and Shuiliang and Zhao Hequan smashed the statue yesterday. The two events are not connected. This is uncertain, right? Shuiliang asked in confusion. In the past, transportation and communication were not convenient, so the statues might not be so accurate. Maybe the statue we dug out on the river is actually a little girl. Li Zuiyuan shook his head. It's not the same one. Are you sure? Yes. Because he saw that woman, although her physical condition was very similar to the statue, perhaps amplified, but it was impossible for her to be an 8-year-old girl. But, they all call her the Lady of the Bai family. Shuiliang pondered, then could the Lady of the Bai family be a collective name, for example, a professional group? Like those from some Taoist sects are all called the Heavenly Master of a certain mountain. Li Zuiyuan nodded and added, it could also be a surname. Somehow, Li Zuiyuan's mind came up with the tablets of the Qin and Lu families in the morning hall in the east room where Lu Yumei lived. Are they both surnamed Bai? Shuiliang crossed his fingers. It's very possible. The Lady of the Bai family, according to the local dialect, can indeed be understood as the woman of the Bai family, a respectful title for capable people. Li Zuiyuan responded and looked towards the terrace. The grandfather and Yingzi's uncle and aunt had not yet finished their discussion. Shuiliang reached out and gently pushed Li Zuiyuan's arm, and asked carefully, well, do you have any other thoughts about what your sister said? There are many concealments and fabrications. Yes, that's right. Shuiliang was alert again. You really heard that the boss disappeared, and her grandparents had nightmares and their bodies were abnormal, but what happened to the two workers who helped the boss pry open the coffin in the story? Why didn't you know? Unless, the two who helped the boss pry open the coffin were these two old people. Your sister is just an obedient one. What she heard and what she just told you are all said by the adults at home. If so, the two old men who just left have embellished themselves too much in their narration. After all, if it is true what they said, why did they cry for mercy before they died? It is obvious that they knew they had done something wrong, otherwise, they would cry out for injustice. So, if we change the statement, it is probably that the two old men fished out the coffin and then called the boss to come and open the coffin. Even, it may be that the boss fished out the coffin, and the boss did not intend to pry it open, but was instigated by the two old men to open the coffin. At least, they are definitely deeply involved in it, and they are not so sensible and innocent. Li Zuiyuan looked at Shuiliang and blinked. Shuiliang waved his hands in shame. I didn't say I was innocent, but no matter what, I smashed the statue for the progress of the project, not for personal gain. Engineer Luo has made it clear to my Bai family lady. Brother Liang, there is actually another most important point. Xiao Yuan, tell me, what is it? Sister Yingzi can actually tell what is engraved on the plaque, so at least she should have seen the handwritten version. However, how could the two old people not only understand the words on it, but also recite them word for word after opening the coffin, and then read them again? Come out and have someone copy it onto paper. You mean? Well, the two old people should have received something. At least, the wood carving is in their home. After listening to this, Shuiliang nodded heavily, then looked at Li Zuiyuan carefully and asked, Xiao Yuan, are you really a primary school student? Actually, I am a college student at Weiming Lake. He, cough cough. Shuiliang was amused and started coughing. He reached out and stroked Li Zuiyuan's back, encouraging him, well, it's great to have such ambition. Li Zuiyuan could only smile. But, Xiao Yuan, have you heard of the Bai family's queen? Brother Liang, I should have spent much less time in Nantong than you. Oh, that's right, then I'll go to the city's cultural and historical museum to check the information and see if there is any record in the local chronicles. Brother Liang, you are fine now. Why are you so concerned about this matter? Is it for your classmates? Uh, shouldn't it be? I thought you didn't like him very much. It has nothing to do with whether you like him or not. Everyone has their own choice of life path. I can only follow my own judgment and follow the path I choose. In the end, who is right and who is wrong can only be proved by history. Okay, the doctors should go to work. I will go to get the report. If the report is fine, I will not come to you. I will go to the Museum of Literature and History to check the information first. You live in Nancy Yuan village, right? Yes. Where do you get off? Since your great-grandfather is here, I won't take you back. I'll come to see you in the evening. After passing Shijia Bridge, get off at the second exit and walk inside, then ask about Li Sanjiang's family. Are you sure you can find out? Yes, my great-grandfather is very famous in the village. Okay, if there are no cars at night, I'll take a taxi. Li Zuiyuan asked curiously, Brother Liang. What's wrong? Is there anything else? You seem to be quite rich. He said he came from a rural area in Anhui, but in terms of clothing and some living habits, he was not cramped at all. Oh, I contracted 2 canteens and a stationery store in school. In addition, I also gathered a group of classmates to form a team, and we would take on some design projects from professors or outside the school. There are still many opportunities in big cities and universities, and it is easy to make money. It was really not possible when I was in my hometown. I didn't have these objective conditions. Now I send money to my parents every month. In fact, it stands to reason that I cannot come to this kind of internship class, but I don't want to give up this frontline training opportunity. Brother Liang, you are great. You too, smart kid. Shui Liang let his forehead touch Li Zuiyuan's forehead lightly, and when he saw Li Sanjiang and the others came back, he got up and left. Grandpa! Where is that college student? Has he left? He went to see his classmates. Yes. Li Sanjiang nodded, let's go. Where are you going, Grandpa? To get something. Yingzi and her third aunt stayed in the hospital to continue to deal with the rest of the matter. Her uncle Zhou Hai and Aunt Chen Xiaoling took Li Sanjiang and Li Zuiyuan back home. In order to save time, they called a motorcycle waiting for work at the hospital gate. The rural bungalow is very spacious. The dam faces an artificial river. You can see the river surface a distance to the south. After entering the house, Chen Xiaoling went to pour water, and Zhou Hai took out a cloth bag and opened it. There was a hairpin and a wood carving inside. Li Sanjiang picked up the wood carving and frowned slightly at the words on it. Li Zuiyuan came over and read it again. It was exactly the same as Yingzi's story. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Li Sanjiang put down the wood carving and patted his legs. Life isn't that hard now, right? We don't have to worry about food and drink, so why did you suddenly become so greedy? Plop. Plop. Without the worries of being in the hospital, Zhou Hai and Chen Xiaoling knelt down in front of Li Sanjiang, almost kowtowed, and begged Li Sanjiang to save them. It turned out that they also started to have that dream. After witnessing the fate of the old couple today, they were so scared that they almost collapsed. Let's go to the farm first. Do you remember where the body was buried? I remember. Zhou Hai nodded immediately. We dug the pit and buried it ourselves. Hat. Li Sanjiang sneered. The farm is not far from Zhou's house. It takes only a quarter of an hour to walk along the river after leaving the village. The farm is very small. In addition to the boss, there are only 2 employees, Zhou Hai's parents. Therefore, in the initial narration, they not only beautified and concealed themselves to Aunt San and Yingzi, but also did not tell the truth to Li Sanjiang. Dig it. Li Sanjiang said. Don't wait until night. Zhou Hai asked. It is daytime now. Although few people pass by here, there is still the risk of being seen. Li Sanjiang nodded, then I will go back to the village to sleep first, and come back tomorrow. You can secretly dig out the bones at night. No, no, uncle, I'm afraid, I dare not. You know you are afraid. Li Sanjiang almost shouted, if you don't dig in broad daylight, when will you dig? You have to wait until dark to find something to do, right? Okay, okay, let's dig, let's dig. Zhou Hai and Chen Xiaoling each took a shovel and started digging. During this period, Li Sanjiang asked, the boss is missing. Did you call the police? No. Zhou Hai lifted a shovel of soil and answered, we didn't dare to call the police. We were greedy at that time and were afraid that we would not be able to conceal the truth after calling the police and that we would have to hand over the things. Where are the boss's family members? His hometown is in the south. He came here alone to rent the place without his family. Li Sanjiang suddenly asked faintly, did you kill the boss and take his share? Zhou Hai immediately cried, uncle, I don't have the guts to do such a thing. Chen Xiaoling immediately agreed and nodded, we don't dare to kill people. We don't dare. Yet. Li Sanjiang didn't ask any more questions. He believed that the two men would not be so outrageous. He immediately stood up and quietly prepared his own altar. Li Zuiyuan helped on the side. Soon, the coffin was dug out. Li Sanjiang took a look and felt relieved. The coffin was closed when buried. After opening it, the body inside was still intact and had not been messed up. This was a blessing in disguise. Li Zuiyuan approached the coffin and looked at the body inside. It was indeed a girl. Li Sanjiang performed a ritual and then burned paper. After the whole process was completed, Li Sanjiang asked, where are the other things, especially the bottle? Those were taken away by the boss. Where does he live? He lives in the house in the yard. We went to look for him after he disappeared. Later, his parents had health problems. We also realized that it was the things in the coffin that caused the trouble. We also went to his house to search, but we didn't find those things, let alone the bottle. Li Sanjiang frowned. Originally, according to his idea, he put all the things back, held a sacrifice, and then closed the coffin and pushed it into the river. This matter would be considered over. After all, the requirements on the wood carving of the person were clearly stated. Now that at least 2 lives or even 3 have been lost, and blood has been seen, no matter how resentful that thing is, it should be vented. But the premise is that all the things are put back, or, jewelry and the like can be thrown away, but the bottle with the talisman paper must not be left out. The first word on the person is clearly written, that is, to use his own body to suppress the evil spirit. Li Zuiyuan asked at this time, uncle and aunt, does the boss have other connections here? Li Sanjiang immediately came to his senses and asked, yes, 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 do you know anyone else? I heard that those bosses from the south always like to keep mistresses. Chen Xiaoling shook her head and said, I haven't heard of it. Zhou Hai scratched his head, it seems that there are 2, one is a widow living in Juxigang town, and the other is a woman in a karaoke room in the city. Can you find them? Li Sanjiang asked. Zhou Hai shook his head, I just heard my parents talking about it during dinner, but I don't know where the 2 people live, and I can't find them. Li Sanjiang took out a cigarette box, pulled out 2 cigarettes, threw one to Zhou Hai, and said, call the police and let the police find them. What? What? Zhou Hai and Chen Xiaoling were stunned. I said to call the police, report the disappearance and report this matter. Li Sanjiang pointed to the coffin, let the police find it and ask if the things are with them. I guess the boss should be gone too. But we... Uncle, if we call the police... You didn't kill anyone, what are you afraid of? Ha, even if everything in the coffin is intact and I successfully sent the coffin back to the river today, I will still ask you to call the police. For this kind of thing, it will be much better if the government comes forward, and you will be much safer. If you don't want to call the police, it's up to you, as long as you are not afraid of ending up like your parents today. We will call the police, call the police. Zhou Hai made up his mind. Well, that's enough. Move the coffin and the altar into the house first. Before the government takes over, don't put out the candles or the paper ashes. Make up as much as you can. Distribute the tasks among yourselves. No mistakes in one sentence, one post, one content, 1/6, 1/9, one book, one bar. Got it, uncle, Xiaoling, you go call the police, I'll watch the altar here. Well, okay. Next, Li Sanjiang took Li Zuiyuan and sat on the steps at the door, smoking non-stop. Grandpa, aren't we going home? Li Zuiyuan asked. Li Sanjiang pointed to the room behind him, I'm leaving now. Zhou Hai is alone with the coffin inside. I'm afraid he will urinate out of fear. After a pause, Li Sanjiang continued, last night, your great-grandfather also had a dream. Hey! Li Zuiyuan finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Grandfather, you also had a dream. I dreamed that on the rooftop of the town health center, the little girl stood in front of me and asked me why I helped them and what I had the right to help them. She also told me that since I intervened, let me die together. Li Sanjiang took a puff of the cigarette and slowly exhaled through his nose. Damn it, I was also scared by the scene today. Li Zuiyuan nodded in understanding. The scene today was indeed scary. Moreover, he felt that the Bai family goddess dug out from the river and the Bai family goddess of the girl might be from the same family, but their temperaments were obviously different. The lady from the Bai family on the river works could listen to his apology, accept his sacrifice, and listen to Luo Gong's muttering. It can be said that she is very reasonable. But the lady from the Bai family here is much more ruthless. Killing people is like drinking water. Actually, what does it have to do with me? She blames me for coming to the health center that day and saving the two old people, but I can't just stand by and watch them die, right? Forget it, I'm not involved much. When the police arrive, I'll make a record and get some public air, and that person probably won't touch me again. Li Zuiyuan understood that this was the idea of the grandfather. It's no wonder. Whether it was the little yellow warbler or the cat-faced old lady that he had met before, they were all within the controllable range, but they were far less fierce than this lady from the Bai family, and the grandfather couldn't control them. Li Zuiyuan suddenly frowned. He remembered the content in records of strange things in the rivers and lakes and found that there was an example that was very similar to this lady from the Bai family. That is the Suanmen people, who use themselves as a carrier and seal themselves, in order to seek another way to achieve immortality. This kind of death has some magical powers in life. Although it is not terrible to be overbearing, it is the most difficult to cook, because it can understand what the means of living people to deal with it. Think of the lines on the carving, the corpse town evil spirits, merit helps to rise. At this time, it is completely right, even if she has no shape, she still dies, and there is no shape. I don't know how to deal with it. Li Zhanyuan felt that Tai Ye was right, but he was good at the police. The police came, and a lot of it, because the incident had caused the two to die on the Ming side. Although the cause of the two elderly people was not his killing, the situation was different. The police controlled the scene, and Zhou Hai was temporarily controlled by the suspect as a suspect. Li Zhanyuan followed the grandfather to send a transcript to the delivery site, and it was dusk after finishing. Li Sanjiang also deliberately hugged the door of the police station, as if he was worried that he was not enough, and he temporarily took some public atmosphere for himself. He even got up the sign of the police station. This action was shock to everyone in the door guard room. But the old man was not coming to trouble, but he could only push away the window and asked. Old comrade, what are you doing? Li Sanjiang continued to shout in person. Express respect. After doing these, Li Sanjiang was too lazy to return to the hospital to find Yingzi and her mother, and also rejected Chen Ziling's invitation to let him live tonight. Li Sanjiang now just wants to go home. It's too expensive to go back to a taxi, because this point, the taxi driver is unwilling to carry you the countryside, unless you add more money. Li Sanjiang stopped the tractor on the road and asked where they went. Li Zhanyuan thought that this kind of luck was tantamount to fishing the needle. I was just ready to sit down and wait slowly. Whoever expected that the second tractor stopped by the grandfather was sent to Shigong town. This dare to be good, and it is a mess. The grandfather gave people a cigarette, so he beckoned Xiao Yuanho to get on the car. The tractor da-da-da marching, Li Zhanyuan and the grandfather sat behind, blowing the evening wind. When passing through the city, he also witnessed the hustle and bustle in the city. Midway, Li Sanjiang hit a very short, and then woke up. He was very happy and took the initiative to say to Li Zhanyuan, "Xiao Yuanho, you are a big grandfather, I just made a dream again, and I saw the female doll again in the dream, but I couldn't see it clearly. She was very blurred. She was also talking, but I couldn't hear it clearly. It seems that she is far away from me. You are all right, I'm almost okay. Go back tonight and burn incense. By worshipping the Bodhisattva at home, it is completely broken with her. Master, you are so amazing." Li Zhanyuan had doubted Li Sanjiang's ability, but after the old lady of cat face Yu grandpa has lifted one hand, he was suspected of being dispersed again. Moreover, the grandfather seems to have a way no matter what happened, and the methods have been effective. What's so amazing? If you don't look at your grandpa Hanho's face, I won't run here. I am embarrassed to ask for this money. I also put on my own danger. Lost, I went to the house. I will call me next time. Don't encounter such a bad and dangerous thing every time. You are a bowl of rice. You can't eat big meat. Occasionally, you have to be caught by the stone in the rice. Alas, I was thinking that after I went back this time, I continued to transfer to you. Now I dare not, she has NT cleaned it yet. I do NT want to be involved in you." Speaking, Li Sanjiang knocked on the iron skin behind and shouted to the master of the tractor. "Brother, find a small restaurant in front of me, my brother, please ask you too. How are you embarrassed? Well, what's kind of energy, stop in front of you, stop after eating. Okay." The tractor stopped in front of a small restaurant. After getting out of the car, Li Sanjiang first asked for a pound of rice wine, ordered 2 colds and 2 heats, and for Li Zhanyuan for a single egg fried rice. After Li Zhanyuan finished eating the meal, he sat next to him, and the grandfather and the master had an interest. Li Sanjiang also called the store to get a pound of wine, and at the same time asked Li Zhanyuan to ask for a jar of Jian Lai Bao. "Pap. Open, the sound of qi." Li Zhanyuan took a sip. Li Sanjiang asked, "Is it delicious?" "Well, delicious. Then let's buy a box later." Master laughed, "Brother, you are really willing to be a child. These days, the bottle of bean bottle is recycled, and ordinary people can afford it, but canned drinks are still too expensive in the eyes of most parents." "Hey!" Li Sanjiang touched Li Zhanyuan's head. "Isn't it to make money to spend it for the children? Let me bring a coffin in the future." He didn't tell the master that this was his great-grandson. "This is the truth. My grandson is in high school. I have to continue driving to earn him the college tuition fee. As long as he can get it, we have to grit your teeth." "Hey!" Li Sanjiang sighed helplessly, and touched Li Zhanyuan's back. "Unfortunately, my grandson is a smart mind, but I don't like to put my mind on learning." Li Zhanyuan drank another soda silently. It was almost at 8 o'clock in the evening, and the dinner was dispersed. "If you did NT check the drunk driving this year," the master took a flushed face, took out the handle and inserted it into the tractor engine, and then rotated quickly. The tractor was restarted. "Come, Get on the car, let's go home. Getting back on the bus and going home, Li Zuiyuan looked at the starry sky above him and began to wonder if Shueliang had already arrived at Siyuan village. He felt that he should ask more about the statue on the river. Since the person lying in the coffin at Juxu port was dead, the statue must be dead too. After all, although the river was excavated now, it seemed to be a waterway in the past. Li Zuiyuan vaguely felt that the Bai family seemed to specialize in this kind of thing. When Li Zuiyuan was not at home, Qin Li returned to her old position, sat on the bench inside the door, stepped on the threshold with both feet, and looked forward. Next to her, Lu Yumei was spreading a piece of paper and drawing a pattern of clothes with a pen. She drew very well and vividly. Although it seemed very unprofessional according to the current clothing process, the old tailors in the small clothing workshops could understand it. The granddaughter is still growing up, so her clothes need to be replaced every season. Lu Yumei's happiest thing is to dress her granddaughter beautifully every morning, so that she can be in a good mood all day. At this time, Lu Yumei noticed Qin Li behind her, moved her head, and looked at the path between the wheat fields. Lu Yumei put down the brush and stood up straight. I saw a young man in a blue shirt, holding a stack of books in his hands, walking up the dam. After looking at him for a while, Qin Li retracted his sight and continued to look straight ahead. It seems that this young man is dirty, but not obviously dirty. Excuse me, is this Li Sanjiang's home? Shueliang asked. Yes, he is not at home now, and I don't know if he will come back tonight. Are you looking for him? I'm looking for Xiao Yuan, Li Zuiyuan, does he live here too? Hearing Li Zuiyuan's name, Qin Li looked at him again. He is not at home either. Lu Yumei replied. He should be back tonight. I'll wait for him. Excuse me, where is the toilet? I need to go to the bathroom. It's behind the house. Okay, thank you. Shueliang put the scroll in his hand on the table and trotted to the toilet. These scrolls were all borrowed from the Museum of Literature and History. At present, these things are not kept strictly. Lu Yumei flipped open a scroll and saw the recorded paragraphs marked with bookmarks. Her brows frowned, her eyes slightly fixed, and she murmured. By family. Then, she covered the file again, picked up the brush again and continued to draw the clothes. But as she drew, she felt uneasy, so she stopped writing again. Recalling that the young man was looking for Xiao Yuan, she said to herself. How could this Xiao Yuan be related to the Bai family? It was also a coincidence that the sound of a tractor came from afar. The master did not drop off people at the entrance of the road, but drove directly in and sent them to the door of the house. After parting, Li Sanjiang took Li Zuiyuan to the dam. Just at this time, Shueliang came back from the bathroom. Hey, why are you here? Li Sanjiang was very surprised. Grandpa, brother Liang came to tutor me. Oh, okay, that's good, then let him sleep in the same room with you tonight. Young man, have you eaten? I ate. Shueliang replied hurriedly. That's fine. Li Zuiyuan walked in front of Qin Li. Qin Li stood up, stretched out her hand, and took the initiative to grab Li Zuiyuan's hand. Then, her eyelashes began to flutter, and her body began to tremble slightly. Li Zuiyuan was surprised. Why did she still? Ali, let go. Lu Yumei's stern voice came. Seeing that Ali didn't listen to her, she could only shout to Li Zuiyuan. Xiao Yuan, let go. Li Zuiyuan pulled out his hand. Ali pretended to move forward and wanted to continue to grab Li Zuiyuan. Xiao Yuan, say good night to Ali. I'm going to take Ali to rest. Okay, Grandma Lu. Li Zuiyuan looked at Ali. It's too late, let's rest. We'll read together tomorrow morning. Good night. Shueliang picked up the files and took Li Zuiyuan's hand and said, let's go back to your room and tell them. I found something incredible. Looking at Li Zuyuan's figure going away, Qin Li slowly put down her raised hand. Lu Yumei sighed and coaxed her granddaughter. Be good, he's fine now, better than that young man. Wow, what are all these books on your desk? As soon as he came in, Liang saw several piles of ancient books on Li Zuyuan's desk. This is my hobby. Is it true? Liang flipped the pages of the book. Xiao Yuan, if you have this hobby, you can take the liberal arts exam in the future, and you can go into archaeology. Li Zuyuan shook his head. I don't want to. He didn't want to be alumni with his mother. What major do you want to study? Do you want to choose water conservancy in Haihe University like me? Li Zuyuan thought for a while and said, it's not impossible. It's related to water. This university seems to be in line with his major. Then you have to study hard. Haihe University is not easy to get into. Yet. It's really not easy. I'm afraid the old professors won't be willing to let me transfer to another school. Come and see what I found. You won't know until you check it. Once you check it, you'll be shocked. Liang spread out the file. This Bai family is really a surname. There are many records about the Bai family in the local chronicles during the Ming and Qing dynasties. They are all related to eliminating monsters and suppressing rebellions, but they are all about the Bai family's mother, not the Bai family's grandfather. Li Zhanyuan asked, is it a only woman? I guess too, it should be that the family only passes the daughter, and then recharge, but this kind of atmosphere is very rare in this area. While looking at the dossier, Li Zhanyuan said, Liang, you continue to say. The boundaries of this white family should be more than the scope of Nantung. I suspect that there are traces of their appearance in the entire northern Jiangsu, but one thing can be determined that the Bai family's family is in Nantung. Look at this paragraph in this article. Here is a place called Beijia Town. It should be the Bai family's home. East China Xiyinzhou. It's Chongming Island. Oh, this Beijia town is still in Shanghai or Nantung. Chongming Island is located at the entrance of the Yangtze River. It can be regarded as the gateway to the Yangtze River. Most of the island belongs to Shanghai and part of Nantung. Liang was a little hesitant. The description of the position above is strange. It seems that some people have specifically studied it, but when I write it down, I may have a problem. I really found it on the old map and found it in the river. In the river. Yes, it should be in the Yangtze River now. This is the record wrong. But this is what I can find at present, the only place to record the address of Beijiachen. And next, I found something strange. After the Yongzheng period of the Qing dynasty, no record of Beijia Niang appeared in the local history. White family. White family. Beijiachen. In historical records, it seems like overnight disappearing. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.